What is social right? Standing at the threshold of our future, it behoves us to come to a clear understanding with our readers, as to the great principles for which we are to struggle. Therefore we devote our leading column, in this our first commune with the public, to an exposition of great principles rather than to an analysis of those current events which creep onward beneath the touch of monopoly, and with the drag chain of privilege around them. What is social right? We can best reply, by first depicting what society is at present social wrong. A few landlords monopolize the soil and the minerals it harbors, the fish in its rivers, the game in its woods, and the very fowls in the air above. A few money lords monopolize the money capital, the machinery, the powers of production, and the channels of distribution. They control credit, and they regulate exchange. Spread at their feet lie the swarming myriads of men having life, brain, thought, and labor strength, and with no other property on earth, but even that property is made a thing of no price, in the overglutted labor market of the Mammonite. 150. These masses seek to apply the brain and labor capital God has given them. They would dig the soil, but they have no soil to dig. The landlords hold it. They would work machinery, but they have no machinery to work. The money lords own it. They are therefore reduced to the position, they must ask another man, may we work? But that other says, yes, as long as it suits my convenience or conduces to my profit, and not 1 hour longer. Then comes the bargaining, the making of terms, the paying of wages. But land and money lords have it in their power to make what terms they like, because, holding land and machinery, they hold exclusive possessions of the means of work. One thing only they fear, that labor should grow scarce. But the monopoly of land and the increase of machinery gives them the power of keeping labor plentiful, and so they have hungry swarms in streets and lanes, competing with each other for employment. They must work, if they mean to live, and therefore the capitalist can dictate starvation terms, for if one man won't toil for him, another will, and he may reduce wages to the hairbreadth balance between life and death, he may tread out the moral dignity, he may stifle the manly independence, he may turn his factory into a seraglio, his land into a surf-trodden prairie, and all because he holds exclusive possession of the means of work. This is social wrong, in its fundamental aspect. From it springs poverty, the mother of sin; from it springs theft, the child of want; from it springs murder, the last born of oppression. From it arises insecurity of property, instability of institutions, and decay of nations. Despair often goads the people into riot and resistance, and the poorhouse, the almshouse, or the colony, are the poor palliatives placed between the people's indignation and a tyrant's monopoly. Bad is the aspect of the case thus far, but this is not all. Money lord competes with money lord, manufacturer with manufacturer. Then comes the fatal crisis. In the collision of the giants of capital, the working man is the chief sufferer, he is crushed to atoms in the combat. To enable employer to compete with employer, down go the wages of the employed, and the struggle in reality is, who can reduce the wages of his hands the most. And the very circumstances the employer urges as an excuse for the reduction. Extreme effrontery. As though it was not he who created the circumstance, as though it was not he who caused the war, as though it was not carried on for his benefit, and his alone, and as though all this might not be obviated by obeying the laws of God, in establishing the social rights of man. These rights then consist in that which shall enable every man to work when he pleases and as he pleases, without asking leave of another. 151. And to reap the full fruits of his own industry, giving thus much in exchange, as an equivalent for what he needs of the similarly regulated industry of another. To enable a man to work when he pleases, and to reap under these conditions, the full fruits of his own industry, he must have free access to the means of work. That is the first foundation of all social right. If he wishes to till the sod, he must have free access to the land. Therefore, the land ought to be national property, the state, the only landlord, and the individual occupant, its tenant. If he wishes to manufacture, he ought to have the means afforded him of buying, or of making machinery, and of purchasing the new material, and for this purpose, the state should advance to the working man out of the national revenue, on safe and equitable conditions, remunerative to the state itself, those funds which would enable him to obtain the requisite materials for manufacture. This is social right as applied to production. We shall advert to the next branch, distribution, comprising the equitable principles of exchange, in a future number. We will not pause now to inquire how this is to be done, but we will show that, too, in our next analysis of this important subject we will simply content ourselves with showing that such a social state is possible. To convince yourselves, sons of toil, you need but look around you on that which you produce. Agricultural laborer, gaze on the rich fields you till. They support you, as a floating wreck, tossed between the workhouse and the grave. They support the farmer in affluence, they support the landlord in luxury and lavish splendor, they supply the tithes to the parson, they swell the income of the pensioner, they fatten the mortgage of the usurer, both home and foreign, they gild the epaulets of the officer, the salary of the civilian, and the civil list of the crown. Hundreds and thousands fatten on those fields, and yet they do nothing to produce their wealth. You, and you alone, are the worker that turns those acres from an unproductive wilderness, to be the California of the rich, while they remain a Sahara to the poor. Manufacturing slave. Look at the factory in which you work, what you do there produces your own hungry dole, but it produces also the treasures of the millionaire who owns it. Now, has it ever occurred to you, ye slaves of land and loom, that, since such enormous work is there, created by you, and you alone, something must be very wrong, that you should starve? Has it never occurred to you, that you might have your master's profits too? 1-2. And the factory, and the machinery, and the raw material as well. The factory one's there, the material one's there, the profits are made, then it is clear, that, as the wealth one's in existence, and as you are its creators, it needs but a different social arrangement for you to be its full partakers also. Your employers may talk of their possessing the capital of capital being indispensable for labor, but who created the capital to you, and none but you? These are no visionary theories. Let them not delude you by saying that we are system-mongers dealing with imaginary phantoms. These are facts, great facts. It is a fact that the wealth is there, it is a fact that if you create it for others, you might as well create it for yourselves. That you can so do, is proved by the very fact of its existence and the mode of its creation, and it is a bitter fact that you starve amid the wealth that you have created. Therefore, the material of prosperity being there, it is clear that the possibility of that prosperity is there as well, and that it needs but a different arrangement of society to ensure its advent. To know this is the first step to social knowledge. Free access to the means of work, free exchange of the things produced, to the mutual benefit of the producers, comprise the fundamental principles of social right, as applied to the great questions of capital and labor. How these rights are to be realized, without injury to any just interest, without violence and without convulsion, it shall be our future duty to point out. 30. The Nationalization of the Land editorial in the People's Paper, June 5, 1852. The land question was at the heart of working-class radicalism. From Spence to O'Connor, the land monopoly was seen to be in large part responsible for the evils of the new society. Jones, by advocating land nationalization, as well as the abrogation of wages slavery, went beyond radicalism to socialism. His socialism was, however, always tinged with radical ideas, and when he moved back to a radical position, he concentrated once more upon the land monopoly as the central evil of bourgeois society. See below, his 1857 election address, number 42, p. 184, and also the extract from his lecture on labor and capital, number 61, p. 227. In a previous number we gave an exposition of the fundamental principles of social right. We showed that it was social wrong for capital to control labor, for the capitalist to say to the working man, you shall work, or not, just as I please, and at what price I please. We showed that the capitalist was enabled to do this because he monopolized the means of work, by holding the sources of production, land and machinery, as he does the channels of distribution, by his 153 laws of credit, currency, and exchange. At the same time we promised, having thus laid down the fundamental principles, to develop, in a series of subsequent papers, the several points of social right, and the readiest and simplest means for their realization. In so doing, we shall eschew the setting up of all system-mongering, but shall detail the plain practical operations by which social rights can be secured and social prosperity enjoyed. For two great objections have frequently been urged, and often with some weight, against the propounders of social right. First, that they are ready enough to talk about it, but strangely backward in explaining what it is, and that even where the latter explanation is given, they generally fail to show how it is to be obtained. It is, therefore, that so much less of public sympathy is expressed with this all-important question, for how can people sympathize with what they do not understand? And that even if they do understand, a similar apathy is too prevailingly found, because they are told it is a utopia, beautiful and true, but not be attained, and therefore not worth time, trouble, or consideration. Be it ours to remedy these omissions. The first and fundamental source of wealth is the law NNP, and labor applied to it. Connected copyright with this is the first and fundamental guarantee of Societe-Recht, the nationalization of the land. The nationalization of the land means that no individual should have an hereditary right in the soil, or be able to sell, give, or will it to any other individual. The nationalization of the land means that the Staatsschouwer be the only freeholder, that the state should be the sole landlord, and that all the occupants of land should be its tenants, paying a light rent charge for their occupancy, and thus raising a national revenue out of the real national wealth, instead of those systems of individual taxation which cripple industry, and too often paralyze individual exertion. The nationalization of the land. Bold words, that, doubtlessly, will startle some of our readers. But we assert, that no individual and no individual interest has a right to interpose between man and land. God gave the labor power to the human arm, God wastes nothing, and that labor power was therefore given to be used. But to be used at whose bidding? Show me the authority under heaven that has a right to say, that labor power given you by God, you shall use or not use, as I please. He who gave the labor strength can alone say this. Did the capitalist give it? No. Then, as it was not a thing of his giving, it is not a thing he has a right to take away. And it is taking it away, virtually, if you take away the power and means of using it. 154. The capitalist, however, would possess a secondary right to do this, notwithstanding, if it so happened that the existence of the means of work depended upon him. To have this right he must have been the creator of the land, of the sea, and of the minerals beneath them, but in the same way in which God created labor, God created land as well. The capitalist cannot add 1 acre to this solid globe. The capitalist cannot take away 1 acre from this teeming earth. Then, if he did not give, he has no right to take the land away. God placed man upon the earth to live the means of life and labor and the land. Those two things are thus indissolubly wed, and these whom God have joined, let not man put asunder. Yet what do we see in Great Britain? 30,000 landlords interpose between the land and 7 million men. 30,000 monuments of blasphemy declare the laws of God a lie, and the prosperity of man, a crime. The nationalization of the land is the only remedy for this. What's we hear some cry, confiscate all the soil, ruin all the peerage, squire archy, clergy, and gentry. Cut up all the country into little cabbage gardens of equal size, make every man a farmer, though he may not know a spade from a marlinspike. Nothing of the sort, good friends, nothing of the sort. That is what these men say, who are afraid you should begin to understand your social rights, and thus embrace the measures of your social salvation, and try to prevent both by creating prejudice and by telling lies. Just listen, first to what the thing really means, and then, to how easily and honestly it can be carried out. If the land were nationalist, the relation of the individual to the land would be as follows: the state being the only landlord, any individual desirous of farming land, would apply to the state for the leave of a farm, instead of applying to a duke, marquis, squire, or retired merchant. The state having no interest to fleece and rob him would not fix an exorbitant rent. The state having no interest to keep up foxhounds, harriers, hares, partridges or rabbits would not lay his crops prostrate under feudal game laws. The state having no interest to cripple agriculture, but the reverse, would not tie him down under despotic covenants or precarious leases, in order that advantage might be taken of improvement, or in order that the rent might be raised because of the increased value given to the land, not by the landlord but by the tenant. The state would let the farm at a rent charge calculated merely at the expenditure of the country, of which the land would bear the chief proportion, but which would amount at the most, to but a few shillings per acre. But all. 155. This means an equal division of the soil. Nothing of the sort. The state would let out the land in any quantities that the different requirements of the individual, the different qualities of the soil, or the attendant circumstances might demand. In one case it might be half an acre, in another, half 1,000. But it would be desirable that the amount let to an individual should never be excessively large or excessively small, and that government should always have regard to the probable legitimate number of claimants. Under this system, of course, no individual could sell, will or give away the land. What then, after a man has spent his life in enriching a farm, when he dies, or when the state chooses to turn him out, are his children, or is he to be cast into beggary? Nothing of the sort. As the farmer would enjoy all the profits of his farm, paying no rent except the rent charge in lieu of taxes, he would have derived the annual value of his labor, and as the soil would be national property, the children could obtain land on the same terms, and under the same conditions as the father, and all that the government would have to do, to ensure the healthy working of the system, would be to see that the land was not divided into farms too small, or massed into quantities too large. One word as to the rent charge. An acreage rent charge of 5 shillings per annum, would produce £20 million to the national revenue from this source alone, which, reckoning others, ought to be far more than sufficient to meet all the expenditure of the country, and it would be if a rapacious horde of aristocrats and usurers did not devastate and dissipate the resources of the people. Ask the farmer which he would like best, to pay from 30s to £5 rent to a landlord, besides tithes and taxes, and to hold his farm, that is his very life, at the tenure of a fool's caprice or a despot's self-interest, to see his children turned into beggary if his children will not pay a tax to pay for the increased value their father had given to the land he tilled, to see his crops devastated by the landlord's game, to have his vote dictated by a landlord's will and his manhood humbled to the landlord's frown, or to pay less in rent, tithes, taxes, and rates inclusive than he now pays perhaps on the one item of tithes alone, to be his own master instead of being a slave owning no superior but that state, of which he is one of the co-equal and component parts, and to die with the happy reliance that the land on which he lived, the land which he enriched, the land which enriched him, was equally open, equally free, equally ready for his children. 156. It may be urged that under this system, the inducements to become a farmer would be so great, that we should have all the impoverished, homeless and houseless population rushing to obtain farms, and that thus the double evil would arise, of neglecting manufacture and mechanics, mines and ships, trade and commerce, and forcing a division of the soil into quantities too minute. We reply, those who urge this objection forget that we have not yet touched upon the question that, under a good social system, manufacture would hold out inducements as great, and remuneration as ample, as agriculture, and that instead of men being compelled to fly from overglutted trade to overglutted trade, by the fierce fight of inhuman competition, the adits of labor, the access to the means of work, being open to all alike, the advantages being equal at a general average, under a well-righted system of exchange, it would be inclination, fitness, and capacity which would decide the choice, the same as it does now amid these wealthy classes, to whom their riches alike open all professions and give access to all branches of employment. Such then, is the nationalization of the land. But how achieve it? The landlords hold the acres, the landlords won't give them up. Surely you would not confiscate. There is no need for confiscation. A certain portion of the land continually comes into the market, the more so, as the aristocracy are falling. Witness the insolvent peers and squires in England, witness the tremendous wreck in Ireland, the sale of the encumbered estates. All that needs to be done is for the state, as fast as the land comes into the market, to buy it up, not to confiscate or to seize, but to buy at a fair price. It must come into the market, despite the landlords, for their estates are mortgaged, their class is falling rapidly. All the government need do, is to secure the power of purchasing by Act of Parliament, the same as they do when they want land for a railroad. There we have the precedent, there is the case in point. But where will you get the money? You say you will purchase, you say you will pay a fair price, where will you get the means? It is impossible. Nothing more easy. In the first place, there is 1/3 of the church lands, by their original tenure, allotted to the poor. There are the poor lands and the common lands, at least 15 million acres. Suppose these were first let at an actual rent, suppose that such rent averaged only 10 shillings per acre, there would arise 157. From this an annual fund of £7,500,000, wherewith to purchase more land, and locate more tenants. But this would purchase at £25 the acre, 300,000 acres more, which would increase the sum in the second, by £150,000, and so from year to year. From this source, the stream of nationalization, the amount of revenue, would be slowly but continually increasing. But, add to this the £6 million paid in tithes, which the separation of church and state would restore to national uses instead of sectarian purposes. Add to this some £6,000,000 at least from our war expenditure of £16 million in time of peace. Add to this, that the £40 million per annum, proven by Slaney in the House of Commons, to be spent on pauperism, disease, and crime, would soon be reduced by half, must be, by the measures which would give healthy occupation, and remunerative labor, and remove poverty, the chief parent of crime. Add to this some little attempt at economy in our civil expenditure, without mentioning that monstrous juggle, the national debt, and we arrive at a sum of £50,000,000 per annum, to assist in purchasing the land, without levying an additional farthing in taxation, without confiscating a single acre of private property, and without impoverishing one solitary individual in the nation. Remember also, that £50 million per annum would purchase 2 million acres annually, at £25 per acre purchase, that each 2 million would produce another million in rent at only 10 shillings per acre, that thus the land could be obtained and the farm of the poor tenant stocked, and that thus the nationalization of the land does not imply a convulsion, nor embrace a chimera, but is one of the simplest, easiest, wisest, and most honest measures that the mind of man can conserve. Why? In 1 year, poor rate might cease. The jails become thinly peopled, the workhouses be colleges of agriculture, a brisk home trade be created for the shopkeeper, and starving slaves be turned into happy peasants. 31 On Education Editorial, The Church and Education, in the People's Paper, July 3, 1852. There are few things of greater importance than the education of the people. But it must be remembered that a people's education is safe only in a people's own hands. Government is bound to supply the means of education, namely, schools, books, and learners' times, but government has no right to bias, influence, or control the character of the education. That is, government has a duty to open the adits of all branches of instruction, but the application of the lessons afforded must be left to the people's own mind. Government has no right to teach. 158. Exclusively and inculcate exclusively one creed, and prevent the youthful mind of this country from being acquainted with other creeds. Government has no right to teach monarchism or republicanism and to place all other forms of government in an odious light. Government is bound to open the page of history impartially to the people, to unroll the long catalogue of facts, but must then leave it to the people, or their spontaneous teachers, to point the moral, and pronounce the judgment. It is tyranny to the mind to teach the young one side of the question and to exclude the other. That tyranny has hitherto been ever and unvaryingly exercised, and against that tyranny we protest as equally odious with fanatic intolerance and political monopoly. Truth never fears discussion, truth never sinks in argument in the long run. Therefore the duty of government is merely, we repeat, to supply the materials for the exercise of mind, not to direct the channels in which that mind shall be exercised. Now, in government schools all tuition, whether secular or religious, is biased. History, morals, religion, even geography, chemistry, astronomy, even science, every art, is taught with a bias. A simple geographical description of a land, a simple ethnographical analysis of a people, is mixed up with moral or religious, or social, precepts, lugged in by the heirs, and planted on the rickety basis of class views. In every work the poison of prejudice is instilled, and we lack yet the literature of instruction, we have had nothing but the literature of polemics, political, clerical and social. As long as the tuition of the young is entrusted to a class, we shall have class tuition distorting and warping the young mind, and the well-known and odious impediments thrown in the way of the press, whether of the book, the pamphlet, or the newspaper, which are now dwarfing and crippling the national intellect. But, if it is dangerous to entrust the education of the people to the political monopolist, it is still more dangerous to do so to the clerical monopolists. It is clear, therefore, that, if education is to be safe, the people must become their own educators, and we therefore draw the attention of our readers to the important requisite, a literature for the young. Our democratic literature is all written for the adult. We must have a literature written expressly for the child of the working man. And since the class books of the rich are the exponents of class government, ours must be the exponents of popular sovereignty. It may be said, are we then going to fall into a similar course with our rulers? Are we, too, going to bias the mind? Yes. In self-defense. If a young tree has been drawn crooked, it 159 needs drawing the other way, even bry on the perpendicular, so that, when arrived at sufficient stamina to stand of itself, the one-sided growth may have been outbalanced and the stem may stand erect. This, then, is the educational need of the day, a democratic literature for the school, a democratic literature for the child. The task is easy, but the task is all important. We shall continue to direct the attention of others to this point, and we will do our utmost personally to remedy the deficiency. 32. The Workman and His Work. In 1856 and 1857 Ernest Jones organized a series of political soirees or evenings with the people. The first was held on Tuesday, October 7, 1856 in St. Martin's Hall, London. The lectures were printed in the People's Paper and republished as separate pamphlets. An extract from the report of the first meeting reads: At 8:10, Ernest Jones took the chair amid deafening cheers, and introduced the program of the evening by observing that, as Wesley or Rowland Hill had said, when he introduced cheerful music into his chapels, he did not see why the devil should have all the good tunes to himself. Even so, he did not see why politics should be made a dry, repulsive study. The more important a subject was, the more attractive it ought to be made, and therefore he had brought song and music to the service of political truth. It was the first attempt of the kind ever made. It would not be the last, for he was resolved, by the kind aid of friends, to persevere. He would divide his address in two parts, before which, and between the two, a musical entertainment would be performed. This extract is taken from the text of the pamphlet of the first lecture. First he then, whence comes capital? From its first penny to its last pound, it has all flowed out of the hands of the working man. I care not who holds it, or whence the holder came to it by inheritance. Whence did his father obtain it? From his father, perchance, but go back far as you list, how was it first obtained? From the labor of others mark the word. No capitalist ever made his own capital. I grant you that one man by hard work, by sobriety, by prudence, by cleverness, may make and save a little money. But how can he turn that little into much, become, in the current sense of the term, a capitalist? He cannot become so until he employs the labor of others. We are told of men growing rich by their own labor. No man ever did so. It is only when a man begins to employ the labor of others, and ceases to work himself, that he grows rich. I do not blame him for that. To give employment is good, and to grow rich is not in itself wrong, but all depends on how that employment is given, and how those riches are amassed. If they are gathered out of the ruin of the people, they are blood money. The workman, then, creates all the capital of the country. 160. I ask further, what is capitals? And I speak here of the capital created by man's industry as distinguished from the capital of nature's universal bank, a bank that never breaks and never swindles, that honors every draft when drawn by labor's hand, as ready to lend to the poor as to the rich, but ever closed upon the dissolute and idle. What, I ask, is capital? It is the surplus that rests after the cost of production and the producer's consumption. Capital is what remains after the article is manufactured, the labor paid, and the employer supported. If the latter lives loyally out of the weekly gains of trade or land, capital is that which he lays by out of his weekly income, over and above his weekly expenditure. I do not complain of that, but I do not see why he should have the entire surplus, and the workman none. The employer lives sumptuously and saves a fortune, the workman lives starvingly and saves nothing. I am no communist, no anarchist, but I say the portions are too unequally divided, or rather there is no division at all. I am not for an equal sharing of property, I never knew a sane man who was, but I do not see why the creators of all property should have no property at all. That is another, and a far more dangerous extreme. I claim for the workman a competence in his old age, with a right as good as that wherewith the capitalist claims a fortune for his own. Sirs, the workman grows poorer the older he becomes, the more wealth he has created, the less wealth he has himself. You may tell me, if the workman does not drink beer, or smoke, or take butter, or sugar, he may save a little money. Sheer nonsense. If this holds good with the unit, it is folly as regards the many, for the less the workman consumes, the less power of employment does he give to the employing classes, and wages fall accordingly. But, granting this, the employer takes all this and more, and makes a fortune. Why should the workman have to deny himself comforts and barely live, when the employer riots in luxuries and grows a capitalist notwithstanding? The workman, then, receives none of the capital of the country, and though there are exceptions among the high-paid trades, yet, speaking of the bulk of labor, manufacturing, and agricultural, I fearlessly assert that the condition of the Hindu pariah, the Russian serf, and the Negro slave is not so bad as that of the English working man. While in work, the workman is a slave; when out of it, a criminal, estimated and treated as such by the laws of England. What, then, is his condition, when he enters the world to tread the race of life? You weight him with the misery of the departing generations. Instead of the parent supporting the child has to support the parent. Prematurely old by hunger and over toil, the child stands between the father and the workhouse. No rich man. He stands _I between the workhouse and your pocket, and, not content with having worn one generation out in making you rich, not content with using up a second generation in making you richer, you force the latter, the tender childhood of our country, to support you in your wealth, and those whom you have beggared, in their beggary, at the same time. Does the young toiler try to extricate himself from the mesh? Whither shall he turn? He is chained hand and foot, body and soul, by links as viewless as the ethereal bonds that hold the earth within its orbit, but stronger than the adamant that roots its hills to their foundation. Does he strive to labor for the living? Ah, he must ask your leave. Does he turn to the land? Not an acre can he have. Does he seek the power of manufacturing on his own account? It is yours. Does he try to save money, that he may have a mill or workshop of his own? Save money when he has to support the beggary you made, and make the wealth you covet. Except in isolated circumstances, impossible desire. I grant that here and there a workman may, as I have said already, save a little money, and rise at the expense of the labor he employs. You boast of this, and say, see, how good our system is, any workman may become an employer. But any cannot, only a few can, and that at the expense of others. A beneficent system that, which holds out the opportunity to a few to become oppressors and gives that as a good reason why the many should let themselves be oppressed. The workman, then, cannot work except by permission of a master. God gave him a labor strength to sustain himself, and you say he shall not use it without your leave. 33 Bravo Marley, B. Game, The Convict System article in the People's Paper, December 20, 1856. In all his writings on the subject, Jones consistently argued the thesis that crime and poverty were causally related. In the early years of the People's Paper, under the heading Police News, and before the accounts of court proceedings, there was an introductory paragraph which read, "Crime originates from three causes: from want, from a false social system, perpetually miseducating heart and brain, and from the inherent passions of man, which that social system fosters instead of reforming. To these three sources all crimes can be traced, and it is the duty of the statesman and the philanthropist to analyze the connection between the evil cause and the evil result, in order that he may point out the remedy." Such was the exclamation that greeted the murderer of Cope, from a crowd larger than ever before assembled at a Newgate execution. The murderer did die game, and so the two. 162. Sightseers, we suppose, considered themselves repaid for their trouble in going to see a piece of strangulation. Of the crowd itself, our daily contemporaries say, almost every possible description of depravity was enacted. Persons were sitting on the barriers singing, smoking, and drinking. The songs, as may be supposed, being of the most ribald character. Yet, in face of such a fact, the Telegraph stands forward in unenviable isolation, as a defender of executions. I whisk, what earthly good can accrue from hanging a man, however great a criminal he may be? The object of all criminal legislation should be, first prevention, secondly reformation, but never punishment alone. If punishment is made for reformation either of the criminal or of the public in general, by all means punish, but let the punishment be such as secures the object sought, not such as does the very reverse. Prevention, to be effective, must begin when the tendency to crime first develops itself. We always notice that crimes multiply in exact proportion with the extension of poverty. As non-employment increases, so burglaries, thefts, and highway robberies increase also. In the West Riding, crimes of violence have increased of late to an unprecedented degree. Why, the decay of the wool combing trade and the handloom weaving has spread destitution. Crimes of violence are always more rife in cold winter weather than in summer. Why? Because the employment of the poor grows less while their wants become greater. The veritable preventive legislation, therefore, is that which finds employment for the people. To find employment should be the basis of all criminal legislation. Next to prevention, reformation becomes the paramount duty. Reformation of the criminal by punishment, of society by example. But in this, capital punishment is not very successful. It is difficult to instill more than very negative virtues into a man by breaking his neck or cutting his head off. You may make something of a body with a head, but we defy you to make much of a body without one. The barbarous old fashion of the early Middle Ages was better of the two. In those times, mutilation was resorted to. A man lost a finger or an eye, or a hand, by way of punishment to deter him from again committing an offense like that for which he was mutilated. This was very horrible, but it was less horrible than chopping off a head, or cutting and breaking the vertebrae of a man's neck, and letting him hang for an hour before 20,000 people. Yet, modern sentimentality would shudder at chopping Marley's hand off. How barbarous, how bloodthirsty, how brutal, it would exclaim. Just so, but still more barbarous, brutal, and bloodthirsty. 163. Is it to break that man's neck, while it is by far less efficacious in view of the end desired? The living body may reform, the dead one cannot. The handless body is a living, warning terror to all around. The dead body is buried, hidden, and forgotten forever. Neither the criminal nor the public are bettered by an execution. Death has no terror for the poor and destitute. It is life that the poor are afraid of, not death. If living infamy and endless imprisonment awaited crime, it would deter far more than the quick hand of death. What is strangulation? A moment's agony indeed, in most cases, no agony at all. A quick numbing of the senses. The intending murderer calculates, I may escape, I may never be discovered. If I can but suffer 2 minutes at the most, and what is that compared with the misery I now endure and the pleasure that man's gold will give me? Believe it, death is the lightest punishment any government can inflict. Do not the destitute and desperate inflict it on themselves with a readiness and alacrity far too fatal? Are not suicides perpetrated by the dozens weekly? And yet, the very thing to which the poor and sorrowful turn as to a blessing and a boon, you hold forth to them as a punishment and a terror. Was ever infatuation or folly more complete? For the most heinous of all crimes there is but one punishment that can produce a salutary effect on society and on the criminal. That punishment is imprisonment with hard labor. Secure the criminal so that he cannot break loose on society, and make him work for the good of the society he has outraged. Make his punishment as severe, but make it also as public as possible. Let him work in chains in some public spot, sufficiently removed from contact with the world, to prevent sympathy or intercourse, but sufficiently near to it to have his dreadful living death, with its chains and its labor, its endless drudgery and its starvation pittance, paraded before the eyes of all. Let that be the punishment for the last and worst of all crimes, deliberate and cold-blooded murder perpetrated from sordid motive only. Make the criminal's own body his prison and prolong his life that you may prolong his punishment. He who has once taken life deliberately has broken his pact with humanity and is man no longer. For him there is no return. The charter of his human rights was torn by the knife that tore his victim, it is buried in his victim's grave. He may repent, he may reform in spirit, but bodily he can never be readmitted into the human family. He may reform, but he can be trusted no longer, his doom is sealed forever. Such a punishment would indeed have an effect upon the public, it would indeed deter from crime, if anything can, but the quick easy death of the gallows is a mockery, and a boon. 164. Rather than otherwise, to the desperate and starving ruffian who commits a murder. Passing from the great crime, murder, to other crimes considered as of less degree, we say that the chief objects here in view should be reformation to the criminal and safety to society. The great problem here to solve, is, what shall we do with the culprit, when the term of his imprisonment expires, or its stringency admits of modification? We here assert that our present criminal system is such, that it prevents the possibility of reformation. Suppose, for instance, that destitution has driven a man to commit a robbery, that he is punished for the same, and that the period of his punishment has expired, or that he obtains what is called a ticket of leave. What is his position then? Who will give him work? He is a marked man. The police dog him and watch him, and every intended employer knows that such a man is a liberated or ticketed convict. The poor outcast may seek work, but will he get it? No. He is driven from door to door, however honestly he may seek to live by his labor, till, at last, he breaks as a robber into those doors he is not allowed to pass as a working man. Has the poor fellow a chance of reformation? Do you not virtually say to him, rob or die? As there is but one method to adopt with such persons. Make their punishment in prison severe enough, and long enough, to act as a deterrent to others, but, while in prison, do your utmost to educate the prisoner's mind and soften his heart, then, when liberated, either entirely or as a ticket of leave convict, find him work suited to his capacity and previous avocation. Secure to him a living in return for his labor, and he will rob no more. If he does, if he is found incorrigible, the safeguard for society is there, the prisons still stand, and the dreadful penalties combined with them still exist. It may be urged that it would be dangerous to secure the convict work as remunerative as that of the unconvicted, that it would act as an incentive to crime. We say, let the remuneration be less, and the period of punishment severe and long. It may also be said, it would be injurious to create a labor market in the country artificially cheaper than that naturally existing. We answer, that is entirely a matter of social arrangement. Criminals would decrease under such a system, and therefore this convict labor would offer no formidable competition to free labor. What does it offer now? At present, all those who are supposed to work as convicts, are compelled to sell their labor cheaper than honest men, therefore the same evil must exist now, combined with the convicts. The Charter and something more, 1950 to 165 almost certain return to crime, whereas, then, the latter evil, at least, would be, in great part, if not entirely, avoided. Besides, government could so occupy these men, as to open out new sources of employment such as reclaiming waste lands, and similar undertakings. As general remuneration in the labor market would be higher than that of government, the convict would naturally seek employment there, and if he could not obtain it, he would not be driven back to crime, for the government workshops or farms would be open to him still. If he had never been a convict, he would have been remaining in the labor market, therefore it can be no injury to return him to it, and if his labor is cheaper than the average while working for the state, the numbers so employed would be necessarily so small, that no considerable effect upon the price of labor would be produced, and this, as we have already said, might be completely avoided by a little care in the selection of the kind and scene of labor. We repeat, the criminal system fails firstly, because death is the lightest, not the heaviest punishment you can inflict upon the desperate and destitute, and secondly, because the liberated convict is let loose upon society as a doomed and marked man. Spare the life of the one, and find employment for the other, on the conditions we have indicated, and you will have as nearly as possible solved the problem of prevention, punishment, and reformation. The politics of the day. 34. The Song of the Low. The Song of the Low was among the most popular of Jones's poems. It was set to music by John Lowry. The version printed below was published in the Notes to the People, Volume 2, p. 953. We're low, we're very, very low. As low can be. The rich are high, for we make them so. And a miserable lot are we. And a miserable lot are we. Are we? A miserable lot are we. We plow, and so we're so very, very low. That we delve in the dirty clay. Till we bless the plain with the golden grain, and the vale with the fragrant hay. Our place we know, we're so very low, 'tis down at the landlord's feet. 166. We're not too low the bread to grow, but too low the bread to eat. We're low, etc. Down, down we go, we're so very, very low. To the hell of the deep sunk mines. But we gather the proudest gems that glow. When the crown of a despot shines. And whenever he lacks upon our backs fresh loads he deigns to lay. We're far too low to vote the tax. But we're not too low to pay. We're low, etc. We're low, mere rabble, we know. But at our plastic power, the mold at the lordling's feet will grow. Into palace and church and tower. Then prostrate fall in the rich man's hall. And cringe at the rich man's door. We're not too low to build the wall. But too low to tread the floor. We're low, etc. We're low, we're very, very low. Yet from our fingers glide the silken flow and the robes that glow. round the limbs of the sons of pride. And what we get and what we give. We know and we know our share. We're not too low the cloth to weave, but too low the cloth to wear. We're low, etc. We're low, we're very, very low. And yet when the trumpets ring, the thrust of a poor man's arm will go through the heart of the proudest king. We're low, our place we know. We're only the rank and file. We're not too low to kill the foe, but too low to touch the spoil. We're low, etc. 167. 35. The middle class franchise. Why will it injure the democratic cause? Article in the notes 10. The People, Volume I, pages 31-3. When Jones attacked, as in this article, the piecemeal reform measures of the middle class radicals, he was continuing an accepted tradition and policy of the Chartist movement. The working men viewed with the greatest suspicion and hostility the attempts to weaken the demand for universal suffrage by granting the vote to small groups within the unenfranchised classes. Cf. The Remarks of the Chartist Circular, September 5, 1840. It is plain it would be preferable to have the old Tory system revived, to a £5 or household suffrage. By the former we might expect to have our ranks filled with men, who, rather than have no extension, would demand universal suffrage, while, by the latter, we have the gloomy prospect of increased foes, and a decreased force to overcome them. Must not any extension of the franchise be beneficial, for would it not, by infusing democratic blood into the constituency, increase the chances of democracy? Surely we must be better off with some 100,000 Chartists on the register, than without their assistance as electors. Surely, giving them the vote could not do the Chartist cause any injury. Look back through history, was ever any great movement achieved at once? You must walk before you can run. You must put in the thin edge of the wedge. If you wish to get from the body of the hall to the gallery, you can't jump up at once, you must mount the staircase step by step. Very plausible arguments, no doubt arguments too, in part, founded on truth. The only flaw in them is, that they are inapplicable to the case. A portion of the argument is, however, based on a manifest error. It does not follow that the addition of a certain number of Chartists to the electoral list would increase the Chartist power. If they, and they only, were added, that power would certainly be magnified, but, if the same measure that makes 10 Chartist electors, gives the franchise to 20 of the enemies of Chartism, I contend that the Chartist movement would be weakened instead of being strengthened. In a fair representative system it is the majority of the electors who rule. We will, of course, suppose the new system to be fair, as far as it goes, namely, not like the present system, under which 141,000 electors out of 800,000 return a majority of the House of Commons. Well, admitting the system to be fair as far as it goes, it is the majority of the electors who rule. Of whom, then, would that majority consist? We are told the constituency would embrace 3 millions. The male adults are 7 millions. Of course the poorest would be unenfranchised, the enfranchised would be taken from the wealthier portion. 168. And this being the case, if 4 millions then would be too poor to become electors, is it not evident that the majority enfranchised would be men of the middle class, surgeons, lawyers, clerks, shopkeepers, foremen, aristocrats of labor? It would be the special constables of the wrath of April, who would possess the majority of votes. Would Chartism be the gainer? But still, say they, is it not good that some Democrats, even though but a few, should become electors? We answer no. If more anti-democrats are made so by the same measure. Where majorities rule, the larger the members who vote, the more difficult is it for the unenfranchised to subvert the will of that majority. 6 million non-electors could sooner wrest their rights from 800,000 electors, than 4 millions could from 3. Indeed, we should lose support, instead of gaining strength. Now, great numbers of the middle class, being unenfranchised, are with us, because they want the vote. Give them the vote, and having all they want we can calculate on their support no longer. The middle-class franchise, instead of planting our soldiers in the citadel of the enemy, would recruit for the enemy in the ranks of our soldiers. But, they contend, it would not be safe to enfranchise all at once. We must take the thing by installments. We must go up the ladder step by step. Even were this so, we have a right to see what kind of installment is, which we are asked to take. We might accept installments, if the installments began at the right end of the social ladder, but instead of beginning at the bottom, they begin at the top. They progress downwards, like their entire system. They give an installment of additional power to the middle class, and want to make us believe they are giving it to us. It is they who seek to overleap the bottom steps of the ladder, not we. It is we who say, begin at the bottom if you are sincere, give the vote not to the next richest, but to the poorest of the poor. If the middle class are afraid of entrusting too many of these with power at once, let them give it in installments if they will, but give it there. The middle class are too powerful already. Their measure adds to that power. All that this does, adds to our weakness. Shopkeeper and professional, clerk and shopman, are represented already. Their class is represented, the working class is not. If they can afford to pay us only by installments, let them give the installments to those among the creditors who have most need of it, and who are these? The poorest. The question, however, rests upon a broader basis still. Are the rich the friends of the poor? Is it feasible to suppose that they really will legislate in the interest of democracy? But little confidence is due to the middle class. As a class, little good, it is to be feared, will flow from. 169. Their cooperation, otherwise than as compelled by circumstance and by self-interest to support us. No doubt some will cry, how illiberal, but that is merely a spurious liberality, which shows itself towards an enemy to the detriment of a friend. It would be better that reform should suffer a delay, than it should be carried by unsafe hands. There would be great doubts of its stability. It is an old trick of oligarchy to take the people's movement out of the people's guidance and even to carry it, for the purpose of retaining sufficient power, influence, and popularity, to subvert it shortly after. Will the people never learn wisdom by experience? This game has been already played so often, and yet, whenever it is reattempted, it succeeds. Let the working man's movement be kept in the working man's hands, and then he will know how the work proceeds and what it leads to. Ought we, therefore, to oppose the middle-class movement? Not so. Some tender conscience would upbraid us as obstructives, though that is a curious kind of philosophy, which would sanction all the obstruction on the one side, and not allow any on the other. What have the middle classes been doing for ages, but obstructing us in the obtainment of the franchise? With what face can they expect our aid? If we did obstruct them, we should only be requiting them in their own coin. Yet, as they have a right to get the vote for the unenfranchised of their own order, let them go on in their own way, as long as they don't assume to speak in our name, to wield our power, or to clothe themselves with our influence. Let them do their work. That is no reason why we should not do ours. Our business is not with them. Let them and the aristocracy fight their battle out. We have no interest to interfere at present. The time may come when we can do so with advantage. It has not come yet. If we oppose the money lords, we help the aristocracy. If we assist them, we oppose ourselves. Crucified between the two thieves of land and gold, what good will it do the people, if they rivet the nails of the one, and loosen the limbs of the other, as long as they themselves still hang on the cross? The middle class wish to fight their battle as cheaply and quickly as possible. It is a battle for the remission of taxation with parliamentary gilding on its financial gingerbread. It is no easy battle, as the protectionist reaction proves, and they cannot afford to wait long. They will be impoverished too rapidly as soon as the ebb of trade shall have begun. But if they are to win the battle quickly and cheaply, they must have the assistance of the masses. They must have Nottingham riots, and Bristol burnings, marshallings in the Bull Ring, and gatherings in the North, as they had in 1830. Who suffered for these events? The people. 170. Who got the credit for the reform? The middle class. Who got the odium of the riot? The people. Who got the fruits of the struggle? The middle class. Who got the dungeons, and banishments, and fines, and scaffolds? The people. Chartists. Will you have the same game played over again? It will be so if you once give way to the torrent, if you once engage in the struggle. If your sympathies, your passions, become enlisted, as they must, when you join in a fierce political contest, you will be drawn away in the vortex. The middle class will speak ultra-democracy, the aristocracy will confound you both in one common abuse and attack. The middle class quarrel will be felt as yours. The middle class will be glad to see, nay, as they did in 1830, will incite you to commit violence, from a twofold reason: 1. It will intimidate their rivals into submission; 2. It will afford them an excuse for not giving you what they promised. The riots they themselves incited for their own quarrel will be held forth as a reason why it would not be safe to grant you political power. They will derive the benefit of the reaction, the same as they will have done that of the excitement. The defeated aristocracy itself will rally around them, on the ground that their class interest is safer if ruled by the middle order than by the democracy, and you will discover, too late, that you are better off while the two robbers of your rights are quarreling among themselves, while their mutual jealousies grudge the popular prey to a rival, that when you have elevated the one supreme, with no division to his power, but full leisure to direct its weight exclusively on you. Therefore, let us abstain from the present contest. Let us employ the time in strengthening ourselves, in making proselytes among the agricultural districts, the Irish, the miners, railway laborers, household servants, and the classes hired by government. If we do this, the middle class will either be obliged to come to our terms through finding that they cannot triumph without us, or they will come out of the contest so weakened and breathless with their long struggle, that we, stepping fresh, strong, and organized upon the field, with no new prejudice against us, no stain of riot on our scutcheon, will be enabled to seize the prize of freedom from the faltering hand of the exhausted liberal. Our day has not yet arrived, but it is not far distant. He is a bad merchant, who sends his goods into the market before the time. In conclusion, look to the unenlightened agricultural mind of the country. Where are your apostles preaching in that wilderness? Where are the tracts that you should scatter, thick as April rain? Where are the fund that should send the missionary through the land and set the presses working for the God of truth? Lal. Blame yourselves if your toiling brethren become the misled prey of the landlord, the parson, and the money-monger. Look to the rural districts. There they lie, those mental deserts, stretching away beneath the drought of ignorance, and thirsting for the dew of knowledge. With you it rests to guide the fertilizing showers across them, and to sow the seed of intelligence we should soon see flourishing in that fallow field, and ripening to the harvest day of freedom. 36 Trades Grievances article in Notes to the People, Volume I, pages 341-4. The acceptance, or rejection of the middle-class alliance was one of the crucial questions with which the Chartist movement was concerned in the years after 1848. Was an agreement with the middle-class radicals upon a reform program more limited than the Charter justifiable, or not? Here, in this article, as elsewhere in these years, Jones argued that because their economic interests were fundamentally opposed, no agreement was possible between the middle and the working-class reformers, and that any such agreement could only work to the detriment of the wage earners. It is gratifying to find that the trades are beginning, here and there, to make use of these pages for giving publicity to their grievances. The want of that publicity, of an organ devoted to this subject, of a cheap weekly organ that shall dedicate itself with all its energy, and on a systematist plan, to the revelation of the grievances of the trades, the relative position of employer and employed, not merely in its theory, but in its actual, present practice, has, I am convinced, long been felt. Too little, far too little attention has been paid to home, and in that home, too little, far too little, to the most important portion of it, to the daily and weekly chronicle of labor. It may be and is essential to know much about the movements of foreign working men, but before men will sympathize in the woes of others, they require some attention to be paid to their own. The working man cares more about the weekly struggles, defeats, and victories of his own order, in his own country, than about those of the various sections of his class rulers, either at home or abroad. No publication, however democratic, can be considered a working man's organ, that does not give the daily history of the working man, and represent, not only the daily progress of his mind, but also the daily progress or retrogression of his actual condition. Our democracy is too theoretical, and not practical enough. Our democratic writings are too discursive, and not historical enough. For instance, the history of one single strike, its origin, its conduct, its history, its failure or success, and the causes. 172. Of either, with the results, conveys a stronger lesson to the mind than the most eloquent address, though filled with the most excellent principles. Again, all exhortations to united action are vain, unless the political reason for, and good of such united action is demonstrated. Such demonstrations can be given only by showing the grievances of each several trade, by tracing them to a common source, and directing them to a common remedy, or, as before said, proving identity of interest, which will surely lead to unity of action. Another good that an organ keeping these points in view would produce is, that it would show the enormity of our present social system to many who are utterly unconscious of it, but who, if once aware of its extent, would themselves shrink from upholding it any longer. Many, again, tolerate it, because they think that system is inevitable. Show them that it is not inevitable, that it can be altered, and many will put their shoulder to the wheel. Others, again, uphold the system, because they think they would be ruined by a change. Show them that they would be benefited by the change, and they will help to produce it. That something may be expected from the small shopkeeping class is granted. They will join us because the decay of their trade will force them to do so, but, without any imputation on them particularly, the moral side of the question is, I fear, the least efficacious, with them, as with all. Self-interest is the moving principle of man. To this you must appeal. It is true that honesty is the best policy. Thus, by a beautiful law of nature, you can identify morality and self-interest, and show a man that his best policy lies in doing what is right. You will be a long way off from showing that to the great capitalist, for the retribution of the evil he is inflicting, is several generations distant if he is allowed to go on unchecked. True, at last, that system which causes the large capitalist to destroy the lesser one, that system of competition, must make the large capitalists destroy each other, but, as observed, that result is remote, and the shopkeeper and working man might be utterly destroyed in the meantime. Not so with the small shopkeeper. He is suffering already. He is beginning already to see that honesty is the best policy, that withholding justice and prosperity from the working man is an injury inflicted on himself, that he feels it in poor's rate and taxation on the one hand, and in the dearth of home trade upon the other. Therefore working man and shopkeeper may unite, and will unite, as soon as the latter ceases to be blind to his true interests. Therefore, the capitalists of all kinds will be our foes as long as they exist, and 173. Carry on against us a war to the very knife. Therefore, they must be put down. Therefore, we must have class against class, that is, all the oppressed on the one side, and all the oppressors on the other. An amalgamation of classes is impossible where an amalgamation of interests is impossible also. Let all those whose interests are identical unite in the same phalanx. Don't trouble your head about the rest. You may preach to them till doomsday, and nothing but force or fraud could make them act in concert, and their cooperation by either of these means would be as worthless as its achievement, by one at least, would be reprehensible. What, therefore, the leaders of democratic movements have to examine, is, how widely can we extend the basis of our operation, which means, in other words, how many classes will be benefited by our success. To all those we may appeal with the certainty of success, sooner or later, according to the rapidity or slowness with which prejudice and ignorance are removed. All beyond that pale are our enemies by the law of nature unconvertible, and therefore not worth the wasting of a single thought or moment. Next, they must consider, are those having an identity of interest on the side of democracy, the stronger, or the weaker portion of the people? Are they the many or are they the few? If they are the few, give up agitation, for even a temporary victory could not result in a sustained triumph. But if they are the many, then go ahead. Success is certain, however often it may be frustrated by mismanagement, pusillanimity, or folly. The result is as certain as that of a mathematical problem. It is a mere calculation of powers and, unless you make a mistake in working out the problem, that calculation can end in but one solution. If you make a mistake, you must begin it over again, that is all. Now, in this country, the basis of operations is very wide. Those having identical interests consist of working men, small shopkeepers, small farmers, soldiers, and policemen. Those having interests opposed to these are landlords, mine owners, factory lords, bankers, usurers, merchants, state church parsons, placemen, great pensioners, and sinecurists, of which latter, with their families, form about 6 millions as opposed to 24 millions. These two portions of the community must be separated, distinctly, dividedly, and openly from each other. Xas akatunst crass all other mode. 174. Of proceeding is mere moonshine. Once achieve this, nay, once turn the balance, and who can doubt the result? That is practical democracy. Self-interest is its leverage, and common sense must be its guide. 37. Don't divide the liberal interest. Editorial in the People's Paper, June 26, 1852. The general election took place in the following month. For the financial reformers, see Introduction, p. 43. Suku is the cry of those who represent no liberal interest to be divided. Such is the cry of those treacherous Manchester Liberals, who have sold themselves to the Whigs, and, for fear that their unholy compact should be exposed and hurled to destruction, raise the hypocritical whine of "Don't divide the liberal interest." What is the meaning of it? It means that no Chartist candidate, no Democrat, no candidate of the working men, should be put forward, lest those twin birds of one feather, the middle-class reformers, and the corrupt and tyrannical Whigs, whose off-handed illegitimate marriage was solemnized by Parson Russell, at his Chesham Chapel, should run the danger of being separated on the polling booths. Labor is to remain unrepresented for fear that a Whig should be divorced from a financial reformer, and the sweet honeymoon should be disturbed. But the old maid of Whiggery, and the young cripple of financial reform, are to be left in undisturbed possession of their political bed, a barren union, from which could spring no young promise of progression and prosperity. Don't divide the liberal interest. Out on such a liberal interest, of which the Whigs are the standard bearers and the representatives. But the cry is, that free trade is in danger, and that by starting a Democratic candidate we run the risk of throwing out a Whig and seating a Tory. Free trade is not in danger, and the Manchester men well know it, but by making free trade an election cry, they hope to blind the people as to their other iniquities and delusions. Free trade is not in danger, but if it were, surely it must be placed in greater danger by returning a Democrat than by returning a Whig. As to the other point, that dividing the liberal interest is the way to let a Tory in, we answer, that a vote for a Whig, and a middle-class reformer, is the surest way of letting a Tory in, for the Whig party is, at last, weaker than the Democratic party, and by selecting the Whig as the weapon with which to fight the Tory, the electors are choosing the weaker weapon of the two. The middle-class reformers and the 175 Democrats are the two strongest parties in the country, and, united, alone capable of beating the Tories. The Whigs are the weakest of all existing parties. To keep the Tories out, the Liberals and Democrats should vote for their own men, for by so doing they use their greatest strength, but by voting for a Whig they are selecting weaker ground, and are certain of being defeated. Divide the liberal interest. Who is guilty of the charge? The men who divided with a Whig. That is division. There is no division on the part of those who keep it pure, intact, and true, around a liberal principle. The middle-class reformers have the sublime effrontery, first, openly to coalesce with the bitterest foes of human progression, and then, because the democracy is not so false-hearted, sordid, and traitorous as themselves, to accuse them of being sold to the Tories on purpose to keep out the Whigs. Those who live in glass houses should not throw stones. To whom are they sold? The men who have sold themselves to the Whigs should not accuse honester men than themselves of being sold to the Tories. It looks very like the act of the boy who tried to hide his own dirtiness by throwing dirt at another. But the duty of democracy is plain: it is to act irrespective of the contending factions and unseduced by those Whig panders, the financial reformers whose vile and treacherous character has now come out in its true light. They may say their object is to keep out the Tory. Fudge! Their object is to keep out the people. They know, as well as we do, that the time for Toryism is gone by, but they think to lure the people away from action by pretending that they are frightened of the Tories. Our answer is ready: we don't care who's in or who is out as long as we are not represented in Parliament ourselves. To us, the Whig's a Tory, and the Tory is a Whig. We care not which gains the day. We are resolved to fight the battle on our own ground, and not on yours, and if financial nondescripts and cotton lord nominees come between us, we must break them down as well and rank all those among the number of our foes. 38 The Barbarians in Britain article in the People's Paper, May 13, 1854. This extract preceded an account of evictions of agricultural labourers in Scotland. Tuesday. Same class is not always the same in all places. It has been the fashion to assert that royalty, aristocracy, and priesthood are much kinder beings now than they were in the Middle Ages. They are not only. 176 Ernest Jones, Chartist. In some places they dare not be so brutal. Royalty, aristocracy, and priesthood never change. Their very essence is fraud, ferocity, and force. Fraud, because their pretensions are a cheat; ferocity, because they maintain them on the sufferings of others; force, because violence alone can uphold what wrong has founded. The only difference to be traced is, that in some places they dare not, at the peril of their lives, do that which they would wish to do in all. Nay, in some cases they find it expedient to stand forth as the champions of the poor. Nowhere is this more apparent than in Great Britain. There the aristocracy has come forward as defenders of the factory operatives. Lord deliver them from all defenders, till they are able to defend themselves. A few generations back the aristocracy harried the very peasantry upon the lands of Kent. They dare not now, but are they better men? No. They have it in their hearts, for they do it where they dare. There are some of the working classes who say, we would sooner be ruled by the Tory than the cotton lord, and go wheedling up to Tory lords and squires who make cat's paws of them by a pretended advocacy of short time. Away with them, Whig and Tory alike, the very best of them are but foes of labour. Why? This very week we expose the Messrs. Joshua and Samuel Fielden, of Todmorden, who by Russian terrorising, prevented their operatives subscribing to the Preston lockout. But this is child's play with what we shall disclose. If you want to see the aristocracy in their true colours, go and visit them, not in the populous districts under the public eye, but trace them in the remoter counties, where, with the parson and lawyer, they have it all their own way still. 39 The Unpaid Magistracy editorial in the People's Paper, September 23, 1854. There is not a greater judicial curse to a community than a set of men who proffer to administer the law for nothing. There are generally an average of nearly 300 members of the House of Commons who are magistrates, and who put themselves to all the trouble of magisterial duties, lazily and infamously performed, for the sake of the power, tyranny, and extortion, which it vests in their order. A red-nosed, corpulent fellow, flustering, blustering, and full of self-importance, but as ignorant as a cart-horse, sits lounging in his library, or some lean, wiry, skinflint factory lord, who has just been robbing his hands, starts up from toast, coffee, and the county paper, to administer justice. Before him is brought the starving outcast, who 177 has stolen a potato or a turnip to save the life of his wife and child. Before him is brought the unhappy slave who has dared to resist agricultural or factory oppression, and thinks that when his employer breaks every law of God and man he may throw up a contract violated already by the party who enforced it. Then, with the toast sticking in his apoplectic throat, the gratuitous dispenser of the laws deals fines and handcracks, bread and water and oakum on all sides, and leaves the armchair in his library where he has been rattling out justice by the ell, for his hunter or his mistress, his bottle or his hounds, or else, as the case may be, to put another screw upon his luckless factory hands. The magistracy of the country should be paid by the people and appointed by the government. Under a class government this gives additional centralization to despotic power. Under a democratic government this is the only guarantee of impartial justice. 40 Britain's duty to her soldiers. Article in the People's Paper, January 13, 1855. The agitation for a soldier's charter was prompted by the gross mismanagement of affairs in the early stages of the Crimean War, although Ernest Jones, as befitting one whose father had been a regular army officer, had long shown for an interest in the soldiers' conditions and life. See above, number 9, p. 99 and section 9 of the program, 1851 Chartist Conference, Appendix 3. War, though made by the rich, and for the rich, falls in its entire burden on the poor. Two things are the staple requisites for making war: paying and bleeding. Blood and money, taxation and death, are the great demands of war. Who supply those demands? The working classes. They find the fighting men, the soldiers are the sons, the brothers of the poor, taken daily from the ranks of toil. True, they are led by young aristocrats and sons of usurers, but these are only a drop amid the great tide of fighting men. Therefore, a natural sympathy should exist between the working man and the soldier. They belong to the same class, and are oppressed and maltreated by the same class. It is equally the working classes who pay for the cost of war. All taxation comes out of the pocket of the working man, and of the small retail shopkeeper dependent on home trade. Though the rich may pay the money, he takes it first from the working man. He takes it in the shape of reduced wages, or of reduced employment. In either sense he saves the money at the expense of the working man. Therefore, as the working classes pay for the war, and as the men who fight belong to their own order, they have a right to see how the men they pay are treated. It is a duty as well as a right. 12. 178. The scandalous neglect, the horrible sufferings of our soldiers in the East, are known to all. That these sufferings are totally unnecessary is proved by the fact that the French troops in the same place are in the enjoyment of every comfort, of good health, and surrounded even by luxuries, without one day of intermission, and this, too, with a mercantile steam navy and transport service far inferior to ours, and 3 times the number of soldiers to supply. The question then lies before us: shall our brother working men, the soldiers of Britain, remain mere food for powder? Shall they be cast away like human dross? Shall they continue mere playthings and victims of aristocratic tyranny and depraved class interests, or shall they be treated like a band of heroic fighters? Shall they be cherished as a portion of the people? Shall they be attached to home and country by the broad bond of popular sympathy and love, and made in heart and soul the army of the nation, instead of the victims of a class? It is, indeed, high time for the people to interfere in behalf of this portion of the people. Our soldiers fancy they are fighting our battles; let us, at least, fight theirs. While they suppose they are fighting for us, let us fight for them. We are struggling for many reforms; let us now especially struggle for reform in the army. Let us teach the world that the soldier is a man, and a man as good as the worthless sprig of aristocracy that tramples on him. Give the army to the soldier, give the army to itself, and take it out of the clutch of aristocratic incompetence and avarice. What are the leading grievances of the British soldier? 1. The soldier, though grey with service and covered with wounds, cannot rise beyond the ranks higher than a non-commissioned officer, a grade he receives or not, just as the caprice of some aristocratic puppy or insolent martinet may please. How is it in the French army? Every man may rise from the ranks to be a Marshal of France. 2. The non-commissioned officer is liable to be reduced to the ranks at the whim of some petty regimental tyrant, whose dirty work he may be too noble and manly to perform, and the grey-headed sergeant, perhaps more capable of commanding a regiment or mansovering a division than 9 colonels or generals out of 10, has to be hectored and bullied by some wretched or licentious boy who has just come from Harrow or Eton to strut with a uniform and sword. How is it in the French army? The officers, having risen from the ranks, are amenable to the public opinion of the army. 179. 3. A fellow, who has never smelled powder in his life, because he is the Honourable Mr. Nincompoop or Lord Augustus Cabbage-Heart, or the son of Scrape-Corner the usurer, buys his commission, purchases grade after grade in the service, and with his dirty money, which perhaps he filched as an army contractor out of cheating the soldiers, obtains the power of tyrannizing over a little host of gallant fellows, breaking their hearts by tyranny, and mutilating their bodies by torture. How is it in the French army? There every man must rise by merit, and any very gross act of favoritism would call forth an explosion of military indignation. For the British soldier is subjected to an outrage that dare not even be applied to German conscripts, the lash, the very mention of which would cause an insurrection in the French army. 5. The soldier is forbidden to marry without leave. If this is right for the soldier, then it is equally right for the officer too. If the private soldier must not marry, neither should the officer. Do you say, the officer can afford to keep a wife, but the private soldier cannot? Then I answer, more's the shame. Pay him so well that he can. If these men are to shed their blood for the homes of others, they have a right to a comfortable home themselves. 6. The soldier, after ruining his health, on the beggarly pittance of a shilling a day, is cast aside, when his years of strength are gone, to shift as best he may, or, perchance, to receive another wretched pittance whereon to linger in old age amid pains, and aches, and wounds. Instead of this, the country should make such provision for the soldier that, after his years of service, he may retire to competence and rest, and, if he likes it, might, like the Romans of old, own a house and land in the country which he defended. I have touched on only a few of the salient grievances of the soldier. These should be removed. These can be removed, if the people choose it. Let us show the army that the people feel for them, that the working men of Britain are determined that justice should be done the soldier, that we will compel aristocracy and moneyocracy to loose the grasp upon the soldier's throat, and that the British warrior shall at least be as free and as well treated as the French one. Let us, therefore, demand of our troops, free promotion, by merit, from the ranks, to the highest grades of the service, compulsory service in the ranks for a stated period for everyone, be he the son of a prince. Even the despotic armies of continental Europe have respected this law, the abolition of the lash, the abolition of the vile system of promotion by purchase, the equalization of the regulations relating to marriage, so that the officer may have no privilege. 180. Denied to the private soldier, a commensurate reward after the period of service has expired. To effect this, we must petition Parliament with sufficient numbers. The army will hear of it, the army will rejoice at it, the legislature cannot refuse what the people demands for the army, and the army claims from the people. If you have any regard for the dignity and the honor of our army in the eyes of the French legions, if you have any feeling for the British soldier, if you have any desire to make the army what it ought to be, the defender and friend of the port, instead of the plaything and tool of the aristocracy, if you have any regard for justice, for the soldiers and for yourselves, then, fellow countrymen, set to work. Form committees forthwith in every town and village, for the express purpose of convening and regulating public meetings, whereat petitions shall be adopted, embodying the points noticed above. Do not trifle with this matter, do not delay it. You profess to have confidence in this journal and its conductor, it is no use having confidence in the honesty and judgment of a man, if you do not follow his advice. This is my advice. I devote all my time to watching and analyzing the course of events, and drawing thence the deductions I conceive beneficial to the popular interest, and most urgently, most seriously do I now advise you to adopt the course here recommended. Let the very next number of this journal contain the notice of preparation for this important movement. Do not let us tamely sit by any longer and see our noble soldiers murdered, and treated like beings of an inferior order all the time. Above all, let these meetings be carried out with suitable dignity. Let them not be hole and corner slovenly gatherings. Let them be duly announced with all possible publicity. Gather subscriptions beforehand to defray the expenses. Let your cry be, reform in the army, and justice to the soldier. Let the petition be well drawn up and properly engrossed on parchment, before the meeting begins. Any place requiring information with regard to the matter, need but write to the office of this journal. This is a business letter, but it is a most important one. No bickering, no division among the ranks of labor need interfere with the due prosecution of this momentous measure. But one additional advice I would emphatically give you: keep the movement in the hands of the working classes. Let others help as much as they like, but remember soldiers are working men, and therefore working men have a right to look after the interests of soldiers. 181. 41. The Whiskered Wonder article in the People's Paper, March 31, 1855. The year 1855 saw a many-sided attack upon aristocratic privilege and political monopoly, an attack which, in its immediate cause, was a result of the shocking mismanagement of the war in the Crimea. The Chartist left in particular, regarded Henry John Temple, 3rd Viscount Palmerston, as one of the main enemies of democratic progress, both at home and abroad. In this they were at one with Marx, who saw Palmerston as the centerpiece of the ruling class politics of the period, and who devoted 8 long articles in the People's Paper, October-December 1853, towards his exposure. This later article from Jones's pen reproduces many of the arguments and the actual quotations used by Marx in the 1853 articles. The greatest rogue is often the most popular man, the very person who is doing his utmost to betray the people, and who, to the keen observer, shows his villainy at every word and act, is, by the general public, too frequently considered the most devoted patriot. In some persons, turning renegade once damns a man forever. Another person may rat every day, and yet be considered more honest after each dishonesty. The sincerest protestations of one man will not be trusted, but another may openly tell you he is your enemy, and with incredible infatuation, you will persist in considering him your friend. One man, for contradicting himself once, will forfeit confidence forever. Another man may contradict himself every day, and be esteemed a miracle of consistency. Such is the case with Henry John Temple, Viscount Palmerston. Rat, renegadize, shift, change as he will, he has ever been a people's man. Let who will go in or out, he has ever been a man in office. Under every shade of political administration, Tories and Whigs, Conservatives and Liberals, Manchester and St. James, the whiskers of the dandy of diplomacy have been seen sprouting on the Treasury bench, and gently waning from their bright luxuriance to the great twilight of ultimate extinction. There he has been, since 1807. There he is again, and this time at the top of the official ladder. And what are the great questions now agitating the country? 1. The reform of the army, embracing promotion from the ranks, abolition of the purchase system, banishment of the lash, and other essential points. 2. Secret diplomacy, the mantle beneath which oligarchy hides its dagger before it stabs. 3. Liberty to the oppressed nationalities. 4. Abolition of that intolerant and plundering monopoly, the established church. 5. Extension of the franchise. 182. Now, then, how stands our noble Palmerston on these points? Let us judge him by his own showing, let us measure him by the standard he has himself erected. 1. Army reform. Is he the man from whom we can expect it, or who ought to be entrusted for one moment with power under such an expectation? What is a further disgrace and shame? The use of the lash. Of this Lord Palmerston is an enthusiastic admirer. The lash is his universal military remedy. He defended it in the debates on the Mutiny Bill, he declared it absolutely indispensable, he urgently recommended it, he rose in fervent support of it. And this is the minister under whom people are taught to expect reform in the army. 2. Secret diplomacy in him has its fountainhead and champion. 3. Liberty for the oppressed nationalities. Lest there should be any mistake as to his present views, we repeat his words uttered in the House of Commons last week: the Austrian government know now, and have known all along, that the government of Great Britain would consider it a great misfortune to Europe if Hungary were separated from the Austrian Empire. Mark well these words: the Austrian government have known all along, so that all along, even during the great Hungarian struggle, the treasonable British government were intriguing with Austria against the liberties of Hungary and Europe. Note that expression down, and note it well. What think you now of Palmerston? 4. The state church monopoly and religious liberty. How feels R. Palmerston upon these points? He voted against the repeal of the Test and Corporation Acts, and strenuously and constantly opposed it. But the genial reformer voted for Catholic emancipation. Why did he support it? Because Catholic emancipation was to be the remedy for Irish grievances, to cure absenteeism, and to prove a substitute for poor laws. 5. The extension of the franchise. Lord Palmerston is the most inveterate enemy of giving the vote to working men. True, he joined the reform movement, but when that movement had grown irresistible, he deserted the Tories, and ratted to the Whigs, and actually patronized the extension of the franchise to large towns like Birmingham, Leeds, and Manchester. But why, we ask again? His own words shall answer. Not because I am a friend to reform in principle, but because I am its decided enemy. 183. And why did he show his enmity by supporting the Reform Bill? Because he was of opinion that timely concessions to the manufacturing interest might be the surest means of escaping the introduction of general reform. This is what we have ever told you, that installments of the franchise are the greatest barriers in the way of universal suffrage, that they are a step away from it, instead of towards it. A partial extension of the franchise takes away a portion of the power of pressure from without, and increases the power of resistance from within the pale of the Constitution. The more numerous the electors are, and the less numerous the non-electors are, the smaller chance have the latter for compelling the former to concede them their rights. Palmerston understood all this, and therefore supported reform, because, in his own words, he was its determined enemy. Such is Palmerston, in reference to the great principles that now agitate the public mind. His votes and words on the labor question are too recent to need a comment. He is the inveterate enemy of legal protection to labor from unjust combination laws, overwork, frame rent extortion, fines, abatements, rapine and reduction of wages, truck shop plunder, and that endless catalogue of plunder by which those curses of this beautiful earth, our manufacturing employers as they are called, ruin and destroy the working population. Such, we repeat, is Palmerston, and still he is Prime Minister. Still he enjoys a rest of popularity, despite open and avowed truculence of reactionary policy, despite betrayals and contradictions, renegadism and political iniquities, such as have been displayed by hardly any other man. No base act has government perpetrated, but in it Palmerston had a leading figure. No good act have the people extracted, but against it Palmerston played a leading part, and yet there he sits, with all the halo of popularity still clinging around him. Those whiskers have braved the battle and the breeze of faction for 50 years out of his 73, and still they loom and glitter on the Treasury bench. Still the flippant tone and jaunty air command the ear of Parliament, and impose on the credulity of the people. Had any man done or said 100th part the harm, he would have been plunged into political annihilation long ago. Not so with Palmerston, who in the annals of successful diplomatic villainy, will long be remembered as the whiskered whomper of the Treasury bench, and the last great champion of aristocratical monopoly in England. 184. 42 To the inhabitants of Nottingham. Election address at Nottingham, the People's Paper, March 14, 1857. This was the first occasion that Jones stood for Nottingham, O'Connor's old constituency. At this election he polled 614 votes. In 1859, when he stood again, his vote declined to 191, a decrease which he attributed to the libel-louse attacks made on him in Reynolds' newspaper and for which he successfully sued the proprietor, G.W.M. Reynolds, in July 1859. Erectors and non-electors, in coming before you pursuant to a pledge given on 2 former occasions, as a candidate for the representation of your borough, I am spared the necessity of alluding to several matters, on which one less known to you would have to enlarge. As regards the franchise, I am an advocate for the People's Charter. In commerce, I am a supporter of free trade. In religion, of religious independence, which cannot exist without separation of church and state, a measure that even churchmen ought to embrace, if they really value the dignity and character of their establishment. In foreign policy I am a friend of peace, when peace is consistent with honor. In domestic policy I strenuously advocate increased liberty of municipal action, as opposed to those centralising tendencies which have become so marked of late. A thorough reform on our ecclesiastical and chancery courts, and a reduction in our national expenditure. But there is one point on which I specially solicit your suffrages, it is, that my utmost energies shall be directed to removing that burden of misery which crushes labor and destroys home trade, a burden for the removal of which no statesmanlike attempt has yet been made, and for which emigration is no effectual remedy. For emigration, if conducted on the voluntary system, sends out of the country the small floating capital that gives employment and makes trade, thus leaving the poor behind, and taking the more affluent away. If conducted by government aid, it not only sends capital out of the country, but burdens the people with additional taxation, thus making 2 paupers that you may remove one. I therefore say, what we spend for labor's relief let us spend where it will do most good in our own country. If a man can cultivate the waste of Australia, he can more easily cultivate the waste of England. There, the cost of transit is added; here, it is saved. There, he gives no impulse to home trade; here, every shilling spent in stocking his farm and maintaining his family gives employment to more working men, and custom to the shopkeeper. There, we turn the colonist into a competitor; here, we make him a customer. There, he cheapens wages, and 185. Facilitates competitive manufacture; here, he gives a stimulus to manufacture and home trade. America only needs cheap labor to drive us from the markets of the world. Englishman, keep your labor at home, as long as you have an uncultivated acre of good land to place it on. You have 30 million acres uncultivated, of which at least 15 millions are equal to the average now under cultivation, besides many millions of pasturage, more than are required for the maintenance of our sheep and cattle. Here are the means for solving the great problems of today: how to stop the increase of non-employment, how to reduce rates and taxes, and how to raise wages and home trade. Send me to Parliament and I will have this question fairly and fully tried. It has never been touched on yet. I advocate no visionary or impracticable scheme. I say of land tenure in general, let the land be a marketable commodity, the same as wool or cotton, coal or iron. Let it come into the market as unfettered as these products. At present it cannot; it is locked up by the aristocratic laws of primogeniture, settlement, and entail. Repeal these, and it would pass into the market as freely as any other property. It would no longer be isolated in huge, inapproachable masses, but be easily accessible to the small capitalist, and by these means a vast stimulus would at last be given to production, employment, and home trade. I say of the uncultivated land in particular, let us make, at least, an experiment on a moderate scale of placing our surplus labor upon them. Let us take, say, 2 counties, one agricultural and one manufacturing, and see the effect produced in these. Happy the county, where the experiment is first made, for great would be the prosperity diffused through the shopkeeping and working classes. Aristocratic monopoly keeps you from this great remedial measure. Men of Nottingham, help me to have it realized. Common sense must tell you it is an absurdity and a shame that with 30 million acres of uncultivated land, and many millions besides in pasturage more than are wanted for this purpose, there should be idle hands, dear food, low wages, and bad trade. Erectors and non-electors, I would remind you in conclusion, that I have long been pledged to become a candidate for your borough, that there is no other Liberal in the field except one of your sitting members, and that, if the Liberal interest be divided, it will not be through me, but through any other candidate who may, after me, enter the field, to interfere with the unanimity of your votes. Yours faithfully, Ernest Jones. 143, Strand, London. March 11, 1857. 186. 43 Mr. Bright and his Reform Bill article in the Chartist Circular, No. 9, November 13, 1858. The Chartist Circular was the weekly report of the executive of the National Charter Association. In this article Jones was attacking John Bright, who had just made the first of a series of reform speeches in Birmingham, October 27 and 29. With these speeches, which were continued in Edinburgh, Manchester, Glasgow, and Bradford, Bright was endeavouring to make parliamentary reform a major issue in the next session of Parliament. It was in the last speech at Bradford that Bright detailed his reform proposals, and, as Jones predicted in the article printed below, his main points were household suffrage for boroughs and the £10 limit for counties. Tuesday reform cause has, by the middle classes, been confined to the hands of Mr. Bright, and Mr. Bright does not tell us what he means to do with it. He expresses himself as a sanctioner of manhood suffrage, and at the same time he tells us it is not manhood suffrage he means to embody in his measure. As there are divers opinions in the country, he informs us that a reform bill should be contracted so as to effect a compromise between all those opinions. John Bright therefore, has at once, and openly, proclaimed himself the disciple of expediency. He is not a leader, but a follower, of public opinion, not a teacher, but a man needing to be taught. Neither is he the follower of one opinion he knows not which to follow. He is a halter between many stools, and, confessedly, knows not upon which to sit. This is a good reason why he should be taught. This is a plain evidence that he must be led. I do not blame John Bright for this. It is not his fault if he is not the master spirit of the age. It is not his fault if he cannot comprehend the popular thought incarnated, and presented, great, embodied, and invincible before the world. It is not his fault if he is one of those secondary spirits, whom circumstances lift a while to notoriety, and who are sure to drop into obscurity, when the first phase of agitation, the hour of discussion, awakening, and doubt, shall have passed. It would be, however, a gross error of the people if they took the plated brummagem of politics for genuine ore. Neither do I blame the middle class for making him their leader. He was, for them, the best that they could get. Shallow in his policy, mistaken in his logic, he fully represents the men who follow him. His commercial philosophy is based upon the common fallacy of the class, and he talks of that wealth which permeates all classes of the people, not confined to great proprietors and great merchants, and great and successful speculators, not remaining in a stream merely down your great streets, but turning in fertile-leasing rivulets in every by-street and every alley. The nearly exploded fallacy is at the bottom of this, that the rich 187 create the means of the poor, instead of the poor creating the means of the rich, that, in fact, capital creates labor, instead of labor creating capital. It is not the river that flows into the rivulet but the rivulet that flows into the river. It is the alley that makes the street, not the street that makes the alley. It is that which is taken from the court and the lane, that makes the terrace and the square of the great city. John Bright reasons from the point of view that the rich are the providence of the poor, and, as we shall see, his politics are tinged by the assumption. Bright's foreign policy equally embodies the commercial idea, but here again based upon a fallacy. It is Manchester transplanted to Birmingham, but dressed in a Quaker garb. Manchester believes in buying and selling, and it believes in little else. It will spread Christianity if it can sell Bibles, or give away Bibles, as city hosiers give away guides to London, if the Bibles will sell calicos. Their Christianity is a cheap advertising scheme of their shops, their missionaries are the touters of their wares. Can it then be wondered at, that these men should be in favor of peace, peace at any price, when that peace brings profits to their counters? As an embodiment of Manchester, John Bright proclaims himself accordingly. But then he remembers he is in Birmingham. Manchester in Birmingham somewhat alters its aspect, gets hardened by gunmetal and blackened by gunpowder, and accordingly its representative drops some of his peace habiliments, and says he is not opposed to large armaments, when needed, and he admits we should defend our coasts and confines. But here he takes untenable ground, since if we have a right to defend ourselves when attacked, we have a right to prevent the attack itself, and if a fleet were assembled at Kronstadt to invade us, we have a right to seek that fleet in Kronstadt, and destroy it, before its strength becomes invincible. This follows from his premise, and he cannot gainsay the conclusion. If so, the line between defensive and aggressive war is difficult to make, since an apparently aggressive war may in reality be a defensive one, and the question of the morality of war is virtually given up. But I repudiate the narrow limits he assigns. I maintain that the foreign policy of a country should be guided by higher and nobler aims. I contend that it's the duty of the strong to protect the weak, to shield the innocent, and punish the guilty. I assert that if France were now to bombard Lisbon, invade Portugal, and try to enslave her, it would be the duty of any and every powerful nation to assist the imperiled. I insist that if a set of sanguinary tyrants were to conspire against continental Europe and seek to overwhelm its nations with a deluge of blood and pillage, and if England's arm could stay the torrent, and liberate those nations, it 188 would be England's duty to pour her blood as freely for the cause of liberty as she has done hitherto for that of tyranny, and I aver that this would be the soundest and safest policy, for every invasion of despotism abroad is an attack upon our liberties at home. No, John Bright, I join with you in your denunciation of the foreign policy of past governments, with you I repudiate and execrate the wars we have engaged in, with you I look on war itself as a calamity, but there may be a foreign interference that is justified, as well as one that is unjustifiable, and great a calamity as war may be, there are calamities that are far, far greater, and for which war may prove the painful but the salutary remedy. Your policy of non-intervention, your policy of perpetual peace, is a letter of marque to every accepted privateer, an act of impunity for every anointed brigand, a sanction of slavery, and a repudiation of the rights of nations. As might have been expected, the hue that tinges Bright's commercial and foreign policy is deeply spread through that he frames for home. With him, the franchise is a cry, but a vague cry only. He says the suffrage is the people's right, but he will not give it. No franchise is too broad for him, but he will not grant it. He is in favor of manhood suffrage, but he turns his back on those who are the same, and lifting himself from the broad bosom of the people, against whose beating heart he pressed in Birmingham, he goes to a petty London coffee house, and there, amid a pettier clique, where doting incapables were assembled in scant numbers to crown him king of nothingdom, fears even to pledge himself to them, and hints at a reform bill narrower still than theirs. This much for the ability and consistency of the leader of the middle classes. I now come to the actual measure which he may be expected to propound. It is a ratepayer's suffrage, a household suffrage at the most, unless the unmistakable opinion and power of the masses should yet sway and alter the opinion of the Birmingham leader. A rating suffrage, a house suffrage, is no suffrage for the people. Under a rating clause, under household suffrage, the household landlords may disfranchise their hands at will. Such a franchise places the thing which qualifies the working man elector in the hands and keeping of his employer. That is not a safe state of things. I am to hold a vote through possession of a certain article, a house, for which rates are paid, and whether I shall hold that article long enough to be a voter or not, depends entirely on the very man against whose views it is probably my interest to vote. You may dignify this franchise by the name of municipal or parochial, or by 189. Whatever other name you please, it remains the same, a delusion and a snare. With such franchise, the ballot would be almost a nullity, for the great bulk of the working classes would be deprived of that vote which the ballot is meant to screen. But a greater vice than this remains to be exposed. Mr. Bright has identified himself with the Guildhall Committee, and that has pronounced in its programme for £10 county voting. I would sooner see the county constituencies as they are, than thus extended. £10 votes would actually strengthen the aristocracy. Give £10 votes to the counties, and you nullify the household votes of boroughs. £10 houses in counties don't belong to working men. Not a working man would be enfranchised there by the measure. But what would be enfranchised? A class far more dependent on the landlords than the present electors. Such a measure would be surrendering the counties entirely into the hands of the aristocracy, and, by widening their basis of representation, would strengthen them in such a way as would enable them to counterbalance any advantage that the borough population might obtain. Such is the reform bill which Mr. Bright appears about to introduce. Working men. Is that your leader? Do you sanction that? Will you permit that? The men of Birmingham never applauded that, never cheered that, never expected that. It was manhood suffrage they cheered in John Bright, not compromise, expediency, and betrayal. They cheered fine axioms, such as "the nation lives in the cottage, let us have no hypocritical measure, a good bill, or no bill at all." But they know that large words often cover little measures, and they will have an eye upon the new reform bill and its author. I caution you and them, also, not to be led off the true scent by party cries. It is easy to denounce the aristocracy, it is easy to raise a class crusade against them, and it may also be easy under cover of that cry, amid the dust of that crusade, to establish the ascendancy of another class, as baneful to the rights of labor as any territorial aristocracy that ever lived. We are not going to depose aristocracy, merely that the millocracy may be enthroned instead. Let us hear less denunciations of a class, and more proclamation of a people's rights, more about the people, and less about the peers, and let Mr. Bright be unmistakably and universally told that the working classes of this country will accept no measure, and help in no measure, short of manhood suffrage, which is the sword of liberty, and the ballot, which is her shield. 190 Earnest. Jones, Chartist. The Trade Unions 44. The Policy of Truth article in Notes to the People, Volume IL, pages 860-2. This, and the extract which follows, were prompted by the struggle of the Amalgamated Society of Engineers in 1852. The ASE had officially requested the abolition of overtime and piecework in November 1851, and had instructed their members to refuse these practices after December 31, 1851. The engineering employers countered with a lockout in the first week of January 1852. In April 1852 the ASE General Executive Council admitted defeat and voted for a return to work. Jones attacked the conduct of affairs by the ASE, arguing that a policy of isolated struggle could never bring any lasting gain to any section of the working class. These two extracts show Jones at his most sectarian, and illustrate the weaknesses in his political thinking at this time, in that he failed to understand the crucial importance of the trade unions in the working class movement as a whole. Honesty is the best policy. Old proverb. How few people can understand the policy of truth. How many, even among its more sincere admirers, who recognize the truth, are afraid to speak it, because is it not politic? Now, I hold, that nothing is ever half as politic. Not for the individual, I grant you, he is generally the sacrifice, but for the cause of human progress. What follows from all this, that it is the best policy for the Chartist body to speak the truth to all parties, sects, and associations. But, say some, why speak at all? There is time for everything, it is not always the time to speak the truth. I say it always wants the time. To conceal the truth is to tell a lie, for it is allowing others to tell it with impunity. Nay, the tacit permission of a lie in others is the more guilty of the two. The man who lies may have some tinge of boldness in the venture, the man who lets him lie, adds to the virtual falsehood the deep taint of moral cowardice as well. 'Tis the doctrine of fearing to tell the truth, of temporising, of expediency, of LRGS, that has brought the Chartist movement where it is, and nothing but a reversal of that policy can lift it up again. It is out of this slough of falsehood and prevarication that I, for one, am endeavoring to raise the people's cause. In so doing, the enemies daily increase, the difficulties hourly thicken. Of course they do. When you assail the darling pet error of a party, you might with greater impunity put your head into a hornet's nest, especially if self-interest is arrayed as well upon the side of prejudice and folly. But never mind. However thick the clouds, there is a sun beyond. This doctrine of expediency is especially active in reference to the cooperative and trades movements, and most particularly as regards the amalgamated iron trades. I. One or two of our oldest and best Chartists, of our truest Democrats, and of my most respected and kindest friends, write, leave them alone. They will find out their error by and by. If you meddle with them, and they should fail, the failure will be laid at your door. It is being reported all about that you are paid by the employers to write the engineers down, and to set the laborers against them. If not for your own sake, at least for the sake of democracy, say nothing more about them. If you won't write in their favor, and call for public support, at least say nothing. The words, for the sake of democracy, might well cause doubt, fear, and pain, if I acted on impulse instead of on mature reflection and conviction. The question is this: will you let the working classes fall out of one fallacy into another, and exhaust their strength, without warning them? Oh, but they'll find out their error of themselves, by and by. I know they will, and then will be the time to go and speak to them, and show them the remedy: political power. Will it's when they are so reduced and powerless that they are no longer able to help themselves. Much good in showing them the remedy, when they have dissipated their resources, and when their minds and bodies are broken down by poverty and starvation. Much good in showing them the remedy, when they are no longer able to apply it. That's what expediency policy comes to. Look at Ireland. The best policy is Tuesday truth. Now, it being an established and admitted fact, a fact that its cleverest advocates have not been able to refute, that trades unions are a perfect fallacy, and that no cooperative movement can raise the working classes under our present system, and since it therefore follows that the people exhaust their strength, and play into the hands of their enemies by running after such delusions, I ask, is the best policy to let them do so? No. Common sense says, it is the duty of every right-thinking and honest man to warn the victim running blindfold to destruction. Let us now come to the more immediate question of the hour, the case of the iron trades. It is said, by following out the same policy here, you estrange from them public support. It is a struggle of labor against capital. Without public support labor cannot stand. Will you therefore assist the victory of capital? This is a very specious way of putting the case. My answer is as follows: the victory of capital is certain, it don't want my assistance, it needs nothing but itself. The course the iron trades are pursuing must end in defeat. Consequently, all their efforts will be wasted. The more assistance they receive, the greater the waste of popular. 192. Resources. If after being warned and cautioned, as they have been, they straight will go on and destroy themselves, on their own heads be the responsibility. I refuse to share it, by supporting them, or by the guilt of a tacit connivance. But, if they have a right to ruin themselves, they have not a right to ruin others. If they choose to leap down the Kersian Gulf, they have no business to make other trades the horse they ride. Now, unquestionably, the decree of the employers is one of the most barefaced acts of social tyranny ever attempted. But, because the employers of the iron trades are knaves, is that any reason why their leaders should make the men foots? What do I want, then? Do I propose that the men should submit to such tyranny without resistance? Nothing of the sort. What I want is, that they should resist in the right way, in the way likely of obtaining a successful issue. Suppose the iron trades met together, and said, "We are determined no longer to submit to the tyranny of our masters. To argue with them is of no use. To compete with them is hopeless, they have too much money. To combine against them is vain, for between combination law, hunger law, and surplus law, they will beat us down. Therefore, we must change the whole system. This we can do only by changing the system makers, therefore we will join the political union of the working classes." Suppose they had done this, suppose their meetings had been for the charter, suppose their subscriptions had been devoted to the charter fund, a shower that would have raised up crops of democracy from one end of the country to the other. Suppose one shout had burst from their great gatherings: political power, the sovereignty of the people. Suppose the human machinery they command in Lancashire and London had been set in motion simultaneously for this great purpose, and at this crisis of parliamentary reform what a reverberation it would have caused throughout the land! What terror it would have stricken in employers! Why, men, overtime and piecework would have been joyfully conceded by the masters, anything to knock up the movement, anything to stifle the great cry which should burst the death knell of monopoly upon the ear of time. And all this you have foregone, all this you have wrecked and wasted by your most egregious folly. And will you tell me I am to stand silent by, in cowardly connivance, and that this is the best policy? 193. Perhaps you may say, but, would not the masters have turned you off the same for the political combination as for the social one? I tell you turi dare nor. In the one case, you would have had the people at your back, in the other, you find yourselves alone. The low-paid trades sympathize not with the haughty aristocracy of labor that has spurned them. The other high-paid trades, like yourselves, are too selfish to extend a hand where they do not feel the pain direct. I repeat, the masters dared nor have braved the war. Strikes and co-operations they can meet, because you have not the money for it they have, but political combination they cannot resist, because they have not the numbers for it, and you have. It would take millions upon millions to wage a social war with them. A few thousands can carry a political movement through its widest ramification. They dared not have turned you adrift for political organization, for the very weapon, poverty, that beats you now, in your social struggle, would have been your strength, and they know it. The very appearance of 30,000 political martyrs in the streets would have shaken the reaction bill of Russell, and roused the dormant mind of every working man. Oh, how you have played into the hands of government, ye co-operators, unionists and amalgamated iron trades. Of course I know that abuse is the reward for trying to catch politically the eyes of the socially blind. But what then? I know that it may, possibly, set one portion of the working classes against the other. But, that battle will have to be fought, and the sooner it is fought the better. By raising the discussion truth cannot lose, and democracy must gain. Those that are not with us are against us. The high-paid trades recruited the constabulary ranks of 1848, within their meetings and councils. Political topics are forbidden. If we remain silent, how can we hope to change them? Their barrier of class prejudice and ignorance must be broken down, and how can you hope to break it down, if you don't batter it in the breach? The ordinary course of public meetings, tracts, and lectures has been tried and failed. They won't attend the one, or read the other. We have kept aloof from them for years, and what have we gained? Are they one jot nearer to us than before? No. They are farther off. They won't come to us. What then remains? To force ourselves in aim on Tuesday. Like the early Christians, go, unbidden, in their midst, carrying the gospel of truth right in face of their lurid torch of opposition, and speak its message through the savage yells of their arena. We have stood aloof in timid modesty too long. Truth is not merely a garrison, she is a storming. 13. 194. Force as well. In and at them to rout them out of errors, and to lead them nobly captive to the truth. A gentleman from Leeds asks, why attack working men's movements? Are there no capitalistic tyrannies and governmental wrongs worth assailing? I answer, plenty, and we assail them, too. But there are no evils so dangerous to working men as those which spring among themselves, and from this simple reason, because the others they can be roused against easily, but to those which originate in their own ranks, they are wedded by partiality, prejudice, and a mistaken notion of self-interest, and it is useless to assail the corruption that is without, until we have eradicated the corruption that is within. Therefore, every sincere reformer ought to war, as his first duty, against the mistakes in the popular ranks ere he assails the evils inflicted on it by others. 1 point more, it is said, I am setting the laborers against the skilled mechanics, the low-paid trades against the high-paid. Do we fight against class government? Well, then, there is class government in our own ranks, and we ought to fight against it, too. Do we fight against aristocratic privilege? Well, then, there is aristocratic privilege of the vilest dye among the high-paid trades, and we ought to fight against it, too. Truth is the best policy. The aristocracy of labor must be broken down the same as other aristocracies. If you don't, when you have established democracy, these men will carry the reaction. 45. The Iron Trades. Article in the Notes to the People, Volume IL, p.976. See above, number 44, pp 190. Day by day this unfortunate union is drawing nearer to its ruin, owing to the reckless obstinacy and short-sightedness of its leaders and the prejudice of the men that would not grant a partial and patient hearing to those who were prepared in a friendly spirit to submit to them the arguments in favor of a different line of policy. The monopolies of these societies and unions, with their dictatorial trade regulations towards their poorer fellow workmen, have been some of the most oppressive, unjust, and tyrannical on record. They have estranged the feelings of the many, who were unable or not permitted, to enter their privileged and aristocratic circle. They have been the fruitful seminary of that worst of all aristocracies, the aristocracy of labor. They were hated by those beyond there. 195. Pale, and it is owing to this, as well as to the fearful labor surplus, the master class find plenty of men eager and willing to supersede those haughty brothers, who look down on them so imperiously, as pariahs beneath a privileged caste. These are hard words, but they are true. And why do we urge them now? Are not the iron trades falling fast enough? Without our helping them, we regret their fall, we deplore the fallacies of their leaders, we deplore the fact that so many should have succumbed, but, we say, bitter as is the experience, good will, we trust, accrue out of the evil. It will teach other trades in future, how foolish and how vain are all unionistic attempts, how useless are cooperative efforts under the present governmental system of our nation. We therefore say, at this, the critical time, all trades unions are lamentable fallacies, whether they embrace 1,000 men, or 1,000,000. All cooperative efforts are waste, misdirection of time, means and energy, under our present governmental system. 46. Emigration and the Labor Surplus. Editorial in the People's Paper, August 28, 1852. Jones consistently opposed the palliative of emigration, against the overwhelming opinion of the trades, who accepted it as one means of removing the surplus from the labor market, and therefore of raising wages. Monopody has hit upon a new scheme. Ever cautious, wary, and watchful, it knew that danger was pending, that there were jarring elements at work, threatening its quiet. The large industrial army of England has been most patient and enduring. It has long relied upon the big promises of powerful agitators. Hope has been the anchorage of its indignation. It has yearned much, and struggled little, as yet, for its own emancipation. Palliatives after palliatives have been applied, and they have succeeded, for the time, in allaying the turbulence of the wronged. Small measures must, of necessity, have small effects. It is no use tinkering with an evil, it must be thoroughly cured. The present scheme of emigration, which is the most prominent one of the day, is another palliative. It is monopoly's God send its safety valve. The labor surplus is too great even for those that enrich themselves by it. It will become discontented, noisy, riotous, perhaps even revolutionary. Man cannot live upon bread alone, therefore, free trade, the great pacifier, fails to make this land of ours a home of comfort for 196. Its people, that is, for the veritable workers, the really useful of society. The rich, they bask in the pure sun of incessant luxury, unmindful of the general woe. But the masses that toil from morn till night find no change, no pleasure, no relief, in this, the land of their birth. There is a golden region to which they may repair, if they think fit. There, where there are ample fortunes in perspective for them, it is an attraction for them which they can hardly withstand. The dark gloom that hangs upon them here, the dull round of monopoly that makes time an incubus upon their existence, makes change of any description acceptable. So thousands weekly emerge from the dread precincts of the capitalists' hells to seek a refuge and home in the antipodes. Nothing can be more imprudent, for nothing is so well calculated to perpetuate the reign of despotism. It is not brave to flee from the work that must naturally devolve upon Englishmen, sooner or later, viz. that of struggling against the oppression of the people. And alas! for those who do, they meet but the disappointment of their ill-founded hopes. Many an epoch has been chronicled, in which the valor of Englishmen has figured nobly, which has shed a halo upon our name, and which has given a luster to the immortality of departed heroes. It behoves us to work to win in our own land's freedom. We have built up palaces for others, we have fortified others in their world of riches. Can we do nothing for ourselves? Are there no sturdy, liberty-loving souls panting at this hour for redress and right? Has the genius of England's patriotism departed, and is it now but a byword? We hope not, from our heart of hearts. We supplicate the tyrant-scourged pallid workers to work out their own mission, viz. to leave their country better than they found it. England belongs to Englishmen, then wherefore quit it? Wherefore leave it in the hands of land monopolists and money jobbers? Brace up your energies and work at home. That you do not better your condition, you who emigrate, the daily revelations from the colonies affirm, that you do not better the condition of those that remain here, is vouched for by the still proportionably increasing surplus, the drafted thousands from the railroads, the machinery in agriculture, the steam power in Ireland, and the consequent displacement of labor, more rapid than the banishment of labor's sons. Nay, you weaken our chances at home, you take from us numbers and leave us still starvation. 197. 47. The lockout, the lock and the key, and the hand to turn it. Article in the People's Paper, November 5, 1853. The Preston lockout originated with a strike in some textile mills early in September 1853. On September 15 the employers announced a lockout until all those on strike had returned to work. The struggle lasted for 7 months and received the sympathy and financial support of working-class organizations from all over the country. A total of £105,165.12. 9d was collected and distributed among the 8 committees representing the various trades of the cotton industry involved. Tuesday aspect of the strikes and the lockout is assuming the serious feature of a kind of social war. Under these circumstances, we ought to examine the relative power of the contending parties. With a sufficient amount of union, the working men must prove invincible. If it once comes to a fair array of the master class against the employed class, of the rich against the poor, we know what the issue will be. Let us trace the progress of such a struggle. The masters of Preston close their mills against their hands. The latter receive support from Bacup, Pottiham, Bury, etc. The masters of these towns throw their hands, also, out of employment, to prevent succour flowing to the men of Preston. What then? The wider the lockout spreads, the wider the sympathy should spread also. If the other towns of Lancashire come to the rescue, the men are still as unconquered as ever. Can the masters lock up their mills in these, too? Can they lock out all Lancashire? We think not. But, if they do, what then? There is Yorkshire still. Let the factory hands of Yorkshire be aroused to universal sympathy, and the men of Lancashire are unconquered still. Can the masters lock out all Yorkshire too? The step would be rather critical. It would be a strong lock and a large key that would keep all Lancashire and Yorkshire from sustenance and food. We warn the masters that it would be a dangerous experiment. But, if they did it, what then? There is the Midland and the South, there is Scotland and the West, there are factory hands in Derby and Nottingham, in Leicester and Norwich, in Paisley and Kidderminster, in Bristol and Glasgow, in Aberdeen and Coventry. There is an array of countless trades of carpenters and joiners, of miners and sailors, of masons and wrights, of tailors and shoemakers, of engineers and laborers. If they all unite, if they all support each other, can they all be locked out? What? All the employed by the employers, who would make the boots and coats, the cloths and cottons, the houses and ships, the machinery and tools, who would sow the grain, who would convey the produce, how would they get the coals to London, how would they transmit the very necessaries of existence? Why? The rich would have to work for themselves. The fine 198. Gentleman would have to make his own boots, the young aristocrat to stitch his own coat. The nobleman would have to walk at his plough-tail, the coal king to raise his own coals, and the factory tyrant to weave his own cloth. They would actually have, for the first time in the world, to support themselves. Why? The tables would be turned, and you would very soon have bishops and lords, bankers and capitalists, parsons and lawyers, all the useless or mischievous do-nothings of the state, turning into the streets, asking the working men to give them bread. True, they have their accumulated capital of ages, true, they could purchase food and fire, raiment and necessaries from abroad, guard it amid bayonets to their own homes, and hold out, as they think, while the men were starved into submission. But would the men starve? Would 2 or 23 millions of human beings in the United Kingdom be kept in starvation as long as any food was to be found in the country? We fancy not the instinct of hunger, the law of self-preservation, would be too strong for every restraint. Such is the result of the principle of action involved in the lockout, if carried to its full consequences. If the employing class lock out all the employed, their whole system and class must vanish into utter annihilation before the accumulated power they will have provoked. If the lockout by the employers is only partial, it must miss its object, for the employed would be able to support the non-employed, at least sufficiently to maintain the struggle. But all this premises a perfect union among the working classes. I have reasoned matters to their extremest case. I have endeavored to show what, if once fairly arrayed against each other, is the relative strength of class, and that the working men have nothing to fear from the threat of the employer, already partially enforced. Dare them to carry it out, dare them to realize it in wholesale. They are trying to frighten you, but they are frightened already at the consequences of their own act. They trouble lest, instead of frightening you, it should unite you. Send your delegates far and near, let town call on town, trade on trade, let one cry echo and re-echo throughout the island, from factory to factory and from shop to shop. Frighten them with the symptoms of your union, as they are trying to frighten you with the first fruits of their conspiracy. Let every trade in Britain hold its mass meetings, and express the voice of sympathy, send addresses of support, and organize subscriptions of money for the locked out thousands of Lancashire. The fight of the men of Preston is the fight of all. The battle of liberty for one place of a trade is the battle for liberty for every one that exists. They have thrown down the challenge. Do you take? 199. Up the gauntlet and fling it in their teeth. But let not each trade do it singly, link trade to trade, man to man. Now is the time, or never. You cannot sufficiently estimate the importance of the struggle. Defeat the masters now, and the social revolution is virtually accomplished. That is to say, the main barrier in your path is broken, you will unmistakably have gained the ascendancy in the social scale, and all the rest will follow as an easy consequence. Understand me rightly, I do not for an instant suppose that a union so comprehensive, so colossal, can be established at the present time among the working classes. While a portion of them are busily employed, they will sympathize but little with those who are out of work. This is but too true, but, if you lay the foundations of such a union now, I will tell you what will raise the superstructure who NCER. Delegates and missionaries may preach to eternity and they will not achieve the object, but once let the pinch of bad trade be universally felt, and the sympathy will be felt as universally too. Do not, on this account, undervalue the importance of delegates. They prepare the way, they tone the mind in anticipation of the crisis when it comes, and make the people ready to use it, or turn it to advantage, and they may obtain for the unemployed that amount of support, which will enable them to hold out. Yes. There is the point. If the men can be enabled to hold out for a couple of months longer, they will have come into the full vortex of the reason of universal scarcity and dull trade. Every trade will feel it, in every county of the kingdom the people will be half starving, and hunger will be the recruiting sergeant who will enlist you all in one gigantic union. The delegates will find their work done ready to their hands. The whole question therefore turns on this: can the unemployed be enabled to hold out till the period of general dull trade and scarcity arrives? If they can, no need to preach union, then it will come of itself. If they cannot, the game would be lost, and the seeds of irreparable division sown among the people. Those who do not support the men of Lancashire now, will not be supported by them when their turn comes, as come it will, ere long, and if you allow working men to be defeated in detail now, all hope of social emancipation is at an end. On your own standing by each other, on your enabling your brethren to hold out, and on your daring the masters to enforce your threat, to carry out their measure to the utmost, depends the cause of liberty in England. If you can stand your ground for a couple of months, my word for it, you shall see a change worth looking at in England. You shall gain 200. A victory such as a people never gained before. I do not write this from enthusiasm but from calm, deliberate calculation. I have scrutinized the elements of work, I have weighed the relative powers in the struggle, and, if you act up to the conditions named, the result is certain. One thing you must guard against: violence and riot. The game of the employers will be to starve or irritate the men in isolated places into violence, so as to disperse them in detail with a concentrated force, to arrest and imprison the leaders, to create a feeling against the working men, and to break in pieces the first links of the majestic union about to take place among all sections of the working classes. But they will fail. The unpremeditated outburst in one place has not compromised our cause, but remarkably displayed the weakness of others, since they were obliged to draw troops from Preston, to pacify the men of Wigan. But peace and order must be our guides. The sacrifice for this purpose must be too great, and if we can but hold on thus a short time longer, the victory will be in our hands. P.S. To the democracy of Great Britain. A great danger threatens the democratic movement. It comes from the aristocracy of this country. We understand that Sir John Tyrrell sent £500 to support the Preston strike, and that Lord Stanley is about to send £2,000. This, it is rumoured, is to be only the beginning of the aid given by the nobility to the working man. They hope by these means to bribe the people into a love of aristocratic institutions. Stepping in at the hour of extremity, hunger, and despair, like an intervening providence, they think to melt the hearts, and win the enthusiastic love of the factory population. Do not be bribed back to slavery. Remember, their object is to cripple and destroy that moneyed class, which has so long been steadily encroaching on their monopolies and privileges. If they were sincere in their love of you, they would have let you have some share in the land of your native country. Remember, what they will bestow on you, is an easy gift, a trifle out of the plunder and rapine of 8 centuries thrown to you, in order to save the remainder. Do not be led astray, do not be bribed with them, do not league your cause with theirs. If you do, you will both be beaten. If you stand in your own strength, with right, justice, and progression on your side, you will, if united, prove invincible. Do not reject their gifts, but do not let them. 201. Bribe your thoughts and actions. have no league, hold no communion with the corrupt, effeminate, useless, and worn-out aristocracy of this country. They help you only to help themselves, and to crush you more securely when they have gained the day. 48. A Parliament of Labour, to the trades and working men in general. Article in the People's Paper, November 12, 1853. In this article Jones first put forward the idea of a Labour Parliament. Originally suggested as a means of assisting the Preston workers, who had been locked out by their employers since September, the idea soon became a more grandiose one, of a parliament to organize a system of cooperative production on a national scale. The Labour Parliament met in Manchester in March 1854. Its programme is reprinted below, Appendix 4. Ever the voice of calm dispassionate argument ought to be listened to. It is now. You are engaged in a solemn work, you are living in great times, be equal to them. On the conduct of the Trades Committee now depends the fate of the men, on the amount of union and sympathy depends the amount of subscription, and, unless the right chord is struck, that union and sympathy will never be called forth. The dangers of the movement are, 1. That, as the lockout spreads, and the contributions from certain places are cut off, others may not be ready to supply the void. 2. That as the bulk of the support flows to that gallant source and center of resistance, Preston, other places, locked out since, because of having supported it, may be neglected, and that the disheartened and starved operatives may thus give in here and there in detail. The instant this takes place, that instant general discouragement ensues, and subscriptions stop. You may, therefore, expect that the chief efforts of the employers will be directed, not so much against Preston alone, as against places like Pottyham, Bacup, etc. As in the blockade of a city, they first seek to cut off the supplies, and next to break in pieces the outlying works of the besieged, sure that, then, the citadel must fall at last. To counteract this, is the paramount consideration, and, to do so, the trades movement must be differently conducted from all that preceded it, or you will fail. The tactics that succeeded in a guerrilla skirmish are useless in a pitched battle. I do not impugn the conduct of previous combinations, they are, doubtless, with a few striking exceptions, well adapted to the end in view, but the case is different. 202 Earnest Jones, Chartist. Now, if the operatives in the cotton trade rely on their own strength, they will be defeated. If they can enlist the strength of ATT trades, they will prove victorious. The real reliance of the factory operatives is on the bulk and mass of other trades. If they enlist these, they are safe. It is the trades wholly unconnected with spinning and weaving that will be best able to support their cause, and most independent of capitalist dictations, if they can get steady and continuous supplies from carpenters and masons, shoemakers and tailors, shipwrights and engineers, colliers and seamen, a support so gigantic may be elicited that no masters can resist. In many of the trades the masters are to an immense degree dependent on the men. In the cotton trade, with a market almost overglutted, and gigantic accumulated capital, both masters and the general public can hold out for a time. The first, because they have immense wealth to fall back on; the latter, because they have considerable stock in hand. But not so with tailors and shoemakers, with carpenters and joiners, with bricklayer and masons, engineers and miners. The change of fashions in the two first prevents the laying in of a very large stock. The necessity of repairs and new erections in the next, also necessitates the constant work of many hands, while railroads, ships, and machinery require a continuous supply of that which the last produce. These trades, therefore, cannot be locked out like the operatives of the cotton factory, and therefore their means of subscribing cannot be stopped. All these should, therefore, be enlisted in the cause, not in the North alone, but from Plymouth to Inverness. To do this a national mass movement is required. This will never be got up by one or two delegates going round, soliciting assistance on behalf of an isolated district. This can be obtained alone by making it a national question. Bring it to every hearth, as a home question. Make it the grievance, not of one body, but of all. Unite the demands and wrongs of all trades in the movement, and you will have all trades with you, but continue to localize and isolate your cause into a Lancashire question alone, and I need not predict the result. What I would recommend and urge, is this: make your organization national at once, let mass meetings be called simultaneously in every town of the kingdom, and, at each of these an organization be formed in connection with a great central committee. At each of these meetings let an organized system for raising regular weekly subscriptions be adopted. Where the towns are large, let them be divided into wards for that purpose. Let a unanimous and simultaneous pledge of support for the men, and resistance to the tyrants. 203. Be given at each of these meetings, and let the broad question of labor and capital, which, by embracing all trades, can alone enlist the sympathies of all, and thus ensure united action, be made the groundwork of your operation. You require to raise your movement to such a mighty demonstration as shall attract the attention of those places, now apathetic, or remote and uninterested. You require to bring it home to their own hearts, by bringing it home to their own self-interest. Look at the colliers of Wigan and the men of Preston. There is a case in point. Note a link of action in common exists between the two. Yet what a mighty accession of strength each might gain from the other. A unity of action through all trades would strike terror to the employers. It would soon put a stop to the locking up of mills and bring the capitalists to their senses, whereas now they think to wear you out by the slow process of extending lockouts, exhausting your subscriptions, and your constancy, and trampling out in detail your isolated centers of resistance. But, what measure would be most efficient to organize and unite the entire labor power of the country, and to create that agitation of all trades which can alone ensure effective aid? A Parliament of Labor. Let a mighty delegation from all trades assemble in the centre of action, in Lancashire, in Manchester, and remain sitting until the victory is obtained. This would be an expression of opinion so authoritative and comprehensive, as would fill the world with its voice, and divide with St. Stephen's the columns of the press. Now is the time. A publicity would be given to our rights and wrongs, an opening up of the fundamental question at issue, that they would not dare to face for a single week. They would succumb, from mere fear of having the question opened, and the mind of the people aroused to a sense of their rights. While, on the other hand, this, and the vast publicity it would obtain at a time of crisis like the present, would be the means of rallying such a union, and calling forth such a movement of the people, as the world has never witnessed yet. At a crisis like this, the ear of the world would hang more on the words of the humblest of those delegates than on those of the coroneted senators of the loftiest house. It may be said, this Parliament, if numerous, would be expensive. The cost would not be much, when the vast contributions subscribed are taken into account, but, instead of being an expense, it would be a source of riches, for nothing would so stimulate subscriptions or cause. 204. Contributions to pour in, as such a glorious organization, and such a tremendous impulse. It is the very way for getting thousands weekly for the lockouts. Friends, this step will win you the victory. It would at once show the factory tyrants that there was no chance of your giving in. The public meetings for the election of delegates would raise trades and towns from their apathy, and the meeting of that Parliament would stir the country thus, that the mass movement of the people would be irresistible. It would direct and guide your power, instead of wasting it in desultory efforts. As it is, everyone asks, what will be done next? How will the affair be managed? Confidence, cohesion, and strength are impaired, but, if the people knew that they had a strong representative body at the helm, alacrity and confidence would pervade their minds. They would suffer more cheerfully, and hold out with double energy, invigorated by knowing that there was a defined and well-considered plan of action, ready for meeting all contingencies, a great responsible body at the head of their affairs, and a vast general movement at their back, guided and wielded by its wise and prudent delegation. The Parliament of Labor must sit, and place itself in communication with government, and with the Parliament of Faction, which will, probably, meet before long. Working men and trades. Mark my words, I are you a pop tuis pran, you will succeed. 49 How to regulate the price of labor article in the People's Paper, February 18, 1854. This was one of Ernest Jones's many attempts, in the early 1850s, to explain a socialist political economy in popular language. The immediate political background was the Preston lockout, and the campaign for the Labour Parliament, which met in Manchester in March 1854. Lazover, the source of all wealth, is made secondary to every other interest. If the working man asks for more, the answer always is, I can't pay you, for I have to pay more for somebody else, or, if he resists a reduction, I can't pay you as much or somebody else wants more. He never says to somebody else, I can't pay you so much, because my working men insist on having more. Oh, no. And as somebody else is popping up on all sides and on all occasions, labor's turn never comes. This cannot be more forcibly illustrated than in a case which occurred at Huddersfield some years ago, where the plain shrewd sense of a working man solved the problem. 205. The Huddersfield employers announced a reduction of wages to their hands. The men murmured, but the employers said, we are very sorry, we can't afford to pay as much as before, for trade is dull, and our profits are low, but, if you will agree to the reduction without a strike, we promise you that, as soon as trade grows brisk again, your wages shall be raised to their former level. The men listened, trusted, and sadly went back to their work. After a time trade grew brisk again, and the papers began to sing paeans over the growing prosperity of Huddersfield. On hearing this, after waiting patiently for a considerable period, the men sent a deputation to their employers, to remind them of their promise, and asking for the rise. Now trade was by their own showing in such a prosperous condition. We are very sorry, said the employers, we are quite as anxious to pay high wages as you are to receive them. It is true that trade is prosperous, but the fact is, wool has risen, and therefore we cannot restore your wages to their former level. Judge for yourselves, wool has risen. The men murmured, looked sad, thought of striking, but it certainly was true that wool had risen. They saw that fact, and the masters said, don't strike, be quiet, trade will be better soon, wool will fall, and then we'll raise your wages. Again the men listened, trusted, thought it a hard case, but sadly went back to their work. Once more time passed, and soon the press said, never had such prosperity been seen in Huddersfield. New mills and mansions were arising all around, and wool fell. Another deputation was sent to the masters by the men. Now wool has fallen, you all say, trade was never so brisk. Now then, surely, you can raise our wages back to what they were. We are very sorry, said the employers again. It is true that trade is exceedingly brisk, it is true that wool has fallen, but the fact is, the money market is tight, and, therefore, we can't restore your wages to their former level. We have our bills discounted and are obliged to pay more for discount. The men looked at each other. They could hardly understand all this, when one old man, after cogitating some time, suddenly raised his head, and exclaimed, I say, master, can't you make our wages become wool and discount for once? There he had hit the question. Labor's turn always comes last. The employer can say to the workman, I can't pay you because the wool merchant, or the usurer, chooses to have more. He never says to the wool merchant and the usurer, he can't pay them a higher. 206. Price, because the working man will not be content with so little. The profit-mongers rule the market, not only their own market, but the labor market too, and if the one profit-monger forces up the price against the other, the latter pays himself out of the wages of the working man. Why is this? Because the woolmonger and the money-mongers have a vast monopoly united among themselves, and the working men are a disunited, disorganized body. Why should not other things fall before the price of labor, as well as the price of labor fall before other things? Why should the dearness of the profit-mongers cheapen the working man, instead of the dearness of the working man cheapening the profit-monger? Why is all this, we repeat? Because the woolmongers and usurers are not directly in the hands of the mill owners, but the working men are. Yet is not labor the parent and supporter of them all? Well, then, if the working men were sufficiently united to fix their own price on their labor, as the usurers do on their money, and the woolmongers on their wool, these would have to come down, to suit labor, instead of labor coming down to suit everything else. For if, by stern necessity, the employers were forced to pay higher wages, or go without the work of their men, woolmonger and cotton merchant, usurer and moneylord, would be forced to take less profits, or be unable to sell his merchandise or money. It is all sophistry when the employer says, competition prevents his paying higher wages. He would have to raise the price of his goods and thus lose the market. The price of his goods need not be raised, and he knows it well, but if the working men were united, it would be more easy for him to lower the price of the wool merchant and the profit monger, than to lower that of labor. Hitherto, as goods have been growing cheaper, the difference has been taken out of wages. Hitherto, as things have been growing dearer, wages again have made up for the difference. It is now time that profits should take their turn. Society demands cheapness, and the employers have said to the employed, each increasing cheapness shall be taken out of your wages, each additional expense of mine your wages shall make up. It is now time for the employed to say, pay out or your prawns. No, gentlemen. You need not raise the price of your goods, but lower the price of your own idleness. The margin is large enough. Cheaper still may be the price of goods, dearer still may be the price of labor, and employers still make fortunes between both. One generation of working men, short as is their lives, now makes the fortune of 3 sets of employers. We have known numberless cases of one employer amassing a large capital, leaving the mill to his son, the latter amassing an equally large capital, and associating his son again. 207. Who realized a similar capital, and all 3 raising their mansions, and planting their parks on the hills around the same village, all 3 living in their stately households at the same time, their 3 chariots rolling to the same church each Sunday, and the same set of men and women staggering, worn-out skeletons, to the workhouse, or living crowded in the muddy smoky dens huddled round the factory wall beneath those bright green palace-crested hills, while hunger opens the hovel door for those grim sisters, disease and death. 30 years, or 20 sufficed for the whole process. Meanwhile the state church parson grows rich by preaching servility to these wretched victims, and places his villa by the mill lord's side. The lawyer grows rich by twisting the law against them, and builds his fine red brick house opposite the parson. The doctor grows rich by selling things to those whom poverty made ill, and pops his splendid home between the two, and there lie the people, sweltering and festering beneath them all, each fresh harpy drawing a profit out of the evil the other has created. The mill lord makes earth a hell, and the parson lives by telling them to like it. The mill lord robs them of half their wage, and the lawyer robs them of the other half by pretending to get the first back. The mill lord makes them sick, and the doctor thrives by making them sicker, and so the race runs on, and generations rot away before our eyes. But the time of change is drawing near. Labor, being the foundation of all wealth, must be the foundation of all prices too. The price of labor must regulate the price of every other thing. It must be the fundamental condition of all markets, and it can be. The people do not know their power. The Labour Parliament will teach it them for the first time. 1 penny farthing ahead from each of the working classes is £5,000,000 a year. The union of 20 millions of people is irresistible. Such are the numbers, such may be the revenue of the working classes. Such numbers, such resources, can enforce anything that is just. Establish a grand jury of labor, let it ascertain the market price of all articles from the raw material to the finished goods, then it can calculate the master's profit, and demand its share, without robbery or injustice to anyone. From such resources the Labour Parliament has to carve out power. None but that can wield such resources, and nothing short of the union of such resources can emancipate labor. It is all a question of union and money. Where there are many millions of men, the materials of union are there, for men can unite if knaves don't divide them. The materials for a labor fund are there, for men will subscribe, if they see it their interest to do so, and believe their funds secure. 208. It will be for the people, through their own representatives, to see to that security. We pity those who tell us that 20 millions of people are not better united than disunited, that their money cannot be better employed in buying land and machinery than in the gin shop, that they will not act more wisely by taking their affairs into their own hands than by leaving them to the chance of every transient storm or the disorderly crotchets of every self-appointed friend, that a great union is not stronger than a little one, that to start self-employment with £5,000,000, has not a better chance than starting it with £500, that one universal and decided policy is not more likely to succeed than 1,000 conflicting schemes, and that to call the representatives of the people together is not a better mode of harmonizing them and bringing them to one united action than the desultory and antagonistic objects which now rob each other of strength instead of helping each other on. 50. The strike in the building trades. Article in the Cabinet newspaper, August 6, 1859. The building strike of 1859 arose out of a movement for shorter hours of work. The strike began on July 21, 1859, after Messrs. Trollope and Sons had dismissed one of their men, a mason, who had been a member of a shorter hours deputation. The masons were joined by other trades, and the strike was turned into a general lockout by the London employers in August 1859. The whole trade union movement rallied to the support of the building workers, and large amounts of money were subscribed, the most spectacular being 3 weekly donations of £1,000 by the engineers. Out of the strike developed the London Trades Council and the Amalgamated Society of Carpenters. Another great struggle between labour and capital has begun, similar in magnitude to the Great Preston lockouts. The London building trades have for a long period been engaged in a peaceful, legal, and just struggle for a 9 hours day of work. They are, and justly, dissatisfied with the wages they receive, and the hours of toil they have to undergo. This forthwith creates a great outcry on the part of the employing classes, who declaim about dictation, conspiracy, and unfair advantage being taken of them. Let us envisage these points. A man has a certain property, he is in the habit of selling, and circumstances arise which cause him to believe that he is not receiving a fair price for that property. He therefore says, "I am resolved not to let you have my goods at the same price as hitherto, I demand more, and if you do not choose to give that price, 209. You shall have no more of the article from me." This is a fair, common business-like transaction. It is done by every merchant, banker, trader, and shopkeeper among the middle classes, of whatever description it may be. It is considered strictly honorable by the wealthy classes, who invariably practice it. Nay, more, they meet together in their clubs and chambers of commerce, and they agree among themselves what the price shall be that is to be demanded from the public. They do this, from the bank directors of England, down to the wool and cotton merchants of Manchester and Leeds, the iron masters of Birmingham, and the coal owners all over the country, the sugar dealers of the metropolis or the corn factors throughout the kingdom. This is thought a very edifying and very legitimate proceeding. If the public do not choose to pay the additional price, they must do without the article. Nay, the great traders do not wait for circumstances to arise that will enable them to enhance their prices. They actually create circumstances. They hold back their goods and make an artificial scarcity and then take advantage of the distress they have occasioned. You hear of no complaints from the wealthy classes because of this proceeding. The Times writes no leaders on it. The Telegraph does not aim side blows and stab in the back, nothing of the sort. It may be that the workman starves because bread is artificially dear, it may be that thousands of families pine and suffer unrecorded misery through this artificially created want. No matter, not a pen is wielded to attack the corn merchants, or sugar dealers, or gold merchants, or iron masters, or coal kings. But let the working man say, I, who have my labor to sell, being the lawful owner of that article, choose to sell it dearer. Let him say, if you do not choose to have the article at my price, you shall not have it at all, and let him act up to his words. Suddenly how direful becomes the outcry, how bitter the vituperation. Then the Times can pour forth its thunder, and the Telegraph let off its squibs. And why? Is it because the working man has not as good a right to fix whatever price he likes upon his merchandise labor as the cotton lord has on calico, or the ironmaster of his hardware? Is it greater dictation for trades unions to agree among themselves for labor, than for chambers of commerce to agree what shall be paid for manufactures? No. But the secret is, that the rich man thinks he can do what he likes with the poor, that labor is the slave of capital and that capital wishes to keep it in slavery. The men, therefore, clearly have a perfect right to fix whatever price they like upon their labor, within the limits of fairness and reason. Oh! But then there is the combination, the conspiracy, cry the toady. 14. 210. Scribes of the monopolists, the men combine to force a given firm to pay the wages they demand. Why can they not demand their price without combining to enforce it? Is it not shocking to demand 10 hours pay for 9 hours work? Nothing can be more absurd than such remarks. If the men do not combine, they cannot make their voices heard. You rich men combine, as I have shown, why should not the poor? But there is a peculiar reason why combination is indispensable for the latter. The rich have their accumulated capital, and having once agreed to raise the price of their goods, can afford to wait till necessity forces their customers to pay that price. The poor, singly, would never be heard. They would perish in detail while others of their own class took their places. Combination is the only means for preventing this. By combination only can the evil of one set of working men cutting the ground from under the other be avoided, and therefore it is as legitimate as it is necessary that a trades union should be in existence to persuade bodies of working men, who would agree to the master's terms, from not taking such a step. So long as the employers can play off one set of men against another, so long they will divide the spoils of labor, and therefore an organized system of trade combination is needed under the present system, to enable the working classes to defend themselves against the dictation of their employers. It follows, I think, clearly from the above that the building trades are perfectly justified in demanding a reduction in the hours of labor, an increase of wages, and in striking, that is, in other words, in withdrawing their goods from the market, until their demands are granted. If the masters had any shadow of sympathy on their sides, they must have forfeited it by the atrocious proceedings they are adopting. Their union is a conspiracy of the vilest character, their lockout is an infamous attempt at dictation. A portion of the men say, "We will not work for you at the old terms." The masters reply, "Until that portion submits, not a man shall work at any terms whatever." This is conspiracy and dictation, and if it be urged that it is done in self-defense, I can only say that bad must be the cause which needs such weapons. Let us, finally, see whether the demand of the men is reasonable. The employers say, "You belong to the high-paid trades, why do you complain? Compare your lot to that of the wool-comber or agricultural laborer." I answer, no. Compare it with your own, you rich employers, grown wealthy out of the labor of your men. Because the wool-comber starves, it is no reason why the carpenter should be worse off, _211, but it is a reason why the wool-comber should fare better. The test, whether a working man receives wages enough, is not the minimum paid to labor of any kind, but the true test is the profits of the employer. Argued by this test, it is clear that the men have a right to higher wages. Almost every builder makes a fortune, many die as millionaires. It is clear that there is too much for the masters and too little for the men. Therefore, the men have reason on their side in the moderate demands they are now making. Success to the building trades. Internationalism. 51. How our Indian Empire is ruled. Article in the People's Paper, May 14, 1853. In May and June, 1853, the renewal of the East India Company's charter came before Parliament. The government's proposals were introduced by Sir Charles Wood, who was President of the Board of Control, and later, after the assumption of authority by the Crown in 1858, Secretary for India. Jones wrote a number of articles on India at this time, and a good deal of his information was probably obtained from the series of tracts issued by the Radical India Reform Society in the spring of 1853. For the radical attack on the government's proposals, see John Bright's contribution to the Commons debate. Hansard 3rd Series, Volume 126, 1169-94. INPRA is governed by 3 authorities, 2 absent, and 1, nominally present. First, the Court of Directors in Leadenhall Street, consisting of 24 gentlemen, 6 of whom retire annually, to return the next year. This costs, direct, 150,000 a year. Second, the Board of Control in England, which costs £25,000 a year, out of which the President, Sir Charles Wood, receives £3,500 per annum, and 2 secretaries at £1,500 yearly. Third, the Governor-General, at Calcutta, and the subordinate functionaries. These 3 governing powers are generally at variance with each other. The Court of Directors has not one particle of power in the administration of affairs, though the country is governed in their name, but they exercise the entire initial patronage in sending young men to India. It is they, who, jointly with the Board of Control, make that mighty and magnificent country a nest for the most profligate nepotism, and a perfect farm for their relatives and dependants. They get rich on this opportunity, and charge £150,000 per annum for the trouble of appointing their own sons and brothers and hangers on to enrich themselves, and one of the charges is the balance sheet of the 212. India House, has been, during the last 18 years, £53,000 for dinner bills alone. India affords appointments to 10,000 English gentlemen annually who receive incomes from 18 to the end of their days, averaging £1,000 per annum in the civil service, and £400 in the military. When, therefore, a mere glance is given at these 2 items, the civil and military salaries, the direct payments alone of government officials, we have the astounding fact presented to our view, of the salaries connected with official appointments reaching upwards of £9,000,000 per annum. The cost of the direct army upwards of £12 million per annum. Total, £21 million. And this, mark, merely as payment to the men who govern wholly independent of the legitimate expenses of government, for it will be shown presently, that funds for the support of the army are adequately provided from a totally different quarter. One would suppose that, for such colossal remuneration, great work was at least performed by the privileged leeches fastened on the land. Of that the reader shall judge by a rapid succession of 4 few leading and conclusive facts: education, Christianity and morals, facility of intercourse, safety of persons and property, and works of public utility, are the tests of good internal government. Abstracted from its political aspect by these points, even a despotism must be judged much more a constitutional and liberal government. Madras Presidency contains 22 millions of people, and for this there is a grant of £3,000 per annum for an institution in the city of Madras. This £3,000 educates 160 persons out of the 22 millions. There is not, say the people of Madras in their petition to Parliament, a government school over all the 140,000 square miles, comprising the Madras territory. Think of £53,000 being an official item for the directors' dinners alone, while so greedy is this race of harpies, that when the sons of the wealthy natives are sent to study in England they can obtain no employment on their return. We have seen the noble public works instituted by the Indian princes of former days. We have seen the immense returns made by that fertile country to the slightest investment in improvements, as evidenced by the Jumna and northwestern canals. Will it be credited that Mr. Campbell, defender of government, in his Modern India, admits the total and overstated average on public works during the last 14 years, to amount to a sum of only £271,604. Such is the Indian government, but I am yet only on the threshold of its iniquity. I have hitherto revealed only the machinery of government. In my next letter I will show its terrible effects on the native. 213. Population subject to it, and its atrocious conduct towards the native, still more or less independent, states. I am anxious that the public should have a comprehensive insight into the Indian question. It has never yet been revealed to them. It is a mass of iniquity from end to end, and I do hope that the readers of this paper will, as a public duty, make these revelations known throughout the circle of their friends. 52. The German Powers. Editorial in the People's Paper, May 27, 1854. It is possible that this editorial was not written by Ernest Jones. The sentiments are his, but the phrasing and the style make the authorship uncertain. It has been included as an illustration of the position adopted by Jones and many groups within the working class towards the war of shams, i.e. the government's lack of vigor and principle in the war against Russia. What will the German powers do? Will they side with England and France or with Russia? Since the last 6 months our political wiseacres have been constantly discussing this question, but have not found a satisfactory answer. One day things look couleur de rose, they have declared for us, the next day matters wear a gloomy aspect. They have declared against us. How can you doubt? Say, free-born Britons, who contribute to the columns of the liberal papers, and while they are joined by the democratic foreign correspondents of the celebrated Pothouse paper, how can you doubt the present war is a war of principles, a war of parliamentary government against absolutism, of liberty against slavery, of civilization against barbarism, and the rulers of Austria and Prussia are the professed enemies of parliamentary government, of liberty, of civilization, and in spite of the discovery of those independent penny-a-liners, in spite of the prophecies of the apostles and diplomatists of continental democracy, neither Austria nor Prussia seem inclined to step out of the enchanted circle of neutrality. To be sure, Nicholas represents despotism, and so far as the German powers represent anything at all they represent the same principle, but the Allies, do they represent anything different? Is the author of the massacre of the 2nd of December the champion of civilization? Is the adventurer who destroyed the parliamentary institutions and supplanted them by the brutally stupid rule of the sword, is he the upholder of constitutionalism? And is the old friend of the Tsar, is the good Aberdeen an enemy of despotism? The present war, as the Russian Emperor says in one of his last proclamations, has been produced by a disastrous chain of circumstances. The war is a mere mistake. 214. Neither Aberdeen, nor Bonaparte, nor Nicholas, intended it. The English Premier knew beforehand the ambitious projects of the Tsar, and the secret correspondence shows that he not only knew, but also that he approved of them. And the upstart chief of the 10,000 rascals, once raised to power, had no higher aim than to win the goodwill of the northern Don Quixote of legitimacy, and to make himself respectable by getting a respectable friend. The British ministers, as well as the French emperor, far from opposing the Russian plans of conquest, were only desirous of securing their humble share in the spoil. Unhappily, they committed an error of judgment. They overrated the powers of diplomacy, and underrated those of the people. Events took a different turn to what they expected. Turkey, although dying, has shown more strength than the youthful giant who, in the language of Russian revolutionists, is destined to regenerate old decrepit Europe, and to inject fresh blood in its veins, and the people were perverse enough to take the part of heathenism against Orthodox Christendom. Louis Bonaparte made the awful discovery that revolution was not quite dead, and that the nation, which had decapitated an unpopular king, was able to handle a popular emperor. Aberdeen found that his policy would draw upon his grey head something more substantial than the indignant outbursts of that innocent creature called public opinion. Dragged onward by the disastrous chain of circumstances, England and France were forced to declare war against Russia. But there is a difference between declaring war and making it. Even the Times admits that, till now, the Allies have done nothing. But they will act. Perhaps they will, that is to say, England and France will, but not the England of Aberdeen, not the France of Louis Bonaparte. A serious war against Russia would be a war of principles, a war of revolution, a war that is only possible after the overthrow of the French and English governments, and after the annihilation of Austria and Prussia. As things stand now, instead of desiring that the German powers should assume a decisive attitude, our rulers have every reason for wishing that they should maintain their neutrality. The participation of new combatants in the struggle could only complicate matters, and render a peaceful solution still more difficult than it is now. No doubt the moment is at hand when events will escape the control of the Aberdeens and Bonapartes, of the Francis Josephs, Frederick Williams, and Nicholases, but then there will be no further question about the German powers. As long as the war is a sham war, Austria and Prussia will remain undecided. When it becomes a war of principles, they will have ceased to exist. 215. 53 On Internationalism Speech at a meeting in the Hall of Science, City Road, London, on December 4, 1854. People's Paper, December 9, 1854. The meeting was organized by the Barb's Welcome and Protest Committee, and was commemorating the anniversary of the massacres of the coup d'état of Louis Napoleon. Think not because we protest against the alliance of the British government with Bonaparte that we are indifferent to a union with the French. The alliances of princes are the separation of the peoples, and he who joins Napoleon, declares war against the people he oppresses. Think not we are indifferent to the fate of our armies in the East, but the victory that crowns the eagles of Napoleon is an assassin that stabs the liberties of France. We protest against the alliance with Bonaparte, because Bonaparte is as much the enemy of the French as Nicholas himself, and as much the enemy of England as is the Russian Tsar. The only difference is, Nicholas, that he may cheat tomorrow, strikes today, Bonaparte cheats today that he may stab tomorrow. We protest against the alliance with Bonaparte, because Bonaparte has committed high treason against the men of France. We protest against it, because he is the foe of the French people, and we are their friends. You may say, that is the concern of the French, what has that to do with us Englishmen? But I stand here by a higher title. I am not an Englishman alone, I am a man. We all have a wider and a greater country than these narrow isles. It embraces the Frenchman and the German, it includes the Hungarian, the Italian, and the Pole. My country is the world, and the nation I belong to is the most numerous of all, the nation of the oppressed. I acknowledge but two nationalities in existence, the tyrant and the slave. To me the world forms but two great camps, the rich and the poor, and in the latter I am a soldier. The language I speak, the men of every country understand. It was the universal tongue before tyranny's rude babble brought confusion upon earth. It is the language of liberty, the first lisping of the newborn babe, the last aspiration of the dying saint. The creed I follow is the rights of man. Its trinity is equality, liberty, fraternity. Its altar is the human heart. Its priesthood are the captive, the exile, and the martyr in the cause of truth. Its litany is the sufferer's cry of pain. Its revelation is the coming glory of the human race. Its commandments it has but one: strike. Till the last tyrant falls before the freeman, or the last slave has fallen before the tyrant. 216. 54 To the Men of Ireland. Article in the People's Paper, March 8, 1856. Jones was answering an appeal by The Citizen, a New York Irish paper, for the unity of English democracy and Irish democracy. The Citizen's leading article was reprinted in this issue of the People's Paper, part of which read, "Without the aid of English democracy it is next to impossible for the course of Irish freedom to prosper, unless under circumstances of a very extraordinary nature, circumstances which may not arise in our day and generation. Let the Irish in Ireland, therefore, cultivate fraternity with the toilers of England, with the toilers of France. They have much to learn and much to gain from both. The greatest error of O'Connell's life, next to the insane dogma, that the liberties of a nation were not worth one drop of human blood, was his repudiation of the Chartists of England, fellow sufferers with the Irish, and warm sympathizers in their cause. Jones was incorrect when writing in this article of Margaret, Palmer, and Skirving as having been beheaded. All three were arrested and tried for treason and sedition in the middle 1790s. Palmer received 7 years' transportation, and died on his way home after completing his sentence. Margaret and Skirving were awarded 14 years' transportation. The latter, as a result of ill treatment, died soon after he landed in Australia, Margaret alone survived to return home. The sufferings of these and the other reformers who were arrested in this period were long remembered by radicals and Democrats. For an account of these years see P. A. Brown, The French Revolution in English History, London, 1918. Woon all those, whose interests, based on right and justice, are identical, unite, no power of wrong can resist them for an hour. It is the division of the just that has been the triumph of the wrongdoers. Such a division has existed between the Irish and English nations, and to that division Ireland owes its sufferings. The English people owe their political and social serfdom. Irish bayonets were massed in England to coerce the British, Saxon bayonets were ranged in Ireland, to coerce the Celt, and mutual animosities and hatreds were the result. Nay, our mutual oppressors made their own iniquities their safeguard. Men of Ireland, our rulers, who oppressed us, oppressed you, and you hated us for that which should have made you sympathize with us and hate them. Grievously, indeed, has Ireland suffered at the hands of England, but who inflicted that suffering? Was it the English people? Never. Those who slew you at Rathcormac, slew us at Peterloo. Those who imprisoned you in the Duzian Newgate, imprisoned us in the London one. Those who passed the curfew laws for you, passed the 6 Acts for us. Those who robbed you of your lands robbed us as well. Those who ejected the cotter in Ireland, created the pauper in Great Britain. Those who banished a Murquette and an O'Brien, exiled a Frost, a Wyms, and a Lacey, and countless others in their train. Those who murdered a Fitzgerald, and an Emmet, beheaded a Margaret, a 217. Palmgr and a Servin. Brothers in suffering, fellow soldiers in resistance. Your foes are our foes, your oppressors are our oppressors, your hopes are our hopes, your battle is our battle. And shall we be parted longer by prejudice and misapprehension? Did we send mercenary hirelings over to slay yous? No. We, who have not one representative in either houses of Parliament. Impossible. Did we pass coercion bills and arms bills, or the acts legalizing plunder that have impoverished your country? We, who cannot vote for one member of Parliament, or influence one representative in either houses. Impossible. Did we tacitly sanction your oppression? No, we are not even guilty of that. We have protested, by whatever means were left to us, from the pen of the politician to the pike of the insurgent. We have not been tame sufferers, from the days when the oak of Reformation rose in Lincoln, when Rosseras led the gallant Northmen against the battalions of the licentious Henry, or the Labour chivalry of Devon stormed at the gates of Exeter and Taunton, down to those weaker times, when modern capitalism had enervated the masses, and constitutional forms had given a new direction to their efforts. But even then, when the green flag was lifted on the hills of Wales, justice to Ireland was still a watchword of the English people. 500,000 of signatures appeared in the petition of the English Chartists in favour of Catholic emancipation, and, later still, in 1848, justice to Ireland again echoed from the ranks of the British democracy, the very individual who pens these lines being persecuted and imprisoned for 2 years within a felon's cell for saying Ireland for the Irish, and recommending that vengeance should be taken for Mercuelt's transportation, and those who had him sentenced should receive like sentence in return. Throughout British democracy, from pen and platform, came one continued advocacy of the rights of Ireland. Look back through our press, look through the Northern Star, the Labourer, the Notes to the People, Friend of the People, the People's Paper, the only official organs of British democracy, from 1839 to now, and see if this is not strictly true too. Yet O'Connell offered the British government Irish bayonets to put down British Chartists, and said he desired to widen the breach between the Chartists and Repealers. Had he not made that fatal mistake, Ireland would have been free, and the English people have obtained their rights long ere this. In 1848 a change occurred. The democracy of both countries began to see their error. Mitchell and his co-workers began to draw closer links of friendship with their English brethren. T.F. Meagher came over and addressed the Chartists of Manchester. A delegate was sent by the Irish Patriots to the Chartist National Convention. All augured well. 218. When division in the councils of each party, among themselves, caused the great failures of 1848. Irishmen. May the Union thus commenced, be now fully completed. With rapture English democracy hails the glorious words of the citizen, quoted in our leading columns this week. Let prejudice, founded on erroneous information, be cast to the wind. You will see from the above that the English oligarchy, not the English people, are the fountain of your sufferings, that they are our foes and oppressors just as much as yours, that we struggled against them as best we could often and in various ways, and that although we have achieved little hitherto we are determined to achieve all ere long, feeling that we have the power to do so, when united and organized, and seeing that the obstacles to union are rapidly ceasing to exist. In responding to the noble invitation of the citizen, we offer you no shadowy alliance. A glance at these columns will show the great power of democracy that is growing up in England. United with the men of Ireland we both become invincible. We ask not to swerve from a single national object of your own. Ireland for the IRISSH, England for the English be our mottos. As the despot of France and the oligarchy of Britain united in one common war, so let the patriots of Ireland and the democrats of England join against a common foe. You, the Irish, have a right to that freedom and independence you may collectively demand. We, the English, have a right to those just reforms any overwhelming majority may decree. The same men withhold them from us both. That is the patent of our union. You have no parliament in College Green, we have no parliament anywhere. Let us each have our own. That is the watchword of our struggle. You have no command over your country, we have none over ours. Let us each be masters in our own land, independent of any foreign influence. That is the object of our struggle. If we unite we are invincible. If we are indifferent or hostile, the future may become a repetition of the past for us both. Unite, and woe to those who may try to sow division in our midst and so reawaken old prejudice founded on mistakes and falsehoods, for great would be their guilt even though small should be their power. 219. 55. The Indian Struggle article in the People's Paper, September 5, 1857. The Indian Mutiny began in January 1857. The second half of 1857 saw many articles from Jones's pen analyzing British rule in India, declaring his unequivocal opposition to the hysterical demands for reprisals and retribution which were appearing in the English press. Against the stories of sepoyism in India, he recounted the history of British sepoyism in Ireland as well as India. There ought to be but one opinion throughout Europe on the revolt of Hindustan. It is one of the most just, noble, and necessary ever attempted in the history of the world. We recently analyzed and exposed the nature of England's Indian rule. We this week, in another column, give an episode referring to audit and illuminating the nefarious, the inexpressibly infamous conduct, of British domination. How anyone can hesitate which side to take is inconceivable to us. England the people, the English people sympathize with liberty. On which side were they when Poland struggled for its freedom against Russia? On the side of Poland. On which side were they, when Hungary struggled for its rights with Austria? On the side of Hungary. On which side are they when Italy struggles for its life against the Germans, the French, the Papist, and the despot? On the side of Italy. Was Poland right? Then so is Hindustan. Was Hungary justified? Then so is Hindustan. Was Italy deserving of support? Then so is Hindustan. For all that Poland, Hungary, or Italy sought to gain, for that the Hindu strives. Nay. More. The Pole, the Hungarian, the Italian still own their own soil. The Hindu does not. The former have rulers of their own, or a kindred faith, above them. The Hindu has not. The former are still ruled by something like law, and by servants responsible to their masters. The Hindu is not. Naples and France, Lombardy and Poland, Hungary and Rome present no tyranny so hideous as that enacted by the miscreants of Leadenhall Street, and Whitehall, in Hindustan. The wonder is, not that 170 millions of people should now arise, the wonder is that they should ever have submitted at all. They would not, had they not been betrayed by their own princes, who sold each other to the alien, and to the base, truckling invader, that with his foul help they might cut each other's throats. Thus kings, princes, and aristocracies have ever proven the enemies and curses of every land that harbored them, in every age. We bespeak the sympathy of the English people for their Hindu brethren. Their cause is yours, their success is, indirectly, yours as well. The fearful atrocities committed have nothing to do with the 220. Great cause at issue. That cause is just, it is holy, it is glorious. Englishmen, Scotchmen, Irishmen, what would you say if a colony of Dutch Jews came here and asked permission to build a factory on Woolwich Marsh, if, after having gained that permission on promise of paying a yearly rental, they intrigued with the French or Russians to let them into the country, if, after that, they promised to help you against the invader, in exchange for half of Kent, if, after having received the land, they betrayed both sides and sold you to the Yankees for a slice of Surrey, if, after eternal peace had been sworn to by all the contending parties, they set them all by the ears, and in the midst of the inextricable confusion they went on invading, conquering on their own account, if, being Protestants, they denounced and punished Protestantism to conciliate the Papists, if, again, they destroy Papists to conciliate Protestants, if, when weak and in danger, they swore to solemn treaties, on the faith in which you spared them when in your power, and if they, thus, having gained time for strength and power, rushed upon you, unawares, sacked and burned your cities, outraged your women, and murdered your population, and thus, in the air of your surprise, dismay, and weakness, subjugated you and your country, what would you say and do? If, still further, having thus enthralled you, they confiscated every acre of your own land, if, having thus confiscated it, they made you pay a rental for what had been your own freehold farms, if they then burdened those farms with such taxation, that the produce could not realize one half the amount, if, you being unable to pay, they seized your cattle, your farm implements, your very seed corn, if, having thus stopped your means of production, they next year demanded the same rental and the same tax, if, because you could not pay it, they hung you with your heads downwards in the burning sun, lashed you, tortured you, tied scorpions to the breasts of your women, committed every atrocity and crime, what, we repeat, would you say and do? You would rise in the holy rite of insurrection, and cry to Europe and the world, to heaven and earth, to bear witness to the justice of your cause. Fellow countrymen, thus have the Hindus been treated at the hand of England. This is the cause of their insurrection, and every honest man throughout the world can pass but one judgment on the facts, and breathe but one aspiration for the issue. 221. 56. England's rule in India and the cry for vengeance. Article in the People's Paper, October 31, 1857. See above, number 55, p. 219. Tuesday. Mad and terrible cry for vengeance on the sepoys of India, for their conduct in the present revolt, rings in our ears with a dreadful and most alarming import. From the serious Times down to comic punch on public platforms and in the parson's pulpit, no matter, in fact, which way we turn, the cry is indiscriminate slaughter of the rebel sepoys, and the positive extermination of the whole race. We have been so much shocked with the dramatic descriptions of Nana Sahib's actions at Kanpuri, and the atrocities performed at other places, that, did we not believe they were the result of a long-continued system of practices on the part of the British equally barbarous and repulsive, we should have no hesitation in joining even the Times in its wild, wanton, and wicked demand for native blood. It is natural enough that men should forget the deeds of their own ancestors, and, in their own vaingloriousness, miscalculate the effects that indispensably follow. But, not forgotten is the great lesson taught the Hindu by that race of tricksters, robbers, and miscreants, who stamped the impress of cruelty and torture on the native mind, and who sowed the seeds of that sanguinary harvest which is but now being reaped in British India. That the sepoys have been treacherous and cruel, we might grant, but who taught them the lesson? We will see, by recurring briefly to the history of our Indian rule, and by recording some specimens of our mild and merciful sway, so much boasted of by those who believe in the justice of British sepoyism, whilst they shudder to think of that of the natives themselves. A nation never forgets great wrongs like these, even to its last expiring hour, and woe be to those who have to bear the mighty vengeance inflicted, when the sufferers rise to avenge their injuries. And now, a few words on the retaliation to be taken on the mutineers, and we have finished. Printing House Square swings the battle axe, reeking with the blood of sepoys, and writes its leaders with the vital fluid. Its last flourish runs thus. The effect of a summary execution would have been equal to another victory. Every tree and gable end in the plaque should have its burden in the shape of a mutineer's carcase. Merciful times. A mutilated body on every tree throughout Bengal. 222. And the gable ends of houses covered with mangled flesh would be a sight to gratify the human tastes of the editors of the Thunderer, and those of the Christian parsons who, from their pulpits of peace, proclaimed massacre and vengeance, of a nature inconsistent with the doctrines of Christ and totally at variance with the best promptings of man's common Christianity. The conduct of the rebels, throughout the mutiny, has been in strict and consistent accordance with the example of their civilized governors. 57 Language editorial in the People's Paper, January 23, 1858. The letter referred to was from an Indian. We direct attention to a letter in another part of our columns to the importance of Englishmen who go to India understanding the Hindu language. There cannot be a greater proof of the iniquity of our rule than the fact that the judges we appoint, the officials we commission, are not even expected to understand the tongue of those whom they are sent to govern. A knowledge of Hindustani being made a sine qua non with our sprigs of aristocracy and moneyocracy, going out to India, would tend much to weed all branches of the service of incapable and worthless nominees. Religion and the State Church. 58 Real Christianity extract from a reply to an article in the Dublin Weekly Telegraph quoted in full in the People's Paper, July 9, 1853. Suffice it to say, that we never admit of religious controversy in our columns, that we never attack religion, that we believe if the sublime truths of real Christianity were enforced, not a tyrant would oppress, and not a slave would cringe, and that we ever have, and ever shall oppose, denounce, and assail the vile craft that would turn religion into a state engine or a trading speculation, and, that, like the established Church of England, not only robs the people itself, but is a principal assistant in helping its robbery by others. Every man has a right to have what priest he chooses and to pay him what recompense he chooses, but no man or government has a right to force his God down my throat or his priestly hand into my pocket. 223. 59 The Fast and the Fight editorial in the People's Paper, April 29, 1854. Cf. the entry in the Diaries of John Bright, London, 1930, pages 169-70, under the date of April 26, 1854. Day of humiliation and prayer on account of war with Russia. It is wonderful what an amount of hypocrisy or of ignorance there is in this proceeding. Tuesday blasphemous mockery of the day of humiliation and fast has been gone through, and yards of sermons span from the round or lanky spiders that hive among the pulpits. We use the words blasphemy and mockery advisedly, and will prove their application to be correct. We are to humiliate ourselves and fast before going into this war, when all the world knows that if peer or parson heard of 10,000 Russians being blown to atoms, and man, woman, and child being buried under the ruins of a bombarded city, our guns would be ordered to shout with joy, our streets would be illuminated, and paeans of thanksgiving be sent up to the God of hosts. The Archbishop actually issues a form of supplication praying for our enemies, praying for those very Russians, whom our admirals have given orders to burn, sink, and destroy amid the plaudits of the nation, the only thing complained of being, that they do not take any steps to see their own orders carried into effect, while the mockery is kept up on the other side by the Russians. In every one of whose te deums we are prayed for most devoutly also. So there are we praying for the Russians praying for us, and both of us trying to cut each other's throat, burn, sink and destroy everything bearing each other's name, and to push each other into the bottomless pit of annihilation. Was ever mockery more complete, was ever blasphemy more absurd, but how is this humiliation carried out? After robbing the working men very generally of a day's wages, the rich show their contrition and continue to humble themselves, by a grand reception at court on the very following day, by a mighty demonstration at Sydenham shortly after, and by a general preparation for the Derby, such as intended to outshine all the former epochs of that gambling El Dorado. But there is a fast, only it falls on the wrong shoulders. As ever, it is not the men who idle, but those who toil, not the men who commend bloodshed, but those who fight, on whom the suffering falls. While the rich in Britain pretend to fast for one day, the soldiers whom they have sent forth are doomed to fast every day. This comes of sending drawing-room soldiers and dancing generals to command our troops. We predicted at the outset that but few of our gallant men would return. We revealed the utter worthlessness and incompetence of the commanding officers. We pointed out how our army was cast like offal to rot on the shores of Turkey, without getting a shot at the Russian, and here we have, day by day, a more full corroboration of our anticipations. The condition of the camp is exposed in the Times, no less does its own correspondent inveigh against the barefaced policy of planting the British forces where they cannot reach the foe. How the dandy officers will bear the hardships is pretty well shown by the fact of their bitter complaints that they had not sheets to lie on in the Golden Fleece, but were forced to repose between blankets. Terrible hardship. How the men will bear their trials, that seems to be cared for not at all, but all is to be atoned for by prayers and devotion. The prostitute Queen of Spain hangs a new petticoat around the Virgin Mary, the French Archbishop carries a wooden image on the deck of a Gallic man of war, the Russian Tsar sees his priests sprinkle holy water on the sabers and bayonets of his soldiers, and Queen Victoria proclaims a day of fast the day before the despicable levities of a drawing-room, and goes to the Haymarket Theatre the evening before the fest. Thus the world is governed in the 19th century. 60. The State Church, the fourth pamphlet in the series Evenings with the People. See above, number 32, p. 159. Then what do they do for their wages? Yes. They take us from the tattle to the tomb. They glide before the poor when about to appeal to God against the injustice of man. They rein him back with their mental curb when about to rush to the goal of freedom. I think it was Pliny who said, if a religion had not existed, statesmen ought to have invented one, for it was the only thing that kept a people quiet in their misery. It is under the skirt of the priestly gown that the noble, the squire, and the profit-monger, trample on the very heart of industry. The political parsons of a political church tell the poor man he has no business with politics. If he has not, what business has he to pay a political parson? They tell him to despise the gifts of this life, and to look to the future for his reward, but, I say it is a blasphemy to scorn. 225. God's beautiful world, it is ingratitude to reject his generous gifts, it is deadly sin to turn his paradise into a hell. Then what do they do for their wages? Yes. They take us from the cradle to the tomb. They get hold of some old maiden aunt, whose soul is wrapped up in her two favorites, the parson and the cat. They make her look upon the earth as a pest house, the human race as moral lepers, and life itself as a calamity. But they force her to pay well for her enlightenment. Every week she contributes to some blessed charity, some little Hindu neophyte, or Kaffir Accoilt, or Manchu proselyte, the parson taking the money and telling her the road to heaven lies through his breeches pocket. They can't let the poor thing even die in peace. For when her intellect is flickering out, her pulse almost stilled, her eye dimmed, and her hearing gone, they ply her thicker and faster with questions, till she gives a last convulsion, and expires. Then all the old maids of the village come together, and tell how good Aunt Elspie died in the Lord, and how that dear, kind, tall, slender, pale, young, sentimental, evangelical clergyman assured them that she had gone straight to the very lap of Abraham, but a month's time discovers to her starving nephews that all her property is left to charity, and that the dear young parson has the care of it. Let him take a spade and dig. He'll be more healthy himself, and more beneficial to his neighbors, than by feeding on the mental corruption of a maudlin civilization. Then what do they do for their wages? Oh, they distribute our charities. Ah, we have seen that, were it not for their 12 millions, no charity would be required. We boast of our charitable institutions, they are our national disgrace. They are the evidence of our mismanagement, and proofs of our people's poverty. Out upon their charities. Having stolen all, they return a farthing in the pound, and ask us to be grateful. Out upon their charities. As though we should take a crumb from the churchman's table, when his whole feast is a robbery from the poor. Out upon their charities. In 9 cases out of 10, they are the nests where the rich pension the used-up tools that have pandered for a lifelong to their vices. Charities, charity is a word that insults humanity itself. Then what do they do for their wages? Oh, they propitiate heaven when plagues and famines visit us. I remember your fasts and cholera prayers. It would have been better had you opened your money chests to feed the poor, and ventilate their houses. That would have been the fast, of which Isaiah speaks, acceptable to God. They tell us God sent the cholera, it was despotism that sent it, God permitting. Whence did it come? From the east, from the countries where. 15. 226. Tyranny keeps the people in misery, filth, and hunger. Do you ever hear of it beginning in North America, or Switzerland, Belgium, or Norway? Bad laws sent it, misery and hunger invited it, and poverty suffered it. It raged among the poor of Poplar, but little did it rage among the magnates of Mayfair. Did the parsons stop it? Nay. It was their very existence, their robbery of 11 millions worth of comfort from the poor, that increased the fury of the cholera among the dupes they had impoverished. Then what do they do for their wages? Oh, they build new churches, and though Christ said, I came to preach the gospel to the poor, they say, you shan't hear it unless you pay me 2 guineas for a pew. Ecclesiastical tradesmen, living on their gospel shops. Then what do they do for their wages? Oh, they distribute Bibles and improve the morals of the people. What? When crime in proportion to population has increased as 6 to 1, and Rigby Watson tells us has multiplied by 400% within the last 40 years. Yet they distribute Bibles by steam, and build stone churches like mushrooms. Then, why don't they succeed? I'll tell them, because they begin their education at the wrong end. A starving and an oppressed people never can be a religious or a moral one. They try to build the roof before they raise the foundation. First educate the belly, then you will be better able to educate the brain. First give the loaf, and then bestow the book. First wipe the tears of hunger from the poor man's eyes, then he will be able to read your lessons of morality. Prisons and churches won't cure him. He asks for bread, and you give him a stone. He asks for work and you give him a chain. You are bad physicians who tamper with the effect, instead of remedying the cause. Do you want to prevent a man from stealing? Then don't merely punish him for the offense but give him plenty, so that he has not the temptation. There is the fault in your legislation, there is the flaw in your religion. Take away the cause poverty, and you will not have the effect crime. Willing idleness is the only fundamental crime against the canon of society. Parsons. You may preach to eternity, and in vain so long as you preach to the hungry and oppressed. Then I ask you once more, what good have you done us? Nay. What evil have you not done us, through 300 years? I ask you once more, shew us some service worth £11 million per annum. Working men. Will you allow your property to be thus squandered, while your wives and children are starving? Tithes were to give subsistence to those who were poor, but now they turn those poor who have subsistence. Dissenters. Will you let your faith be treated as an offense, by a tax? 227. Being laid upon your conscience. Every sixpence you surrender to the priest of Mammon is an act of worship to the golden calf. You are rendering to Caesar that which is God's. The state priest does not toil in your vineyard. He does not toil at all. By law, a man may sue you if you do not pay him for his work, but these men sue you if you do not pay them for their idleness. State churchmen. What shall I say to you? You are worse than the pagans of old. They offered their wealth to the god, you render it to the priest, they adorned the shrine, you deck the minister, they raised a temple to the deity, you build a palace to the bishop. Your priests of simony profess to be the servants of God. Generally it is the master who hires the servant, but here it is the servant who purchases the master. If the preacher must be paid, let him be paid for what he is worth, and if he is worthless, let him not be paid at all. Let him be paid by those for whom he does the work and not by those for whom he does no work whatever. Let every man have a voice in electing his own pastor. Restore the enormous robbery of church lands to the people. Remove the golden calf from the temple of the eternal God. Pay your schoolmasters more and your parsons less. Look less to the priest and more to the deity. Fear less and love more. Look more at heaven and less at hell. Christianity is not a shadow, but a substance. Christianity is not the religion of the future only, but of the present too. Paradise, you say, has been on earth, then paradise can be on earth again. It is you, priests, who prevent it. You darken the skies with your own shadow, and say, God created the gloom. But your reign of terror is nearly over. You drag chains of the world. Your links are breaking. Onward and upward is the march of nations. The last years, radicalism. 61 Labour and Capital. A lecture given in Glasgow, Manchester, London, and Birmingham, October-November 1867. It was republished as a pamphlet, with notes and reviews from newspapers and journals, together with replies by Ernest Jones. Most of the reviews concentrated upon the delusion that the essential property of capital is that it is composed of accumulated labor. In London, Sam Morley, the radical industrialist, took the chair. With a gross inconsistency, those who deny the rights of labor maintain the rights of capital. Those who say that labor, which is Tuesday Manhimster, has no right, claim all for capital, which is a thing. 228. Utterly separate from the man, or try to escape from the inconsequence, by confounding the capitalist with the capital he possesses, forgetting that no capitalist ever created his own capital, that he is but one man with one man's rights no better than those of the poorest workman he employs, and that the capital he holds represents the labor of many thousands, the thought of many thousands, the life of many thousands, who have grown poor while making him rich, poor as the decay of strength produced the decline of earnings. And yet modern political economy coolly says, the capitalist has found a living for these men, whereas it is the working men who have not only found a living, but abundant and superfluous wealth for him. Surely, labor should be at least a partner, an equal partner in that great firm called society, in which are banked the savings of mankind. But I will not argue the question from what some people would call the sentimental point of view. The Times, in a recent leading article, said, Christianity has nothing to do with commerce. I will descend as low even as the standpoint of the Times. I will meet the modern political economist on his own level, and treat labor as a thing to be regulated by the laws of supply and demand alone. It follows, therefore, that the great problem to solve for ensuring prosperity to labor, is to prevent the supply from exceeding the demand, whereas the employer believes that his prosperity is enhanced when the demand is less than the supply, and thence arise, principally, the collisions between the two classes, and the supposition that their interests are essentially antagonistic, whereas in fact the true solution of the problem is approached nearest, the prosperity of both classes is most subserved, when supply and demand are kept in a state of equilibrium, an assertion the correctness of which I hope to verify hereafter. Remember, I am now arguing the question entirely from the modern political economist point of view, as a mere matter of supply and demand. I now come to trade unions, and here I at once admit that trade unions also are a palliative only, but, unlike emigration, a palliative bought at the cost of no after suffering. I do not treat the trade unions in what I may call their domestic aspect, namely, as friendly, benefit, or burial societies. All persons will agree that, as far as they are such, they are, when rightly managed, an unadulterated good, but I deal with them as regards their political economy, their bearing on the relation of capital and labor, and with reference to this a vast amount of fallacy has been uttered. But let me here observe that I am about to defend the use, and not 229. The abuse, of trade unions. The best of things have been used for bad purposes, and so, no doubt, trade unions here and there have cropped out into excesses. So has the church, so has the law, so has physic, so has everything that is good. Christianity itself has been used to cloak great crimes. But nonetheless the good and true remain the same forever. This great economic function of trade unions, not merely to resist the artificial surplus from without, but to protect labor against undue aggression from within, could be accomplished by no other means. Is it wrong for the manufacturer to withhold his goods from the market in view of better prices? If not, neither is it wrong for the working man to withhold his work in view of better wages. Is it wrong for corn merchants, or coal merchants, or iron merchants, or cotton merchants to arrange together not to sell their wares under a certain price? If not, neither is it wrong for laborers, or miners, or spinners, or weavers, to arrange together not to sell their labor under a certain wage. But they cannot do this without trade unions. Goods do not require to eat, labor does. The manufacturer, while his merchandise is lying idle, waiting for a better price, lives on his accumulated money capital. That capital is at his bankers. The trade union is the bank of the working man, and enables him to hoard his idle labor even as the capitalist hoards his idle goods. Nay, the trade union cultivates him as a man, not merely as a workman. Its means and organization give him a sense of power, instill the principles of independence in his mind, and make him feel as the citizen instead of cringing as the slave. The trade union teaches him both thrift and prudence, by compelling him to save, and makes him learn the worth of sobriety by showing him the value of his weekly pence. To resume the argument, we have seen whence the evil arose: a constant labor surplus fed by a constantly growing monopoly of the land. The nature of the evil suggests the nature of the remedy. If the injury is inflicted by driving the laborers from the soil, the cure is just to lead them back again to whence they came. Can it be done? It can, for the land is there, the money capital is there, the labor is there, and the market is there for the produce. The land is there. Allowing out of our 77 million acres 17 million acres for unprofitable land, there is still the produce of 10 acres of average land for every family in the country. With 2 acres of good land for the support of each individual man, woman, and child, including the very infant at the breast, will you tell me any human being 230 need starve that speaks the English tongue? I say again, I maintain beyond the fear of valid contradiction, there are more than 20 million acres of good land wasted in this country. As we have already seen, out of 60 million acres of profitable land, only about 36 millions are cultivated as arable land, grass, pasturage, all included. But suppose there are only 10 million acres idle that could be profitably cultivated. You have a solution to the entire difficulty. Sirs, Ireland alone could supply them. Nay, suppose that the land which is in cultivation were better cultivated, that by itself might absorb the labor surplus. Give them merely tenant right in Ireland, and repeal the laws of settlement and entail and of primogeniture in the United Kingdom, and you effect your object, at least to a great extent. We talk of free trade, and believe we have it. We have nothing of the sort. We have free trade in the corn the land grows, but not free trade in the land that grows the corn. Till we have that, we have not got free trade. The repeal of the laws I have named would bring the land onto the market, and tenant right would ensure its better cultivation. Back to the land. It is the only safeguard against the assaults of capital. The Hercules, monopoly, wrestles with the Antaeus, labor. When he lifts him from the ground his strength is gone, soon as he touches earth he is strong again. Back to the land. It is the storehouse of wealth, nature's universal bank, a bank that never breaks and never swindles, that honors every draft when drawn by labor's hand but ever closes upon the dissolute and idle. Back to the land. It is the sheet anchor of our commerce. How does America compete with us? Not by low wages, but by low taxation and cheap food. The land will enable us to do the same. Back to the land. It is the shield of freedom. You talk of unchanged, deigning yourselves unchain the land and all the rest will follow. Back to the land. It is a moral, a physical, a political, a national regenerator. Appendix I. Extracts from the Marx-Engels correspondence. Marx in Paris to Engels in Brussels. About March 12, 1848 the Central Committee has been set up here because Jones, Harney, Schapper, Bauer, and Moll are here? I have been nominated President and Schapper Secretary. The members are Wallau, Lupus registered Moll, Bauer, and Engels. Jones left yesterday for England. Harney is ill. Marx to Engels. London, November 23, 18504. Jones has explained Harney's real situation to me. He is threatened with legal proceedings. The whole of the contents of his paper make it liable to stamp duty. 5 The government is only waiting for a bigger circulation to drop on him. The proceedings against Dickens * were only set in motion in order to serve as a precedent for action against Harney. And if he is arrested, he may have, apart from the actual penalty, to spend 20 years in prison, as it will be quite impossible for him to find the sureties. Engels to Marx. November 25, 1850. The business with Harney is certainly most awkward. If they really want to arrest him, his changing the title of the paper will be no help. Nor can he give it up altogether, and if this paper comes under the category of those subject to stamp duty, I don't see how an unstamped political weekly can be published at all. In any case he would do better to drop his labor record on page 8, that is news and undoubtedly liable to stamp duty. But it appears from what you say in your letter, that in Jones's opinion the content of the articles devoted to argument are also subject to the stamp. And that is the end of everything. Jenny Marx to Engels. December 2, 1850. Yesterday evening we went to the first of Ernest Jones's lectures on the history of the popes. The lecture was excellent and, for the English, advanced. For us Germans, who have run the gauntlet of Hegel, Feuerbach, etc., it was not quite up to the level. Red Republican has been turned into the friend of the people. Jones has been here, and has faced his enemies in a meeting in their own locality. 1. Leach and Donovan opposed him. The discussion was not quite what I expected. On both sides petty intrigues, much retailing of scandal, which consoles one for a good deal of unpleasantness in London. On Jones's side, a superior declamatory talent. Leach, on the other hand, is extraordinarily imperturbable, but at times horribly absurd. Donovan is a vulgar intriguing local celebrity. The Neue Rheinische and my presence forced Jones to declare himself a Red Republican and a supporter of the nationalization of landed property, while Leach presented himself as in all things the representative of the cooperative societies, even to the extent of their repudiation of all political agitation. These societies seem now to be very numerous in Lancashire, and Jones and his friends are afraid that if they form some sort of an alliance with the Chartists, they may get the Chartist movement into their hands. This circumstance explains more than one of the concessions that Harney has seen fit to make to them. Jones's appearance here achieved as much as could have been hoped. As the main issue between himself and the Manchester Chartist Council he put forward the question of the recognition of the London executive. The votes were equally divided, although Leach and Co. had had about 3 hours to collect all their friends and bring them to the meeting, and they had arrived in quite large numbers. At the beginning, too, when the company assembled was a purely chance one, Jones was received with enthusiasm. Among Chartists whom he wishes to win over or to attach more closely to himself, Jones is far from being as naive as when he is with us. He is very wide awake. Perhaps rather too much so. One of our sort, at any rate, can see the intention. Of Harney's friends here, one is a boring Scotsman, with endless emotions and consequently endless speeches, another is a very resolute, hot-headed little fellow, as to whose intellectual capacities I am still not quite clear, a third, whom Harney did not mention to me, Robertson, seems to me by far the most intelligent. I am going to try and organize a small club or regular meetings with these chaps and discuss the manifesto with them. Harney and Jones have a crowd of friends here, and OC a mass of hidden enemies, but as long as he does not compromise himself publicly on a large scale he can't be displaced officially. Of him and of Reynolds, Jones spoke at the meeting with as little respect as possible. Engels to Marx. January 29, 1851. The O'Connor Conference here turned out to be pure humbug. The alleged representation of all the English Chartists consisted of 8 men representing 4 towns, Manchester, Bradford, Warrington, and Sowerby. Of these, Warrington and Bradford are in the opposition and in agreement with the executive. Mantle, representing Warrington, made the greatest fun of the majority, opening the proceedings with a motion that the conference, seeing their utter insignificance and contemptibility, should decide to return home at once, and tomorrow he will force them to pass a vote of confidence in the executive and therefore in Harney and Jones, which O'Connor will have to support. On the question of an alliance with the finance reformers, there were 3 votes for, 2 against, and 3 abstentions, which included O'Connor, who, unfortunately, had been intimidated by Mantle's insolent attitude, otherwise the fellow would have voted in favor of an alliance and compromised himself enormously and irretrievably. The majority in the conference consists of O'Connor, Leach, Macgrath, Clark, and a man called Hurst. At a dinner given to O'Connor on Monday, Mr. Thomas Clark proposed the following toast: "The Queen, her rights, and no more, the people, their rights, and no less." Mantle, a spluttering, undiplomatic hothead, here again prevented O'Connor from rising in support of the toast. Marx to Engels. February 11, 1851. Harney invited me to call on him last Sunday. He wanted to get Jones to accept the title of Friend of the People. One didn't go. He has only to approach Louis Blanc, Landolph, Schapper, or Willock for that. I am tired of Harney's untiring public flattery of the little great men. Apart from the fact that Harney, even if he does not take sides against us, at least pretends to be impartial, whilst you are working for him in Manchester, Ecarius is contributing to his paper, and I try at times to influence Jones on his behalf. Apart from all this, I am very well pleased with the genuine and public isolation in which we two are now situated. This isolation corresponds exactly to our position and our principles. The system of mutual concessions, of patience, for the sake of appearances, with shilly-shollying, the duty of publicly sharing with these donkeys the ridicule incurred by the party, all this has now ended. Marx to Engels. February 23, 1851. But to return to our dear Harney. He has not been satisfied with taking part in meetings organized by these people. No. He has made their banquet on February 24,2, which would have come to nothing without him, into a great London event. It is to take place in the city, and 1,000 tickets have already been sold for it. Jones told me yesterday that it was Harney who sold most of them. O'Connor, Reynolds, and hundreds of Chartists are taking part in it. Harney has got them together. He has been running round all day carrying out Louis Blanc's orders, as Jones also told me. He has also played rather a mean trick on Jones. He got him to translate the manifesto of Louis Blanc & Co., and then asked him if he minded being mentioned as the translator. This was on Wednesday. He already had your letter therefore, but he did not breathe a word of this to Jones. Jones consequently regarded his request simply as an appeal to his own socialist spirit, and replied, naturally, that he had no objection. After I had explained things to him, Jones told me that he would probably not go to the banquet, although he could not say definitely. What makes him undecided is very reasonable. If he does not go, he will lose popularity, as, thanks to Harney, the banquet has become a Chartist affair. He is also afraid that Reynolds might intrigue behind his back. Jones disapproves of Harney's conduct. He tried to excuse it on the ground that the Chartists, if they take part in neither of the two banquets, will be accused of lack of interest or of antipathy towards the foreign revolutionaries. I replied that in that case, Harney and his associates should have organized a Chartist meeting to celebrate the wretched 24th of February, instead of making themselves into a pedestal for a pygmy and half a dozen idiots. Harney has got himself into this business first because of his tendency, which we have so often ridiculed, to admire officially great men. Then, too, he likes theatrical effects. He is always anxious to please, I will not say vain. There is no doubt that he himself is deeply dominated by phrases and produces a very rich assortment of emotional gas. Is more deeply involved in the democratic nonsense than he will admit. He has a double spirit, one made for him by Friedrich Engels, another his very own. The former is a sort of straitjacket to him, the latter is himself in a pure state of nature. Marx to Engels. May 5, 1851. Yesterday Jones gave a really splendid lecture directed against the cooperative movement, and making a frontal attack on his own public. He tells me that nothing is likely to come of the plan for a paper to be produced by himself and Harney, as it is impossible to come to terms with Harney's wife. In the meantime he is going to produce a magazine on his own. Point 8. By the way, it would be very good if you would write and sign an article for Jones. He is making good progress with his paper, he is learning. He is not like Harney. Consequently the Notes to the People is gaining ground while the Friend of the People is collapsing. Marx to Engels. December 1, 1851. Utilizing my letter, Jones has mercilessly attacked Kossuth. I tell him that the revolutions of Europe mean the crusade of labor against capital, and I tell him they are not to be cut down to the intellectual and social standard of an obscure semi-barbarous people, like the Magyars, still standing in the half-civilization of the 16th century, who actually presume to dictate to the great enlightenment of Italy, Germany, and France, and to gain a false one cheer from the gullibility of England. Engels to Marx. January 22, 1852. Jones has written to me demanding contributions. I shall do my best and I promised him some. But with all these things, I keep losing one bit of spare time for study after the other, which is bad. I must see how I can organize myself to cheat the office. Jones has written about a mean trick which Harney has played on him, costing him £15. He says you can give me the details. What is it about? He was naturally very busy, and wrote in broken sentences and exclamation marks. Marx to Engels. February 18, 1852. If your time is so broken up, you would certainly be better advised to write for Dana than for Jones. When you have read the enclosed letter from Wedemeyer you will see still better how important it is not to interrupt these articles. Engels to Marx. February 19, 1852. Tell Jones that I will do something for him next week, or write him a note about the contents. Marx to Engels. February 23, 1852. E. Jones has made a tremendous advertisement of the announcement about your contributions, naturally without mentioning your name. It is the competition from Harney, who has found money, the devil knows where, to have great advertising wagons drawn round the city with "Read the Friend of the People" on them, and whose paper is displayed for sale in all the socialist shops, which has driven Jones to these methods of puffing. With reference to Wedemeyer's article against Heinzen, one Jones wrote him an official letter by today's post, in which he treats Heinzen with supreme contempt, and instructs him on the war of classes. The day before yesterday the National Reform League held a huge meeting, at which there were at least 2,000 people. Jones gave Messrs. Hume, Walmsley, and Co. a sound thrashing and achieved a veritable triumph. Manchester and London seem now to be dividing their labour so that the bourgeoisie concentrate their political attacks more there and their commercial attacks more here. Engels to Marx. March 18, 1852. I am very pleased to hear what you say about Jones, only I have damned little time just now, otherwise I should write him more articles. Jones is quite right, now that O'Connor has definitely gone mad, to exert himself to the utmost. Now is his chance, and if Citizen Hififura falls away in addition, the thing is safe for him. From all I see, the Chartists are so completely disorganized and scattered, and at the same time so short of useful people, that they must either fall completely to pieces and degenerate into cliques, in which case they will for practical purposes become simply the tail of the financial reformers, or they must be reconstituted on an entirely new basis by a fellow who knows his business. Jones is quite on the right lines for this, and we may well say that he would not have got onto the right road without our teaching, for he would never have discovered how the only basis on which the Chartist party can be reconstituted, namely, the instinctive hatred of the workers for the industrial bourgeoisie, can be not only preserved but enlarged, developed, and based on enlightening propaganda, whilst on the other hand one must still be progressive in opposing reactionary desires and prejudices among the workers. Have you read about the dogfight between Harney and Jones? Registered? If not, I will send you their reciprocal Philip pics. Both of them, one of his own free will, the other perforce, sink to the polemical level of the German émigrés. Last week friend Jones's paper was within a hair's breadth of collapsing. A deficit every week. He's embroiled with the committee and with the two citizens who have hitherto advanced him the money. Then a sudden rescue. McGowan has taken over the printing, and advances the weekly deficit, and Jones is now installed in the old Northern Star office. McGowan has shown Harney the door, and the idiot had sold off the Star to him for £40. Marx to Engels. September 2, 1852. Jones is a thoroughly egotistical fellow. For 2 months, he has been leading one up the garden with his translation. Point 2 From my side he has had nothing but good turns. Despite my own money troubles, I have spent days running round with him from pillar to post because of the money difficulties of his paper. All the foreign news special to his poor little paper has been provided by me. Whenever he got into a hole with his committee, his opponents, etc., he rushed to me and my advice got him out of the hole again. At last, when his paper became too miserable, I helped him to edit it for several weeks, and actually the thing put on a few hundred subscribers in London. He himself does not show one even conventional attention. One may concoct his paper with him today and tomorrow he will forget to send one a copy of it, but this forgetfulness happens once every week. I have told him it is all right for him to be an egoist, but he should be one in a civilized way, not so stupidly. Still, since his paper is the only Chartist organ, I shall not sever connections with him, but shall let him pilot his ship alone for a few weeks. Marx to Engels. September 23, 1852. And now for Jones. Although I have no reason myself to be very pleased with him, I stood up for him. He rushed to me as there was a crisis and for all our group last week. The other fellows had called 2 or 3 meetings which were to decide that. This meeting is of opinion that no confidence can be placed in the success of any democratic movement with which Mr. Ernest Jones is connected. They have been beaten, and that soundly. The asses tried first to compromise him by aspersions about money matters. They failed there. They then attacked him for the same reasons for which we support him, because he foments unfriendly feelings amongst the different classes. Harney, Holyoake Hunt of the leader, Newton, and others of the same kind have in fact allied themselves together to form a national party. This national party wants general suffrage but not Chartism. An old idea. Point 3 But before they can begin their campaign, Jones must be crushed. However, they have rather miscalculated. Jones has increased the price of his paper by a penny, without losing a single subscriber. Marx to Engels. May 21, 1853. The People's paper is on the upgrade, and for the present all right financially. Jones is calling mass meetings on Blackstone Edge, Skircote Moor, Mount Sorrel and in Nottingham Forest for June 19 and the following days. Marx to Engels. June 29, 1853. Haven't you seen anything of Jones, who is haunting your region and is said to have had a monster meeting at Halifax? Marx to Engels. September 17, 1853. Thanks to the lifting of the advertisement duty, Jones now has £3 worth of advertisements a week, and his paper is arriving at the paying point. Marx to Engels. March 9, 1854. I have received an invitation from the Labour Parliament to sit at Manchester as an honorary delegate. Today I wrote them a letter of thanks, and I included some sentences which, according to the spirit in which they were read, could be considered as very extremist, or as completely inoffensive. Today I sent Jones your office address. Marx to Engels. September 13, 1854. McGowan, Jones's printer and supplier of credit, has died of cholera. This is a blow for Jones. Marx to Engels. September 22, 1854. Jones has found a new printer with better terms. Disraeli has written him saying that he will present all Chartist petitions to Parliament. Marx to Engels. February 13, 1855. I told you how Herzen imposed himself on the International Committee. I enclose a letter, in which he expresses his thanks for not having been invited. This letter should appear in the People's paper. In the meantime Herzen has had himself nominated as one of the speakers at the fete. I enclose, also, a second letter, in which the committee invites me to attend the banquet, and to take part in the meeting. I don't want to offend the French, still less the Chartists. So will you tell me how I should refuse the invitation? Jones has been extremely stupid and quite lost his hold by leaving the direction of the affair entirely in the hands of the French and German petty bourgeois. He has sacrificed everything to his wish to show in a big public meeting that the foreign émigrés are in the tow of the Chartists. The meeting will be big and cause a row, but the results will be these. Urquhart and Co. will denounce the Chartists as directed by Russian agents. That is inevitable. It will give the government an excuse to renew the Aliens Bill. Discord will break out in the Chartist party. It has already broken out. Some of the London Chartists assert that Jones, by admitting the phrase Social and Democratic Republic when the subcommittee was formed which is to be the connecting link between the Chartists and the foreign emigration, has arbitrarily deviated from the Chartist program, and compromised their whole cause. In spite of the force, endurance, and energy, which one is bound to admit he possesses, Jones spoils everything by his urge for publicity, his tactless fumbling after pretexts for agitation and restless desire to move faster than the times. When he can't make a real agitation, he seeks the appearance of agitation, improvises movements on top of movements and, periodically, deceives himself into a false exaltation. I've warned him, but in vain. Marx to Engels. March 3, 1855. I will send you the stuff about Herzen, also yesterday's People's paper where you can read of the unity proceedings of Jones and Herzen. If Jones comes to see me again, should I show him the door, or proceed diplomatically? Marx to Engels. September 6, 1855. O'Connor, as you will know, died a few days ago. Jones's wife is dangerously ill. The poor devil is at this moment in desperate circumstances. Marx to Engels. April 10, 1856. Jones, to whom I have shown my manuscript, intends, if possible, that is to say if he can raise the necessary money for Martin's Hall, to lecture there on the fall of Kars before the parliamentary debates on this subject begin. There is now going on a bitter controversy between the Chartists and the Urquhartists at Newcastle on Tyne, London, Birmingham, and several other places. You probably know that Jones, with Finland as his shadow, has proclaimed himself dictator of Chartism, and has created a new organization which is indeed growing, but has also provoked a storm of indignation against himself. Marx to Engels. April 16, 1856. Two cuttings from the People's Paper, my first two articles on the Chartist documents. I will send you the continuation and conclusion. As I lost the original of the first article, and time, and still more Ernest Jones were pressing, I had to hash up from memory the Tribune article, and so hurriedly that many absurdities have slipped in, which your flair will be the first to discover. But never mind that. I only tell you to explain why I did not send you the thing at once. The day before yesterday there was a little banquet to celebrate the anniversary of the People's Paper. On this occasion I accepted the invitation, as the time seemed to demand it of me, and all the more since I alone of all the refugees had been invited and the first toast also fell to me, and I was to speak for the sovereignty of the proletariat in all countries. So I made a little speech in English which I shall not allow to be printed. Point 1. The aim which I had in mind was achieved. Herr Tollendier, who had to buy his ticket for 2 seconds. 6d, and the rest of the French and other refugees, have convinced themselves that we are the only intimate allies of the Chartists, and that though we refrain from public demonstrations and leave open flirtation with Chartism to the Frenchmen, we have it in our power to reoccupy at any time the position already historically due to us. Marx to Engels. April 26, 1856. Enclosed are, 2 Chartist papers, continuation and end. An article on the Duke of York which I gave Jones. In it I imitate, as well as I can manage, old Cobbett's style, and am sending it to you specially for Lupus. Marx to Engels. May 8, 1856. Yesterday I received this amusing letter from Sheffield. Council Hall, Sheffield, May 6, 1856. Doctor, the Sheffield Foreign Affairs Committee instructs me to convey to you an expression of their warm thanks for the great public service by your admirable exposé of the Chartist papers published in the People's Paper. I have the honor, etc., CYPLE's, Secretary. There's magnanimity for you, as there is war to the death between the People's Paper and the Free Press, and in general between Chartism and Urquharism. The great Ironside goes even further, and decrees that the thanks of the country were due to Dr. M., etc. It would have been much better if the chaps had sent me the money that they made by reprinting under the title Story of the Life, etc. my article on Palmerston. Marx to Engels. July 14, 1857. Jones's wife has been dead since April, and he seems fairly well. Engels to Marx. Manchester, November 15, 1857. At Failsworth, 4 miles from here, a manufacturer named Little was hanged in effigy with full ceremony, while a textile worker dressed as a parson recited the funeral service over him. Instead of "May the Lord have mercy on your soul," he read, "May the Lord blast your soul." Now is the time for Jones, if he only knows how to use it. Marx to Engels. November 24, 1857. Jones is behaving very stupidly. You know that long before the crisis, with no definite aim except to find some pretext for agitation in this lukewarm time, he arranged for a Chartist conference, to which bourgeois radicals were also to be invited. In general, a compromise was to be come to with the bourgeoisie by which they were to get the ballot if they would concede manhood suffrage to the workers. This proposal gave rise to divisions in the Chartist party, which in their turn involved Jones more deeply in his scheme. Point 1. Now, instead of using the crisis to replace a badly selected pretext for agitation by real agitation, he clings firmly to his nonsense and shocks the workers by preaching cooperation with the bourgeoisie, while he is far from inspiring the latter with the slightest confidence. Some of the radical papers are cajoling him in order to ruin him completely. In his own paper, that old ass Frost, whom he himself had boosted as a hero and whom he had nominated president of his conference, has come out against him with a most brutal letter, in which he says, among other things, if Jones considers the cooperation of the middle class necessary and nothing can be done without it, he should come out for it bona fide. Who gave him the right to draw up the program of the conference without their allies? Who gave him the right to nominate Frost president and to play the director himself, etc. So now he is in a hole, and for the first time is playing not merely a stupid but an ambiguous part. I have not seen him for a long time, but will now visit him. I consider him honest, and as in England no public character can become impossible because he does stupid things, etc., it is only a question of his extricating himself as quickly as possible from his own snare. The ass should first form a party, for which he must go to the factory districts. Then the radical bourgeoisie will come and ask him for compromises. Marx to Engels. December 22, 1857. In last Sunday's Reynolds there was a remarkable attack on the apostates who are advocating union with the middle class. It's Jones who is meant. It's a long time since I've seen this chap. He seems to be avoiding me and must have good reason for doing so. But I shall surprise him all the same one fine morning. Marx to Engels. January 14, 1858. What do you say to friend Jones? That the fellow has sold himself I am not yet willing to believe. His experience in 1848 may lie heavy on his stomach. With his great belief in himself he may think himself capable of exploiting the one see above. Introduction, pages 63 ff2 for Frost's letter, see the People's Paper, November 14, 1857. 16. 242. Middle class or may imagine that if only Ernest Jones were got into Parliament, one way or another, the history of the world would be bound to take a new turn. The best of it is that Reynolds has now come out in his paper as a furious opponent of the middle class and of all compromise, of course out of spite against Jones. Mr. B. O'Brien, one likewise, has now become an irrepressible Chartist at any price. The only excuse for Jones is the inertia which at present pervades the working class in England. However this may be, he is at present on the way to becoming a dupe of the middle class or a renegade. The fact that he, who used anxiously to consult me about every bit of rubbish, is now equally anxious to avoid me, shows anything but a good conscience. Engels to Marx. Manchester, October 7, 1878. The business with Jones is very disgusting. He has held a meeting here and spoken entirely along the lines of the new alliance. After this affair one is really almost driven to believe that the English proletarian movement in its old traditional Chartist form must perish completely before it can develop itself in a new form, capable of life. And yet one cannot foresee what this new form will look like. For the rest, it seems to me that Jones's new move, taken in conjunction with the former more or less successful attempts at such an alliance, is really bound up with the fact that the English proletariat is becoming more and more bourgeois, so that this most bourgeois of all nations is apparently aiming ultimately at the possession of a bourgeois aristocracy and a bourgeois proletariat as well as a bourgeoisie. For a nation which exploits the whole world this is of course to a certain extent justifiable. The only thing that would help here would be a few thoroughly bad years, and since the gold discoveries these no longer seem so easy to come by. I must say all the same, however, that the way the mass of overproduction which brought about the crisis has been absorbed is by no means clear to me. Such a rapid ebb after such a violent flood tide has never occurred before. Jones's manoeuvre has made Reynolds into an important person. He is the only educated man who still ostensibly poses as the representative of the proletariat, although at bottom he is every bit as bourgeois as Monsieur Jones, only in a different way. For him this is a godsend. Marx to Engels. October 8, 1858. Extracts from Reynolds about Jones. You will see for yourself where R gives facts and a judgment based on facts, and where he is airing his venom. Is a much bigger rascal than Jones, but he is rich, and an able speculator. The mere fact that he has turned into an out-and-out Chartist shows that this position must still be a bearable one. I've read Jones's speech at Manchester. As you haven't read his earlier speeches at Greenwich, etc., you won't have been able to remark how he is once again making a turn, and trying to put the alliance more into harmony with his old attitude. Engels to Marx. October 21. 1858. Concerning Jones, Reynolds is rather stingy with his facts, and assumes some closer acquaintance with previous happenings. Since Monsieur Jones has been behaving in such a low way for so long now, This final turn is scarcely surprising. But to make a present of himself like this. Duncombe at least got his debts paid, and what's more landed a good job. Marks to Wademeyer. February 1, 1859. I have broken with Ernest Jones. Despite my repeated warnings, and although I had predicted to him exactly what has happened, namely, that he would ruin himself and disorganize the Chartist party, he involved himself in attempts to come to an agreement with the bourgeois radicals. He is now a ruined man, but the harm he has done the English proletariat is enormous. Of course the damage will be repaired, but a very favorable moment for action has been lost. Imagine an army whose general goes over to the enemy on the day of battle. Marx to Engels. May 26, 1864. Enclose a note from Jones. You had better invite him for another day. Marx to Engels. June 16, 1864. Send me Ernest Jones's address. Please don't forget to send me Ernest Jones's address in Manchester. Engels to Marx. September 2, 1864. Jones's address is 52, Cross Street, Manchester. Marx to Engels. November 4, 1864. By chance a few numbers of E. Jones's Notes to the People have come into my hands again. These, so far as the main points of the economic articles are concerned, were written under my immediate guidance and partly also with my direct cooperation. Well, what do I find there? That at that date we were conducting against the cooperative movement the same polemic, only better, as Lassalle carried on 10 or 12 years later in Germany against Schulz Delitzsch. Marx to Engels. November 24, 1864. I have just sent off to you 3 copies of the address. One for you, one for Gumpert, one for Ernest Jones. If you can distribute any others, they are available. 1. The address of the International Workingmen's Association. 244. Marx to Engels. December 2, 1864. I later sent a few more copies of the address to E. Jones, mentioning that you would probably have sent him the first specimen. He writes today that he has seen and heard nothing of you. His address is 55, not 52, Cross Street. He says that after the assizes he will form a branch in Manchester, with people he knows. Engels to Marx. January 27, 1865. I think I can only get rid of about half a dozen cards and will therefore see Jones about it. I'm very busy at the moment. Marx to Engels. February 1, 1865. Creamer, our honorary General Secretary, had received a written invitation for the Council, as well as a private visit, on behalf of a provisional committee which is meeting privately in the London Tavern next Monday. Object: monster meeting for manhood suffrage. President Richard Cobden. The point is this. As E. Jones has already told us, the fellows had a complete failure in Manchester. Consequently they adopted a broader platform, in which, however, in place of manhood suffrage, registration for paying poor rate figured. This is what is stated in the printed circular sent to us. Since, however, after various indications it became clear to them that nothing under manhood suffrage could attract any cooperation whatever on the part of the working classes, they announced that they would accept manhood suffrage. A big demonstration in London would lead to similar ones in the provinces, write the provincials, yet once again, they having already arrived at the realization that they are incapable of setting the ball a-going. The next point, which was discussed yesterday, was this: should our society, i.e. Council, agree to the wish of these fellows and send some delegates who would attend the transactions of their provisional committee as observers? Secondly, if these fellows directly pledge themselves to the slogan of manhood suffrage and call the public meeting in its name, should we give our support? This last point is just as decisive for these chaps as it was in the American business. Without the trade unions no mass meeting is possible, and without us the trade unions are not to be had. This is also the reason why the gentlemen are applying to us. Opinions were very divided, largely as a result of Bright's latest imbecility in Birmingham. On my motion it was decided, to send a deputation merely as observers, so far as the meeting is concerned, to act with them if, in the first place, manhood suffrage is directly and openly proclaimed in the program, and, in the second, if people elected by us are brought onto the regular committee, so that they can watch the fellows and plus Creamer, W.R. Joyner, Secretary of the International Workingmen's Association, 1864-66. Later a Liberal MP and associated with pacifist organizations. When the fresh treachery, which, as I made clear to them all, is certainly planned, takes place, can compromise them. I am writing to E. Jones about the affair today. Marx to Engels. February 13, 1865. Have an eye upon Jones. He is a fellow too clever by half. By the way, I hope that by Tuesday things will be advanced enough for me to send you some cards. I'll send about 24, but you are not obliged to dispose of them all at one go. But give part of them to Ernest Jones. He has written me about the election agitation, on which I told him he should send me a second letter that I could read to the committee, and this he did. But in it he said nothing whatever about the International Association. As he is very wily and I want to pin him down, you must insist that he at once forms a branch committee, and that he and his friends take out cards of membership. They must realize that the International is the very medium through which political cooperation between London and the provinces can be established. Marx to Engels. February 16, 1865. Jones has written and asked me to send him about a dozen cards. I'll send you a dozen for him and a dozen for yourself. You can return those that you can't dispose of within a reasonable time. The price is 1d per card. Marx to Engels. February 25, 1865. On the committee charged with forming the new Reform League, the International Association has succeeded in getting the majority composed in such a way that we have the whole leadership of it in our hands. I have sent the details to E. Jones. Engels to Marx. February 27, 1865. Jones has sessions again. I haven't been able to see him yet. Nothing can be done about Jones. No sooner are the sessions over than the assizes begin. The trade in crime seems highly flourishing. Marx to Engels. May 1, 1865. Today is Jenny's birthday and tonight I shall have at my house Ernest Jones, Odger, Creamer, Fox, and Young, so that the birthday will be celebrated politically. Marx to Engels. May 9, 1865. Ernest Jones has been here, very friendly, socially speaking. But between ourselves, he only wants to use our association for the purpose of election propaganda. Of the dozen cards that I sent him, he brought me back 11 and had one written in English. 246. Not sold one, while poor Shealy, for example, sold 24 all on his own. I told him that I would dispose of them later, but that he should take them back now, as I could not face the English workers with such news. By and by he will find out that he should not, if only for opportunistic reasons, have treated the matter so lightly and rather contemptuously. I'll write and tell him to give the addresses back to you. You can hand them on to someone or other. In his keeping they are simply dead ballast. Another thing I don't like is that he was here to wangle a recordership out of Sir G. Grey. Engels to Marx. May 12, 1865. As for Jones, we shall have to let him go. It seems to me that he has no longer any real faith in the proletarian movement as a whole. I can never get hold of him here, he is always out. Marx to Engels. May 13, 1865. As for Jones, we must travel with him for the moment. At the conference in Manchester next Tuesday, he and his friends will take part with our delegates Howell, as Secretary of the Reform League, Beales and Mason Jones as bourgeois representatives of the same league. Without us this Reform League would never have been created, or would have fallen into the hands of the middle class. Engels to Marx. July 15, 1865. In the elections, Jones worked body and soul for Haywood, who, however, as a teetotaler and permissive bill supporter will not draw the workers. Moore also worked very hard. James made all the snobs of Manchester very happy. The fellow wants to become a judge, that's all. The election will cost him a pretty sum of money, if only in the champagne drunk by his committee and supporters. Talk about bribery, corruption, and treating, fellows like Fat Knowles came by the dozen to Queen's Hotel, where headquarters was, stuffed themselves full and swilled floods of champagne, and everything could be settled up by a little bit of paper, on which a member of the committee wrote, "Good for 2 lunches and 3 bottles of champagne." Marx to Engels. November 20, 1865. Ernest Jones's address is now 47, Princess Street. Engels to Marx. April 27, 1867. I saw Ernest Jones the other day. He has been asked by 4 different places to stand as a candidate under the new bill, including Manchester. He abuses the workers here terribly and backs the Prussians at any odds against the French. 1 Samuel Moore, translator, with Edward Aveling, of Capital, Volume I. Appendices 247. Engels to Marx. November 18, 1868. What do you say to the elections in the factory districts? Once again the proletariat has discredited itself terribly. Manchester and Salford returned 3 Tories to 2 Liberals, including moreover the Milk and Water Bailey. Bolton, Preston, Blackburn, etc., practically nothing but Tories. In Ashton it looks as if M. Gibson would go to the wall. Ernest Jones nowhere, despite the cheering. Everywhere the proletariat are the tag, rag, and bobtail of the official parties, and if any party has gained additional strength from the new voters, it is the Tories. The small towns, the half-rotten boroughs are the salvation of bourgeois liberalism, and the rels will be reversed. The Tories will now be in favor of more members for the big towns and the Liberals for unequal representation. Here the electors have increased from 24,000 to not quite 48,000, while the Tories have increased their voters from 6,000 to 14,000 to 15,000. The Liberals threw away a lot and Mr. Henry did a lot of harm, but it cannot be denied that the increase of working-class voters has brought the Tories more than their mere additional percentage and has improved their relative position. On the whole this is to the good. It looks at present as if Gladstone will get a narrow majority and so be compelled to keep the ball rolling and reform the Reform Act. With a big majority he would have left it all to God as usual. But it remains a hopeless certificate of destitution for the English proletariat, all the same. The parson has shown unexpected power and so has the cringing to respectability. Not a single working-class candidate had a ghost of a chance, but my Lord Tomnody or any parvenu snob could have the workers' votes with pleasure. Marx to Engels. January 28, 1869. The news about E. Jones has of course been a profound shock to us here at home, for he was one of the few old friends. Engels to Marx. January 29, 1869. Tomorrow, with an enormous procession, Jones is to be buried in the same churchyard where Lupus lies. The fellow is really a loss. His bourgeois phrases were only hypocrisy after all, and here in Manchester there is no one who can take his place with the workers. They will become completely disintegrated again and fall right into the net of the bourgeoisie. Moreover, he was the only educated Englishman among the politicians who was, at bottom, entirely on our side. Appendix 2. Some notes on R. G. Gamage's history of the Chartist movement and Ernest Jones. R. G. Gamage wrote his widely quoted history just after he had severed connection with the Chartist movement in London, a break which had involved a bitter quarrel with Ernest Jones. As suggested above, while Gamage's book remains a valuable introduction to Chartist history, its partisanship has not always been appreciated, and in particular, Gamage's account of Jones's career was grossly biased, and inaccurate in its details. It is not unfair to Gamage to suggest that his appreciation of Jones's character, and his account of Jones's relationship with the Chartist movement was consistently hostile, and at times vicious. Gamage described Jones as possessing a concealed cunning, as being a hypocrite, and ambitious and mercenary. From his description of Jones's Chartist activities, 3 aspects have been selected for examination, for each of which Gamage was able to adduce evidence which exhibited Jones most unfavorably, and which, if true, suggest that Gamage's characterization of Jones was in large part justified. These 3 are the account of Thomas Cooper's expulsion from the 1846 Leeds Convention, the relationship between O'Connor and Jones, and the story of de Brassier and Jones's alleged financial dishonesty. 1. The expulsion of Thomas Cooper from the 1846 Leeds Convention. Gamage's version is as follows: the conference was held at Leeds on the 3rd of August. The reader will possess a tolerably correct idea of the disadvantages under which Cooper would labor in attempting to make himself heard in such a body. After the credentials of the delegates had been read, he rose and asked for a report of Chartism, its numbers, funds, etc. Wheeler, the secretary, had no account of the kind to present, and McGrath, the president, declared that he knew nothing about it. Cooper persisted in addressing the delegates, when rascal, scoundrel, liar, hypocrite, and many other equally polite epithets were showered profusely upon him. He told them that they were perfectly aware that he had resolutions to propose, but still they clamored. O'Connor tried to coax Cooper out of his resolutions, but to no purpose, when up started a man, almost new to the Chartist movement, and threatened if he did not desist he would move his expulsion. This person was no other than Earnest Jones. Cooper replied that he ought, as a man of genius, to be ashamed of announcing such a measure. Besides, he had only been a Chartist 3 months, and could not know what he was doing. Jones replied in the true style of the demagogue, viz. that while Cooper had been in the byways, he had been in the highways of Chartism, and had only the other day seen thousands of the veritable though not enrolled Chartists on Blackstone Edge and heard the thunder of their cheers. Cooper told him that he talked like a child, and would sometime find out his mistake. Jones persisted in moving Cooper's expulsion on the ground of contumacy, and malicious resistance to the proceedings of conference. The motion was seconded, and some held up their hands. Others remained neutral, doubtless from shame, but not a man had. 248. The courage to vote against it, though more than one had been bitterly hostile to Feargus O'Connor, and one of them had even professed to go with Cooper the day previous. The chairman declared Cooper expelled. The source of this account, other than personal reminiscence and memories, is uncertain. There is no report of these proceedings in the contemporary issues of the Times, Lloyd's, Morning Post, Gerald's, or the Daily News. The Northern Star's account is quite different, and the reports in the Leeds Intelligencer and the Leeds Mercury confirm the details in the Star. The full report of the first day's proceedings given in the Northern Star for August 8, 1846, opens with an introductory paragraph, followed by a list of the delegates and the towns they represent, and continues. Objections were then made to Mr. Thomas Cooper, for the City of London, and Mr. William Jackson, for Bradford. After some discussion upon the subject, Messrs. Graspy, Yardley, Barker, Wild, and Tattersall, were appointed a committee to examine all disputed returns of delegates. On the motion of Mr. O'Connor, seconded by Mr. Cooper, it was agreed that the convention should assemble at 9 o'clock in the morning, adjourn at 12, meet again at 1:30, and adjourn for the day at 5:30 o'clock. Mr. O'Connor moved, and Mr. Cooper seconded, that each delegate be allowed 10 minutes in introducing a motion, and 5 minutes in reply, and that other speakers be allowed 5 minutes. The convention then adjourned. Afternoon sitting. The reports of the delegates having been received from the various localities, Mr. O'Connor brought forward a program of the business, from the Executive Committee, to be laid before the convention, and concluded by moving the following resolution. That this convention recommend the Chartist party to use all the means at their command to ensure the return of Chartist candidates at the next general election, pledged to a support of our principles, as the primary object of their delegation. Mr. Brooks ably seconded the resolution and stated, that they had great hopes of being able to return Mr. Joseph Sturge at the next general election, as member for the borough of Leeds, and impressed upon the convention the necessity of attending to the acquisition of municipal power. Mr. Cooper rose for the purpose of moving an amendment, but having occupied the time with extraneous matter, without so doing, he was informed that his time was expired. Mr. Clark defended the conduct of the executive, and proved, by statistics, the practicability of success in an electioneering campaign. Mr. E. Jones was extremely sorry, for the sake of the constituency of Mr. Cooper, that he should have been paying so much attention to his resolutions, instead of examining the present state of the Chartist party. Before he complained of the want of statistics, he should see the statistics that he had seen, not merely pen and ink statistics, but written in living men who had traveled 20 miles to attend a meeting, to show their adherence to the Charter. The election committee reported, that having heard the objections against Messrs. Smith and Jackson, we are of the opinion that they are both entitled to sit on the convention. That the committee, having requested Mr. Cooper's attendance, and that gentlemen having refused to comply therewith, think themselves insulted, and therefore recommend that he be not allowed to sit in this convention until he has complied with the above request. 250. Mr. Cooper denied having refused to attend the summons of the committee. Messrs. Graspy, Wild, Tattersall, and others repeated the statement of Mr. Cooper's refusal. Some further discussion having taken place, Mr. Jones moved, and Mr. Mooney seconded, that Mr. Cooper, having refused to comply with the request of the election committee, and with the instructions of the convention, and persisting in vexatiously delaying the time of the convention, and interrupting the order of business, be no longer allowed to sit as a member of the convention. The resolution having been carried unanimously, the meeting adjourned. This account in the Northern Star broadly agrees, as noted above, with those in the Leeds Intelligencer and the Leeds Mercury. The report in the former was only a short one, its main feature was the election committee story and it made no reference to Jones. The Leeds Mercury account reads: the first day's proceedings were of a rather a stormy nature, owing to the presence of Mr. Thomas Cooper. Mr. Cooper had given notice to move the following unpalatable resolutions. On Mr. Cooper presenting his credentials they were objected to, as well as those of 2 other delegates, and an election committee was appointed to take the case into consideration. While the consideration of the matter was pending, however, Mr. Cooper and Mr. Fergus O'Connor and other delegates got to loggerheads. Mr. Cooper was accused of offering cold-blooded insults to the convention, of being a man who might be bought to tell lies, deceitful, and hypocritical. Mr. Cooper in return was not at all sparing in his epithets, and on being summoned into the election committee room, refused to attend until he had moved an amendment to the first of a series of resolutions about to be proposed by Mr. O'Connor, with reference to the future policy of the Chartist body. It was then moved and carried unanimously that Mr. Cooper, having refused to attend upon the election committee, be expelled the convention. Mr. Cooper refused to leave the room and a scene of uproar occurred, in which such epithets as liar and scoundrel were rather freely used. Mr. O'Connor challenged Mr. Cooper to a discussion of the quarrel between them, which Mr. Cooper refused amidst a storm of hisses and groans, because Mr. O'Connor was backed, as he said, by assassins. Gamage was not present at this convention, but he must have had a file of the Northern Star at his elbow when writing his history. He must also have seen, in the same issue of the Star, the letter from the City of London Chartists dated August 3. It was read to the convention the day after Cooper's expulsion. August 3. To the chairman of the conference, Sir, I am directed by a large majority of the City of London Chartists, to inform you of the proceedings of their meeting on Sunday, August 2. Moved by Mr. Tucker, seconded by Mr. Mills, that Mr. Cooper be expelled the Society, carried by 28 to 5. Moved that Mr. Dunn be also expelled, carried by 28 to 5. Yours truly, Henry Tucker, Secretary. It would be perhaps naive to suggest that this action by the City of London Chartists was much more than a recognition and a reflection of the dominant position in the movement enjoyed by O'Connor. But that is not the issue in the present context, and Gamage must be judged to have grossly distorted and biased according to his own predilections this particular incident of Cooper's expulsion. To O'Connor, Jones, and the story of de Brassier. The story of de Brassier was written by Jones and published in the Notes to the People between May 1851 and March 1852. Gamage used de Brassier as collateral proof of Jones's hypocrisy in relation to O'Connor, in that while Jones publicly maintained a friendly and correct attitude towards O'Connor, in private he was abusing him and undermining his influence. Simon de Brassier, Gamage alleged, was a thinly veiled caricature of O'Connor which all could recognize, and de Brassier's betrayal of the movement was in fact an accusation against O'Connor. There are two problems here. One is the correctness of Gamage's assertion that de Brassier was O'Connor, and the second, of wider scope, is the general attitude of Jones to O'Connor, and the relationship between them. Jones himself was aware at the time the novel was being published of the alleged identification between O'Connor and de Brassier. In a foreword to the second book of the novel, he wrote, in resuming, at the very general request of his readers, the history of de Brassier, the author thinks it right to offer a few preparatory remarks. He has been asked, repeatedly, whether he does not intend to represent particular individuals under the various characters he introduces in the work. Nay, some, whom the author both respects and admires, have been even pointed to as the originals of pictures framed within its pages. The author most distinctly repudiates any such intention, and reminds the reader of the following words in the introductory chapter of de Brassier. This tale contains no personal allusions. No incident in British democracy is represented under a fictitious name. What has given rise to the supposition is, that in narrating the events of a revolutionary movement, the unavoidable similarity of incident will place characters in a similarity of position, and because a man addresses a meeting, heads a procession, or sits at a council in the one case, that proneness which people have to hunt for hidden allusions in the most simple narrative, has led some to believe that its moral was pointed at men who sat at councils, spoke at meetings, or were interwoven with democratic movements in another. The object of de Brassier is to show the people how they have but too often been deceived and betrayed by their own personal friends. Deceived and betrayed, not by an individual selling them to the government, but by the individual selling them to himself. Nearly 10 years later, on the occasion of the libel action against Reynolds, Jones explicitly repudiated the accusation, "I never intended to represent Mr. O'Connor by the character of de Brassier, in a novel of that name written by me. I always have respected and admired Mr. O'Connor as one of the purest of politicians. I am aware that one of the defendant's witnesses, 252, says I meant Mr. O'Connor, but it is untrue. I used to read the manuscript to Mr. O'Connor, and he admired it much. The Chartists did not consider I meant him, for they wished me to pronounce his funeral oration. Nottingham sent for me for the same purpose, and a few weeks ago, Manchester sent for me to defend his memory against the attacks of a dissenting minister, which I did before an audience of 8,000 persons." Gamage argued that nearly all the events and circumstances in the novel paralleled those with which O'Connor had been concerned. In fact, however, there are a number of subplots quite separate from the story of Simon de Brassier, and even in the special case of the latter, the suggestion is untrue. Only in one chapter is there the evidence for Gamage's charges, and it is from this one chapter that all Gamage's quotations, with a single exception, are taken. What Gamage does, and very effectively for his purpose, is to quote a number of isolated passages and then show how close they were to O'Connor's own speeches and writings. O'Connor, for example, made a great point in the convention about his having been told that he was to be shot if he proceeded with the April 10 meeting. Similarly, he mentioned treachery in the convention, although a reading of the context in which the charge was made suggests it was not a very serious accusation, and he did accuse the members of the convention of ingratitude towards him, since he offered the profits of the Northern Star towards their expenses. But if chapter 23 is read as a whole and the background of the story kept in mind, it is difficult to resist the conclusion that Gamage's use of isolated quotations taken from their context gives a distorted picture of Jones's characterization of de Brassier, for Jones makes de Brassier a thoroughgoing rogue. In the novel, soon after de Brassier entered the democratic movement, he allied himself with the money-lender Blutery. De Brassier was to conduct the workers' movement in such a way the Blutery would be enabled to take advantage of the parallel ups and downs of the money market. This was the source of de Brassier's growing income, and throughout the novel, de Brassier seeks more and more power in order that his control may be tighter, and his gain via Blutery correspondingly greater. Jones describes him reasoning thus: "What shall I do with the movement? I am making money by it, by wholesale. That rascally Blutery certainly watches the turn of the market, and though he makes £2 to my 1, yet I am growing rich." There could be no mistaking Jones's intention. He depicted de Brassier as a black-hearted scoundrel for whom all honest men must have the utmost loathing. What Gamage did was to omit from his quotations the worst aspects of de Brassier, and pick out those parts which supported his own thesis. The quotation which follows is a good example of Gamage's technique. Gamage wrote, "The following passage, which is taken from an earlier chapter, should be well studied. Taking O'Connor's conduct in 1839 and 1848 in conjunction, and comparing it with this passage, the reader may see at once the author's intention. Well did he know there would be partial insurrection and rioting, blood would be shed, convicts would be exiled, thousands would be ruined, hearts would be broken, but what cared he for that? He would gain doubly. On the one hand, the most ardent, the most popular, the most upright, would be sure to get transported for life. He would have so many rivals whom he began to fear removed out of his path, and it would afterwards make good stock in trade to talk of the glorious exiles, or to vituperate the rashness and folly of those who did not follow his advice, and who, therefore, paid the penalty of their presumption and vanity. As it stands, no doubt Colonel Saville would have found it a telling description of O'Connor, but this quotation was preceded by a description of the mercenary agreement between Blutery and de Brassier and followed by the quotation given below. Jones summed up de Brassier, the great champion of democracy, who was playing off the heart and energies of a mighty nation, of a purpose so sordid, so vital, so vile. No murder was ever so guilty, no crime was ever so foul, and smilingly, with this deliberate purpose, de Brassier passed into the street, on the first stages of his terrific mission. Gamage inserted his interpretation of de Brassier in his history after an alleged conversation which Jones had with O'Brien on the ways and means of undermining O'Connor's position in the movement, and before the account of the Manchester Conference, January 1851, over which Jones and O'Connor were in opposition. It was undoubtedly useful for Gamage to suggest, at least by implication, that de Brassier was written at a time when Jones and O'Connor were engaged in political controversy. The facts are that the notes to the People were commenced in May 1851, the story of de Brassier begins at the end of the same month, and the crucial chapter 23, upon which Gamage relies, was not published until September 1851. By this time O'Connor's influence was negligible, and he was already, as everyone among the Chartist leadership knew, well advanced towards that complete mental breakdown of which the public first became aware in February 1852. The fact that Jones had to repudiate explicitly the suggestion that he was, through the character of de Brassier, attacking O'Connor, means that it was not only Gamage who appreciated the alleged identification. Historians have in the main followed the Gamage version of the de Brassier story, and while the coincidences of speeches and events in chapter 23 make it impossible to deny outright that Jones had O'Connor in mind in this particular context, nevertheless, had not Gamage made great play with the matter, it is very doubtful whether it would have been seen as anything but a rather trivial issue. Apart from the unresolved problem of chapter 23, by no stretch of imagination can O'Connor be identified with the character of Simon de Brassier. When the personal and political relationships between Jones and O'Connor are examined, the conclusion is unmistakable, either that Jones was a whole-hearted and consistent hypocrite, or that he entertained a genuine respect and 254. Liking for Feargus O'Connor. Unless hypocrisy is maintained, the evidence for the latter is conclusive. The most important cause of political difference between them was the Manchester Conference, which was held at the end of January 1851. Engels writes of Jones speaking publicly of O'Connor with as little respect as possible. But in spite of their strained political relations, Jones could write, however some may differ with Mr. O'Connor in matters of political expediency, all must admit that he has devoted a long life to the democratic cause and that the country owes him a debt of gratitude for so doing. And O'Connor could say, a week later, they must exert themselves to return at least 40 or 50 members. He trusted soon to see their talented young friend, Ernest Jones, in that house. The first public indication of O'Connor's insanity was before the tribunal inquiring into the affairs of the National Land Company. 5 days later, on February 7, 1852, O'Connor was arrested for a disturbance in the Lyceum Theatre and an assault on a policeman. He was given 7 days' detention. Jones wrote in this connection, "Whatever may be the difference of opinion on political matters some may have entertained, surely there can be but one feeling at such a time, on such an occasion, that of indignation at his treatment, that of sympathy for his sufferings, and respect for one, whose present infirmity is an additional proof of his past sincerity and labors. He has toiled for 15 years in the people's cause. He has been persecuted for it, he has not grown rich by it, and he has remained true to it. He may have made mistakes, no man but has done the same, but who has done so much in creating and organizing the democratic mind? It will be the crowning disgrace of Chartism, if we let him drop down from among us without one hand, nay, without a million hands stretched forth to hold him up, and if the derisive and inhuman laughter that echoed in the House of Commons, when the news of his arrest was brought, be not practically protested against by us. Mr. O'Connor called at my house after leaving prison, and it was evident he was laboring under feelings of the keenest irritation. An expression of public sympathy can alone soothe him. I respectfully recommend the immediate formation of a national committee." In the years which followed, Jones consistently defended O'Connor against the many attacks which were made against him, and he was foremost in looking after O'Connor's interests until the latter died in 1855. At the Commission of Inquiry into O'Connor's state of mind, reported in the People's Paper, April 16, 1853, Jones made a very interesting statement, which deserves to be better known. "I have known Mr. O'Connor intimately for 8 years, and when first acquainted with him, found him a man of surprising intellectual power and physical strength. His reflections were profound, his decisions vigorous, and his inconsistency unswerving. In private life he was remarkably abstemious, and indefatigable in his public duties. To these, his whole energy seemed devoted, while no light amusement or frivolous pursuit appeared to occupy a moment of his time. At that time, I feared that if anything should frustrate the success of his plan, the effect on him would be terrible, as his whole soul seemed bound up in the undertaking. In the early part of 1848, when the first cloud stole over its prospects of success, and when calumny and persecution first began to start up under his feet, where he thought he stood the firmest, a marked change began to appear in his manner. It could be traced even in his letters. The want of logical connection between the sentences, constant repetition, and the enunciation of contradictory views and advice, surprised his friends generally. It was evident the great mind was beginning to totter on its throne, and balancing itself to and fro before plunging in its fall. From June 1848 to June 1850, I had no opportunity of seeing Mr. O'Connor, but when I met him again in 1850, one was startled at the change that had taken place. What first struck me was a strange loss of memory. He also seemed to be laboring under delusion. When I say he burst into tears without apparent cause, he may certainly, as you say, have been thinking of the ingratitude and persecution he experienced from those he had befriended, but I do not think this disproves his insanity. On the contrary, I think it was the very thing that causaed it. He used bitterly to inveigh against those whom he had raised, protected, and befriended, being his bitterest revilers. I believe any open opposition on questions of policy would not have touched him. He could appreciate and respect those who conscientiously differed, but what galled him, and, I believe, chiefly drove him into insanity, was that these very men should, in their pamphlets and writings, impugn his motives, and accuse him of dishonesty and peculation. I have seen him several times at Dr. Tuke's and found his mind a perfect wreck. 3. Gamage's allegations regarding Jones's dishonesty in financial matters. Throughout the 1850s, Jones was attacked by his opponents for financial mismanagement of various affairs and dishonesty in money matters. There was the controversy around the O'Brien Testimonial Fund, and on several occasions charges were made against him in connection with the finances of the People's paper. A movement in decline inevitably generates bitter animosities, and much of the disillusionment which resulted from the disintegration of Chartism was concentrated in slanderous attacks upon opponents, and charges of financial dishonesty were very common. Jones himself was, on occasions, guilty of pettiness and intemperate and childish behavior and language, but in fairness to Jones, on this, as on other occasions, it must be admitted that he was subject to considerable provocation. Gamage gives prominence to 2 matters for which evidence is available upon which he can be disproved. 256. The first matter concerns the charges made by the so-called Peacock Committee. Gamage wrote of this affair: "It was not long before 13 of the members of the People's Paper Committee, including some of the oldest Democrats of the metropolis, separated from Earnest Jones and charged him with reckless mismanagement of the funds of the paper. He called a public meeting, and read a statement respecting the matter at issue, amid great confusion, and he afterwards published his defense, which was deemed satisfactory by the majority of the Chartist body." Gamage then continues to give more space to an account of a meeting called by the opposition, and the general impression is undoubtedly unfavorable to Jones. Gamage's version might well have proved impossible to deny had not the story been repeated by G.W.M. Reynolds in his slander campaign against Jones in 1858-9. In the libel action against Reynolds, which Jones initiated, Jones was triumphantly vindicated. The second charge which Gamage made against Jones was the general one of money grabbing from the Chartist movement. To this Jones replied soon after Gamage's history was published. In the People's Paper for June 23, 1855, after a letter from James Finlan which vigorously attacked Gamage's history, Jones adds some comments of his own, denying the allegations and making counter-charges against Gamage. He was supported in succeeding issues of the paper by Chartists from several localities in the provinces. A revealing incident concerned the Cheltenham locality. Gamage had made the usual charges against Jones to the Cheltenham Chartists, and a committee was set up to investigate the matter. Their report cleared Jones and severely attacked Gamage. Again, it would be difficult to disprove Gamage completely from the evidence presented in the People's Paper, since Jones's denials and the support from his friends may very well have been as biased and inaccurate as the statements from Gamage. But all these charges of financial dishonesty, mismanagement and money grabbing were the basis of the slander case against Reynolds in 1859, and every one of the charges was discussed in detail, and refuted in detail by Jones and his witnesses. Several members of the People's Paper Audit Committee, for example, testified in Jones's favor on the Peacock's Committee charges, and it was at this trial that Jones first publicly revealed how he had refused a legacy of £2,000 per annum which would have been bequeathed him provided that he renounced his Chartist activities. In the end, the jury intervened and stated they did not require any further evidence, since they were convinced of Jones's honesty, and the Lord Chief Justice summed up, "All of us may disagree with Mr. Ernest Jones's political sentiments, all of us may hold him to be a political enthusiast, but I think the proceedings of this day show that there has been nothing sordid in his conduct, and that, after this proceeding, not a shadow of imputation can rest upon him, nor a shadow of pretense for the imputations made." Appendix 3. Program adopted by the Chartist Convention of 1851. The Chartist Convention met in the large hall of the Parthenium Rooms, St. Martin's Lane, London, on Monday, March 31, 1851. It ended on Thursday, April 10. There were 18 delegates on the first day, with another 6 reporting on the Tuesday. Many localities wrote that they were unable to find a delegate's expenses, and that they would not, therefore, be represented. Ernest Jones introduced the program agreed to by the executive, and the document printed below is the amended version accepted by the convention. The reports of the convention are in the Northern Star, April 5 and 12, 1851. The program has been taken from the issue of June 12, 1851. The paramount duty of a Chartist national convention is to promote Chartist organization, to keep that organization distinctive from every other political movement or alloy, and to spread, through all classes, political and social knowledge to the utmost of their power. It is, therefore, resolved, for the better reorganization of Chartism, 1. That, since by each and all of the franchise measures now before the people, the middle class would gain far more votes than the working class would obtain, which would place the latter in a more powerless position than at present, the Charter must be agitated for in its entirety, that the omission of any one of its points would impair the utility of the remainder, and that, therefore, popular support must be withheld from all franchise measures falling short of its provisions. 2. That the clause in the original bill for the Charter would be specifying that every male adult should have the vote, unless convicted of crime, be modified to imply a deprivation of the vote, merely while undergoing punishment for crime, since the punishment for an offense once undergone, no after penalty ought in justice to attach to the individual. 3. That a national petition for the Charter be presented to Parliament, such petition to be prepared on the following plan: simultaneous meetings for passing the petition to be held in every town or borough where practicable. At such meetings 2 tellers to be appointed to count the numbers present, the petition, together with a declaration affirming the numbers in favor of such petition, to be signed by the tellers and the chairman of the meeting. 4. That in anticipation of a dissolution of Parliament, all boroughs where the Chartist body are strong enough to contest the election, forthwith fix on candidates pledged to the Charter in its entirety, form election committees, subscribe funds, commence agitating the district, and bring their influence to bear on the constituency. That where the candidate cannot go to the poll, a Chartist be put in nomination in every hustings in the kingdom, when it is possible to seize that opportunity for spreading Chartist knowledge. 17,257. 258. Il. Municipal and parochial power should be vested in the hands of the people, since disenfranchisement in local matters is as unjust as the restriction of the elective franchise. Therefore it is resolved, 1. That the assistance which Chartist organization may derive from municipal and local power be not lost sight of, and that practical steps be taken in all townships and parishes to contest the municipal elections. 2. That addresses be issued to the people, relative to municipal and parochial legislation, and that the question of municipal and parochial universal suffrage be brought before the public on principles analogous to those of the Charter. Il. It is further resolved, that the agitation for the Charter be carried among the trades, to strengthen both movements through mutual aid, that communications be entered into with the executives of the trades unions, the various trades bodies, and associations of working men for that purpose, pointing out the reciprocal advantage to accrue from cooperation between the 2 great sections of reformers. 4. That the agricultural counties be divided into districts, that tracts and addresses to farmers and laborers be prepared and issued. That missionaries, taking with them a supply of such tracts and addresses, be sent into the several districts, and that public meetings and lectures be held in the rural towns, for the purpose of establishing localities. That missionaries be also sent to the Irish people, to the colliers, miners, and railway laborers. The expenses, where necessary, to be borne by the National Chartist Fund. The convention is further of opinion, that the best way to enlist sympathy with the Chartist movement is, to show its bearing on the grievances of every suffering class, that those classes may be taught to see in Chartism the leverage of their hopes, that the best way to impress and weaken class government is to show those who yet support it, that the Chartists would do them more good, than that class government can or will afford, and to pour one continuous stream of agitation on class government, from every portion of the toiling community, to attack every one of its monopolies, to assail every one of its strongholds, and to break them down in detail. The convention is also of opinion, that a political change would be inefficacious, unless accompanied by a social change, that a Chartist movement, unless accompanied with social knowledge, would result in utter failure, that we cannot claim or receive the support of the laborer, mechanic, farmer, or trader, unless we show them that we are practical reformers, that power would be safely vested in Chartist hands, that we know their grievances, and how to redress them, that the Charter would confer on them a positive, immediate, and permanent benefit, and at once increase alike their comforts and resources. The Chartist body should, therefore, stand forward as the protector of the oppressed. Each suffering class should see in it the redresser of its several wrongs. It ought to be the connecting link, that draws together on one. Appendices 259. Common ground, the now isolated bodies of the working classes, self-interest being the tie best able to bind them to each other. It is, therefore, time that the self-interest of every one of the oppressed classes be appealed to. Each one of these classes demands a measure of social reform proportioned to its wants, though various. These requirements are not conflicting. One right can never contradict another. Truth cannot antagonize with truth. To stand forth as the unirer of all these isolated, but in fact homogeneous interests, to weld the millions into one compact mass, to evoke the dormant mind of the country, and thus to launch the gathered power in the right direction, is the duty and endeavor of this delegation of the people. The convention, deeply impressed with this truth, while keeping Chartism distinct as an organized political body, not joining any other section, nor mixing it with any other organization, recommends that public attention be directed to the following principles: that subjoined remedial measures be submitted to the classes severally interested, that their support of Chartist organization be solicited on the ground of these reforms, and that these be made the subject of continuous and universal instruction. I. The land. This convention believes that the land is the inalienable inheritance of all mankind. Monopoly is therefore repugnant to the laws of God and nature. The nationalization of the land is the only true basis of national prosperity. With the view of arriving at this ultimatum, it is resolved that the following measures be successively urged upon the public. 1. The establishment of a Board of Agriculture. 2. The restoration of poor, common, church and crown lands to the people. Such lands to be divided in suitable proportions. Those located to be tenants of the state, paying a proportionate rent charge for their holdings. 3. Compensation to outgoing tenants for improvements. Tenants not to be tied down to any old covenants of rotation of crops. The repeal of the game laws. All rents to be commuted into corn rents. 4. The state to be empowered to purchase land, for the purpose of locating thereon the population, as tenants, individually or in association, paying a rent charge to the state. The funds for such purpose to arise from the rent charge payable on the common, church, poor and crown lands above mentioned, and such other sources as may hereafter be determined. Government purchasing land as above, not to be permitted to sell again, but to hold such lands as national property forever, letting them to tenants in such quantities, and under such conditions, as may secure freedom to the tenant, and safety to the state. 6. The state to have priority of purchase at fair current prices. 7. To provide for the final and complete nationalization of the land. 260. State shall resume possession of the soil as rapidly as existing interests can be extinguished by law, by death, by surrender, or by any means accordant with justice and a generous treatment of all classes. The Church. Religion should be free, as spiritual, it ought not to be subject to temporal control. Therefore the Convention recommends, 1. Complete separation between Church and State. And all church temporalities to be declared national property, except such individual endowments as have been voluntarily and legally made. All ecclesiastical buildings, of which it can clearly be shown that their costs were defrayed from national funds, to belong to the state. The persuasion now using these edifices to continue in enjoyment of them on equitable conditions. 3. RD tithes and church rate to be abolished. 4. The state not to interfere with the internal polity of any church. All ecclesiastics to be appointed in any way their respective congregations think fit, and to be paid voluntarily by the congregations who employ their services. Ecclesiastical licenses for the purpose of education to be unnecessary. Education. As every man has a right to the means of physical life, so he has to the means of mental activity. It is as unjust to withhold aliment from the mind, as it is to deny food to the body. Education should, therefore, be national, universal, gratuitous and, to a certain extent, compulsory. It is, therefore, recommended, 1. That schools, colleges, and universities, supported by the state, should be gratuitously open to every citizen and that it be compulsory with all parents to have their children educated in the common branches of learning. 2. Education in its higher branches to be equally gratuitous, but optional. 3. Industrial schools to be established, in which the young may be taught the various trades and professions, thus gradually superseding the system of apprenticeship. 4. Laissez law. Labor is the creator of a nation's wealth, as such the most important element of its prosperity. Notwithstanding this, the relation of master and man has been repugnant to the well-being of society. The creator has hitherto been the servant of the creature, labor has been the slave of capital, and groaned under a system of wages slavery, contrary to every principle of freedom. To elevate labor from its present depressed condition, the following measures are proposed, with a view to the more rapid abrogation of wages slavery, and the development of the cooperative principle. 1. All cooperative associations for industrial purposes to have a right to registration and enrollment without payment of fees, and to have an unrestricted number of affiliated branches. 2. The law of partnership to be altered, as to remove existing difficulties in the way of association. 3. The cooperative principle is essential for the well-being of the people. The centralization of wealth ought to be counteracted by a distributive tendency. Its accumulation in the hands of isolated clubs is an evil second only to that of its monopoly by individuals. Therefore, all future cooperative attempts should, until the complete readjustment of the labor question be modeled on a national basis, be connected in a national union of which the different trades and societies should be localities or branches, and the profits, beyond a certain amount, of each local society should be paid into a general fund, for the purpose of forming additional associations of working men, and thus accelerating the development of associated and independent labor. 4. A credit fund to be opened by the state, for the purpose of advancing money, on certain conditions, to bodies of working men, desirous of associating together for industrial purposes. V. Poor law. As it is the duty of every man to work, so every man has the right to the means of work, and those unable to work, through infirmity or age, have a right to support at the hands of the state. Therefore, 1. All able-bodied persons, who cannot support themselves, to be supplied with remunerative work, and, where possible, to be located on the land. 2. Where the state cannot find work for the unemployed, it is bound to support them until labor is provided. 3. The unemployed to be supported by the state, not by the parish, and the cost to be defrayed out of the national revenue. 4. The aged and infirm to be supported in their own homes, in the houses of their relatives, or in special buildings, erected by government, at the option of the recipient. 6. Taxation. Taxation on industry represses the production of wealth on luxuries, encourages governments in fostering excess on necessary commodities, acts injuriously on the people's health and comfort. All taxation ought, therefore, to be levied on land and accumulated property. 7. The nationate debt. This debt, having been contracted by a class government for class purposes, cannot be considered as legally contracted by the people. It is, moreover, absurd that future generations should be mortgaged to eternity for the follies or misfortunes of their ancestors, and the debt thus be repaid several times over. 262. The national debt ought, therefore, to be liquidated by the money now annually paid as interest being forthwith applied as repayment of the capital until such repayment is completed. 7. Currency. The Convention consider that a change of currency laws is absolutely necessary to the welfare of the producers of this country, and recommend that the Executive, by addresses, tracts, etc., direct the attention of this country to this subject. 9. Tuesday Army. Standing armies are contrary to the principles of democracy, and dangerous to the liberties of the people. At the same time, the Convention acknowledged the expediency of a standing force being maintained, until suitable changes in our colonies and at home shall have rendered its continuance no longer requisite. Until such change, the following enactments are necessary for the comfort of the soldier, and the safety of the citizen. 1. No enlistment to be binding, unless renewed before a magistrate, by the party enlisting after the expiration of 1 week from the period of such enlistment. 2. The soldier to have a right to a free discharge after 4 years. 3. The isolation of troops in barracks estranges them from the citizen, renders them unfit for the duties of domestic life, demoralizes them, and is unnecessary for discipline, as proved by such discipline not being impaired, when troops are quartered on the inhabitants, which is frequently the case, both in peace and war. 4. Troops, quartered on the inhabitants to be paid for as lodgers, and none to be compelled to receive them. 5. Promotion to take place from the ranks by military graduation, and none to be promoted before at least 1 year's service in the ranks. 6. Promotion by purchase to be abolished. 7. The use of the lash to be abolished. 8. Court-martial to consist, in all cases, of officers and privates in like proportion. Tuesday Navy to be regulated by analogous laws. 11. Tuesday Miraria. As it is the right of every individual to bear arms, so it is his duty to know how to use them, as every citizen ought to receive a benefit at the hands of the state, so he ought to be prepared to defend it, and as liberty is not safe, where an unarmed and undisciplined people stand in the presence of an armed and disciplined caste, it is therefore requisite that every male of sound mind and body, over 15 years of age, should be afforded the opportunity of military training. 12. Tuesday Press. That absolute freedom of thought and expression being one of the primary and most sacred of the rights of man, all restrictions fiscal or otherwise on printing and publishing are unjust and iniquitous. This Convention, therefore, declares its decided hostility to the taxes on knowledge, and recommends the total abolition of the duty on paper, the duty on advertisements, the penny stamp tax on newspapers, and the import duty on foreign books and publications. Addresses, each embodying one of the above reforms, to be circulated, together with an exposition of the Charter, and its necessity for enabling such reform to be obtained. Appendix 4. The Program of the Labour Parliament, 1854. Published in the People's Paper, April 1, 1854. Ernest Jones first put forward the idea of a Labour Parliament in the People's Paper for November 12, 1853. A meeting in Manchester on November 20, at which Ernest Jones and Gamage spoke, accepted the idea, and a mass movement committee was formed, with Edward Husson as secretary. Jones was not a member, but he opened the columns of his paper for the reports of the committee's activities. It was this committee which organized the Labour Parliament, which met in the People's Institute, Manchester, on Monday, March 6, 1854, and ended on Saturday, March 18. The reports of the Parliament are in the People's Paper, March 11, 18 and 25, 1854. 1. The organization of a system for the collection of a national revenue for labor. 2. A plan for the security of the funds thus raised. 3. The application of the same, and the securing of the rights of the working classes. 4. The constitution of the mass movement. The officers of the several bodies of working men who act in conjunction with the mass movement forward the monies thus raised to its directing head. 2. Security of the funds. The local officers forward weekly all monies they receive on behalf of the mass movement to the directing head of the same, as shall be further specified below. The duly appointed officers for the reception of the same return receipts immediately for the monies thus received. The directing heads shall invest all monies they receive on behalf of the mass movement in a bank, in their collective names, no such sum or sums, nor any part of the same, to be drawn out of the bank except on presentation of the minute books of the said executive, containing an order for the same to be drawn, signed by 4/5 of the members of that body. The money thus drawn shall be paper money, the numbers of such notes shall be entered in a book, open to inspection, and published in the papers. The notes thus received shall be cut into parts, and each part entrusted to a separate member of the directing body, and, where large sums are drawn, be held in equal proportions by each member. Each member thus entrusted with a portion of the said money shall give a promissory note amounting to his proportionate share of the money drawn, supposing the same divided into equal parts, according to the numbers of the directing body, and, should he refuse to apply for the purposes for which the money was drawn such parts of notes held by him, the document thus held against him shall at once be put into force, but be cancelled on his paying over said part of note. The promissory notes thus given shall be deposited in a chest or safe, which shall be placed in the custody of an independent and responsible person, not a member of the executive, who shall not allow any document to be taken therefrom, except in presence of 4/5 of that body. The said notes shall be made payable to a duly appointed party, who shall give a written undertaking that, in case of default, they may be acted on. The money thus drawn for any payment or purchase shall be paid by the executive only in the mutual presence of each member of the body, if the sum exceeds £50. Ill. Application of the funds. To support all towns or places now or hereafter on strike or locked out, that recognize the mass movement, or may hereafter do so. Equal support shall be afforded to all towns in proportion to the numbers on strike or locked out, less the same principle on which, when provisions run short on board ship all receive alike, the same relief shall be given without distinction of high or low paid trades, with the exceptions hereafter mentioned in the constitution of the mass movement. In order to provide a separate fund for liquidating the debts incurred by strikes and lockouts during the last 12 months, and a fund for the future defense of those who be victimized by employers, every person on becoming a member of the mass movement shall pay 1 penny, and 1 penny quarterly, so long as he or she continues a member of the same. A department shall be opened for regulating the price of labor. For this purpose a monthly statement shall be issued of the price of the raw material employed in all trades in connection with the mass movement, the price of labor in the same, the selling price of the articles produced and the other working charges. On the evidence thus furnished, the directing body shall issue a statement of the profits of the employers, being open to receive from the latter a statement of any peculiar and additional charges which 266 they may have to meet. On the basis thus laid, the price of labor shall be regulated, and a tariff of wages fixed in accordance with the same. A similar plan shall be applied to the agricultural interests of the country. While the working man has an undoubted right to participate in the profits of the employer, he has a right higher still that of employing himself, and for the purpose of self-employment, as also for the purpose of more effectually regulating wages by removing the power of surplus labor from the employer's hands. The funds of the mass movement shall be further applied in the purchase of land. The estates shall be purchased in the name of individuals not being members of the directing body. The estates shall be divided into farms, varying in size according to the nature of the soil, and the purposes to which they are to be applied, viz. Whether as individual tenancies or large cooperative undertakings. The said lands shall be retained by, and never alienated from, the mass movement. That the land be let to tenants on short leases, and at a fair and moderate rental. A clause be inserted in the lease whereby any tenant making default in payment of rent shall immediately lose his right of tenancy. That a fourth clause be inserted whereby the tenant binds himself to pay the rental to the parties appointed by deed of assignment hereinafter named. The parties in whose name the estates are bought execute a deed of assignment, whereby the tenants shall pay the rent, not to them but to the individuals then being the directors of the mass movement. The directors of the mass movement for the time being shall execute a deed binding themselves in a penalty of £5,000 each to two individuals not being purchasers of any of the estates, such penalty to be enforced should they, on leaving office, not execute a deed of assignment of the said rental to their successors in office, to be forfeited should they, at a given time, to be identical with that of the expiration of office, not execute a deed of assignment of the same rental to certain individuals being their successors in office, the details hereof to be specified in the Constitution of the mass movement. The title deeds of the property bought shall be deposited with the bankers of the mass movement not to be given up except to persons appointed for that purpose at a meeting of the Labour Parliament of the said movement, consisting of representatives from not less than 30 organised and previously recognised branches of the same. Each estate shall be bought in the names of the two individuals, not being members of the executive, the said individuals not to purchase a second estate until they have deposited the deeds of the first with the bankers of the mass movement. That independent self-employment and relief, of the labour market from its surplus be still more secure, the available funds shall be applied for the establishment of cooperative factories, workshops, and stores, such to be the property of the mass movement. Those employed therein shall receive, as far as practicable, the amount of wages regulated by the tariff for the price of labor, previously named. And 1/3 of the net profits realized on the articles produced and sold, the other 2/3 of the profits to go to the revenue of the mass movement. The chief managers of each cooperative undertaking be elected by the SRI engaged therein, subject to the approbation of the governing Odi. The said manager of each respective undertaking shall regulate the purchases and sales connected therewith, and return weekly to the directing body a statement of the purchases, sales, payments, and loss of profit connected with the same. In case grounds of complaints or differences arise between the operatives and manager, the operatives shall have the power of dismissing the manager and electing another by a majority of not less than 3/4 of their number. 2/3 of the net profits of each cooperative undertaking shall be sent monthly by each respective manager to the directing body. The property for cooperative purposes purchased by the mass movement be placed under a system of security similar to that applied to the landed estates. 4. Laissure legislation. The power of this movement shall be further exerted to secure a due restriction of the hours of labor, a limitation of female labor in manufacture, as also an entire abolition of the labor of young children in mines and factories, a cessation of the tyrannical system of discharge notes, of fines, abatements, and other unjust modes of reducing wages, of the truck system, of the silent system in factories, of the custom of locking operatives up in the same, and of all the inhuman machinery of oppression now in exercise against the employed in all branches of industry. V. Constitution of the mass movement membership. The payments as already specified, each individual becoming a member is entitled to vote for the election of delegates to the labor parliaments, for the election of the officers of the general movement, and those of his own branch, as soon as he commences paying, but loses his membership if 1 month in arrears with payment, except in proved cases of non-employment or sickness. The executive shall issue the following form for the collection of money: Mass Movement of the Working Classes. Weekly collection sheet for branch. 268. General Debt and Defense. Names Fund. Signed, Collector. Form of receipt. Mass Movement of the Working Classes. We, the undersigned, being the Executive Committee of the Mass Movement, have on the day of 18 received the sum of from the branch, per Messrs. Treasurer and Secretary of the said branch. Signed Executive Committee. The Executive Committee. The direction of the mass movement is divided into the following departments, each managed by a special secretary. 1. A Board of Agriculture. 2. A Board of Manufacture. 3. A Board of Distribution. 4. A Board for the Regulation of the Price of Labor. 5. A Board of Assistance in Strikes, Lockouts, and Labor Legislation. The above form the Executive and Finance Committee, their deliberations being decided by the vote of the majority, but, in the execution of the measures adopted each being alone answerable for, and independent in his own department, with those financial exceptions already specified. The Secretary of Agriculture is to superintend the purchase and management of landed estates, and all connected with the same. The Secretary of Manufacture is to exercise like functions, in reference to all the factories, workshops, etc., established by the movement. The Secretary of Distribution shall regulate the exchange and conveyance of goods to the cooperative stores and markets, with all the duties in connection with the same. The Secretary for Regulation of the Price of Labor is to collect, arrange, and publish all the details for the price of wages already specified. The Secretary of the Board of Assistants shall manage the entire department connected with strikes, lockouts, and disputes between employed and employer, and all questions of labor legislation between the same. The Executive are to be elected by the members for 1 year, their period of office dating from the 18th of March in each year. The nominations to be given from the Roth of February to the 1st of March, the votes to be all returned by the Roth of March. If any of these days fall on a Sunday, the following day to be counted instead. The first Executive will be appointed by the Labour Parliament. The Executive are eligible for re-election. In case of dissatisfaction with all, or any of the members of the Executive, it shall be in the power of a Labour Parliament, consisting of the duly elected representatives of not less than 30 branches, to dismiss them, or any one of them complained against, from office. The offices of the Executive shall be in London. The supreme authority is invested in a Labour Parliament, to meet not less frequently than once in each year, in such town as may be decided on, at the adjourning of the previous Parliament, or in extraordinary meetings of the Labour Parliament, when convoked by the Executive, the latter to decide on its place of meeting, when convoked by the desire of the members, these to fix the place of meeting. The Parliament shall assemble on the first Monday of March, the Executive being bound to take the necessary steps for the same, but they may likewise summon it for a special meeting, should they find it necessary, and on the demand of a majority of the members of the mass movement they shall be compelled to summon it whenever required. The Labour Parliament shall be elected by the members of the mass movement, at public meetings, of which 4 days' notice shall be given. The constitution of local branches, the members of each branch shall have the power of electing their own officers, those to consist of a secretary, treasurer, and collectors, and these to form the council of the branch. Each branch, where required by its size, shall be divided into localities, and a collector be appointed to each. Each existing trades union in connection with the movement shall be considered as a branch, to act in accordance with its own regulation. Payment of officers: each member of the Executive shall receive £1.16 weekly in payment of his services, independent of travelling expenses. Each collector in payment of his services shall receive 5% on the monies he may collect until the salary thus obtained shall reach £1.16 weekly. The branch secretary shall report weekly to the Executive the price of labor in the various trades in his branch of the mass movement, the price of the raw materials of goods sold, etc., according to the annexed form, Mass Movement of the Working Classes Returns for regulating the price of labor. Branch. Cost of working. Materials charges. Selling. Price. Extras. Name of trade. Signed, Secretary. 270. The Secretary shall be paid by his branch, who shall determine the amount of his wages. The duties of the Executive to afford assistance to all strikes and lockouts on the following conditions: 1. Existing strikes and lockouts, to afford assistance to those existing strikes and lockouts that have sent delegates to the Labour Parliament. 2. Future strikes and lockouts, no strikes and lockouts to be supported in the future, the participants in which shall not, before such strike or lockout take place, have joined the mass movement. No strike shall be supported unless previously sanctioned by the Executive, who are hereby instructed to regulate strikes, should any become unavoidable, that they may not interfere with each other, and thus defeat the general object. 3. Relief during strikes. The amount of support afforded during strikes or lockouts shall be determined by the executive according to circumstances. Boys and girls under 12 years old shall receive 1/3, and above 12 and under 16, 1/2 the amount paid to adults. 6. The regulation of labor. The share of remuneration for his labor to which the working man is entitled so long as he works for the present class of capitalists' employers shall be 1/2 of the net profits realized by the joint action of labor and capital. This is to be attained by such a gradual rise in wages or partnership in profits as the executive may find prudent to attempt and practicable to accomplish. The executive shall prefer the cooperative system on the land to the individual system. In the former case the lands shall be farmed by the executive through their own officers and laborers, the latter to receive 1/3 of the net profits as in the department of manufacture. Those employed by the mass movement in any branch of industry to be, as a general rule, persons accustomed to the same avocations before, but those members of trades and other operatives suitable for agricultural purposes may be employed for the same. All persons desirous of individual tenancies upon the land may be located on farms not exceeding 5 acres each in extent, if they pay in addition to their weekly levy as members of the mass movement the sum of per acre, subject to the following conditions: the payment of a moderate rent, in accordance with the average of the district, to the mass movement, location by ballot. The land bought for individual tenancies shall be bought out of this fund alone. Cottages shall be erected on the farms for the tenants, for which they shall pay a moderate rent, either out of the special fund, in which case the rent shall accrue to the same, or out of the general funds of the mass movement, in which case the rent for the same shall be credited to that fund. The allottee shall have his farm stocked, and an advance, when necessary, made to enable him to provide for the first contingency he may have to encounter, but in no case shall he be allowed to sublet his farm. The advance shall be repaid by easy installments, regulated according to the size of the farm, and the amount advanced. Such advances never to exceed per acre. The land thus bought shall be mortgaged to the mass movement. The executive having the power on behalf of the mass movement, to become the mortgages of the same. With the monies thus advanced, other estates shall be purchased, thus enabling every contributor to be located by ballot. The executive shall fill up the blanks according to the circumstances of the case. The securities, with reference to the mortgage deed, etc., shall be precisely analogous to those adopted in case of purchasing the estates. 7. Out of every payment for individual tenancies a certain percentage, viz., % shall be set apart for the purpose of establishing a life assurance department, to the benefits of which the contributors shall become entitled, if they continue to contribute weekly according to the graduated tables, which shall be properly drawn up and certified with a view to the security of the rates of payments. The executive are to prepare proper and authenticated tables for this department. The Department of Life Assurance shall be open to the general public, both to members and non-members of the mass movement. The funds thus raised shall, as far as prudent, be invested in land, but not in manufacture. The land purchased from the assurance fund shall be applied for cooperative farms, and not for individual tenancies, in order not only to further the principles of cooperation, but to give a more perfect security to the funds invested. 8. It shall be at the discretion of the executive, where they may find it suitable, to establish house property for the mass movement, so that the operatives in the cooperative mills, etc., and the agriculturists, may reside in the dwellings of the mass movement independent of the capitalist landlord. It shall be at the discretion of the executive to erect either cottage dwellings or model lodging houses. 9. The stewards and managers of cooperative undertakings in land, manufacture, etc., shall be paid according to the judgment and decision of the working man and executive. The first executive shall be appointed provisionally, to hold office until the next meeting of the Labour Parliament. 272. 11. The following 5 persons are hereby duly appointed: James Finlan, London; Abraham Robinson, Willesden and Thornton; James Williams, Stockport; Joseph Hogg, Newcastle upon Tyne; George Harrison, Nottingham. Honorary Member Mr. Ernest Jones. She the present Parliament recommends for consideration at its next meeting the propriety of the mass movement becoming its own banker. Zil the following individuals are appointed missionaries, with the annexed routes, and the duty of starting upon their missions with all possible speed: James Finlan, Western Counties. A. Robinson, Northern ditto. James Williams, Midland ditto. 14. The duties of the Board of Assurance are provisionally annexed to those of the Board of Distribution. 15. The Labour Parliament adjourns until the first Monday in August, then to meet in the town of Nottingham. Ernest Jones, George Harrison, Nottingham. James Bligh, Edwin Goldering, Barnsley, Henry Jeffreys, London. William Poole, Exeter. James Finlan, Joseph Radford, Radcliffe and Pillington. E. C. Cropper, Matthew Shaw, Barry. John Tier H. Surgeon. M. L. Heron, John Petzler, Manchester. Nadod, Dr. Marks, John Oxford. Islow, Lewis Blanc, William Jackson, Birmingham. Pank Dobson, John Westray, John McLean, Prince Humphreys, Mortimer Grimshaw, Preston Wallace, Beaver, John Matthew, George Cowell, John Robinson, Cox Hoe, Potteries. William Emmett, Bingley and Keighley. James Williams, Stockport. Abraham Robinson, Willesden and Thornton, Yorkshire. John Fleming, Bedford. James Candelay, North Lancashire. James Smith, Cordwainers. George Candelay, Hyde. George Brewer, Torquay. E. Tidswell, Haworth, Yorkshire. H. Hudson, Leek. Isaac Fogg, Leek. Joseph Hogg, George Stobart. James Brearley, Cotton Skin Dyers, Manchester. Benjamin Armfield, Doncaster. William Wilson, Crook. William Hill, Stalybridge. Newcastle. Ada E. Card Room Hands of John Smith. I. Lancashire, Cheshire, etc. Karl Marx, Letter to the Labour Parliament. Karl Marx, with Louis Blanc and several others, was elected an honorary delegate to the Labour Parliament on its opening day, March 6. His letter of thanks was read at one of the sessions of the Labour Parliament and was published in the People's Paper, March 18, 1854. See Marx's letter to Engels, dated March 9, 1854. 28, Dean St., Soho, London. Auth. March, 1854. I regret deeply to be unable, for the moment at least, to leave London, and thus to be prevented from expressing verbally my feelings of pride and gratitude on receiving the invitation to sit as honorary delegate at the Labour Parliament. The mere assembling of such a parliament marks a new epoch in the history of the world. The news of this great fact will arouse the hopes of the working classes throughout Europe and America. Great Britain, of all other countries, has seen develop on the greatest scale the despotism of capital and the slavery of labor. In no other country have the intermediate stations between the millionaire commanding whole industrial armies and the wage slave living only from hand to mouth, so gradually been swept away from the soil. There exist here no longer, as in continental countries, large classes of peasants and artisans almost equally dependent on their own property and their own labor. A complete divorce of property from labor has been effected in Great Britain. In no other country, therefore, the war between the two classes that constitute modern society has assumed so colossal dimensions and features so distinct and palpable. But it is precisely from these facts that the working classes of Great Britain, before all others, are competent and called for to act as leaders in the great movement that must finally result in the absolute emancipation of labor. Such they are from the conscious clearness of their position, the vast superiority of their numbers, the disastrous struggles of their past and the moral strength of their present. It is the working millions of Great Britain who first have laid down the real basis of a new society, modern industry, which transformed the destructive agencies of nature into the productive power of man. The English working classes, with invincible energies, by the sweat of their brows and brains, have called into life the material means of ennobling labor itself, and of multiplying its fruits to such a degree as to make general abundance possible. By creating the inexhaustible productive powers of modern industry, they have fulfilled the first condition of the emancipation of labor. They have now to realize its other conditions. They have to free those wealth-producing powers from the infamous shackles of monopoly, and subject them to the joint, control of the producers, who, till now, allowed the very products of their 274 hands to turn against them and be transformed into as many instruments of their own subjugation. The laboring classes have conquered nature, they have now to conquer men. To succeed in this attempt they do not want strength, but the organization of their common strength, organization of the laboring classes on a national scale. Such, I suppose, is the great and glorious end aimed at by the Labour Parliament. If the Labour Parliament proves true to the idea that called it into life, some future historian will have to record that there existed in the year 1854 two parliaments in England, a parliament in London, and a parliament at Manchester, a parliament of the rich and a parliament of the poor, but that men sat only in the parliament of the men and not in the parliament of the masters. Yours truly, Karl Marx. Bibliography. Ernest Jones. Manuscript, Manchester Reference Library. Diary for years 1839 to 47. 2 volumes. Legal Memorandum Book, 1860 to 2. Notes on Law Cases, 1860 to 6. 2 volumes. M.S. Poems on the French Revolution. M.S. Poems and Notes. Chetham's Library, Manchester. Prison Letters, 1848 to 50. Letters written to Earnest Jones in answer to an appeal for funds, 1859. Miscellaneous Letters and Bills. Holyoke House, Manchester. Letters to Robert Owen, 1852 to 8. Howell Collection, Bishopsgate Institute, London. Letters to George Howell, 1866 to 7. Printed Speeches and Pamphlets, Canterbury v. Rome. London, 1851, pages 48. Evenings with the People. London, 1856 to 7. Number 1. The Workman and His Work. Number 2. The Hereditary Landed Aristocracy. Number 3 and 4. The State Church. The Franchise and Taxation. Foreign Affairs. The Unemployed. Emigration. Our Colonies, Canada and the Red River Colony. 10. Our Colonies, the Cape. Number 11. Our Colonies, the Cape, Hindustan. The Trial for Murder, Rex v. Levi Taylor. Speech in Defense of the Prisoner. Manchester, 1863, pp. Is. The Slaveholders' War. Ashton under Lyme, 1863, pages 44. The Danish War, Non-Intervention Meeting at Manchester. Manchester, N.D., pages 14. Oration by Ernest Jones, on the American Rebellion. Rochdale, N.D., pages 16. Democracy Vindicated. In reply to Professor Blackie's lecture on democracy. Edinburgh, 1867, pages 23. Labor and Capital. A lecture. To which are appended in full the leading articles thereon from the Saturday Review, the Times and the Pall Mall Gazette, with answers thereto. London and Manchester, 1867, pages 47. The Politics of the Day. Edinburgh, 1868, pages 16. The Right of Public Meeting, a letter to Lord Chief Justice Wilde. Halifax, 1880. 277. Novels The Wood Spirit. London, 1841. The Lass and the Lady, or Love's Ladder. London, 1855. The Maid of Warsaw, or The Tyrant Tsar, A Tale of the Last Polish Insurrection. London, 1855. Women's Wrongs, A Series of Tales. London, 1855. Poems My Life. London, 1846. Chartist Poems. London, 1846. Copyright Chartist Songs and Fugitive Pieces. N.D. Lord Lindsay. London, N.D. The Battle Day and Other Poems. London, 1855. Corrida and Other Poems. Manchester, 1856. The Emperor's Vigil, and the Waves and the War. London, 1856. The Song of the Lower Classes. A Song of Cromwell's Time. London, 1856. Songs of Democracy. London, 1857. The Revolt of Hindustan or the New World. London, 1857. Newspapers and periodicals edited by Ernest Jones. The Laborer. Volumes 1-4. 1847-8. Notes to the People. Volumes I-IL. 1851-2. The People's Paper. 1852-8. The London News. 1858. The Chartist Circular. 1858. The Cabinet Newspaper. 1858-60. The Penny Times. 1860. The Weekly Telegraph. 1860. The Northern Star, with which Jones was officially connected only for the years 1847-8, is of the greatest importance for the history of the Chartist movement. It ceased publication in 1852. A note on some bibliographical material. The most representative collection of the writings of Ernest Jones, manuscript and printed, is in the Manchester Reference Library. Among other libraries which have additional material are the British Museum, the Goldsmiths Library of the University of London, the British Library of Political and Economic Science and the Howell Collection in the Bishopsgate Institute, London. The Manchester Reference Library is again the best source of biographical and political material relating to Jones and his times, especially the later years. The collection there includes 2 volumes of newspaper cuttings as well as most of the pamphlets listed below. In the Howell collection there is, among much other material, a very useful file of loose newspaper cuttings, broadsheets, etc. In both the Manchester Reference Library and the Howell collection there are bound files of George Howell's Life of Ernest Jones, first published in the Newcastle Weekly Chronicle between January and August 1898. Also in the Howell collection is the manuscript of this biography as well as the many letters written to Howell whilst he was writing it. For the earlier years, the Goldsmiths Library has a good selection of the post-1848 Chartist periodicals and the Cowan collection in the Newcastle Reference Library has a limited amount of material relating to Jones's reform activities in the 1860s. The DNB has an article by J. A. Hamilton. The selection of material which follows is mainly of items not already referred to in the introduction. Pamphlets and newspaper cuttings. 19th century. Letter, with enclosures, addressed to the Secretary of State, by the visiting Justices of the House of Correction at Westminster, with respect to the treatment of Ernest Charles Jones, during his confinement in that prison. Parliamentary Papers, 1851 XLVI. 313. Letter addressed by Ernest Jones, a prisoner in the Westminster House of Correction, in March 1850 to Sir George Grey, and the report of Mr. Perry thereupon, as to the health and treatment of the prisoner, dated March 18, 1850. Parliamentary Papers, 1851 XLVI, 309. Libel exposed, being a full report of the action for libel, Ernest Jones v. G.W.M. Reynolds. To which is appended a letter from Ernest Jones and an article on the trial from the Saturday Review, July 16, 1859. London, 1859, pages 8. Ernest Jones. Who is he? What has he done? Manchester, 1867, pages 16. Mr. Ernest Jones and his candidature. A reply to Ernest Jones, who is he? What has he done? Hume, 1867, pages 8. Trial of Mr. Ernest Jones and others, at the Central Criminal Court, London. Hume, Andy, pages 8. Life and Labors of Ernest Jones, Poet, Politician, and Patriot. By the author of The Life of Lord Palmerston. London, 1869. J. Heaton. The Late Ernest Jones, His Life and Times. Pages 16. Newspaper cuttings relating to the death and funeral of Ernest Jones. Broadsheets and songs relating to the Manchester election, 1868. The Life and Death of Ernest Jones, the Chartist Reformer. A Memoir. Manchester, Andy, pages 14. Ditto with an account of the funeral. F. R. Lees. In Memoriam, an oration on the death of Ernest Jones, the People's Friend. Leeds, 1874, pages 8. Ernest Jones, in Memoriam. Manchester, 1879. Pages 64. F. Leary. The Life of Ernest Jones. London, 1887. Pages 93. B. Wilson. The Struggles of an Old Chartist. Halifax, 1887. A. B. Wakefield. Ernest Jones. The People's Friend. Halifax, 1891. Pages 16. D. P. Davies. A Short Account of the Life and Labors of Ernest Jones. To which is appended several of his poems. Liverpool, 1897. Pages 31. 280. Memoirs, Biographies, etc., 19th century. Almost all the works which discuss the radical and working class movement make some reference to Jones. There is a full bibliography in S. Maccoby, English Radicalism, 2 volumes. London, 1935-8. Among the more important may be noted, R. G. Gamage. History of the Chartist Movement. London, 1854, 2nd ed., 1894. T. Frost. 40 Years Recollections. London, 1880. G. J. Holyoake. 60 Years of an Agitator's Life. London, 1892. 2 volumes. W. E. Adams. Memoirs of a Social Atom. London, 1903. 2 volumes. Modern works. In addition to Maccoby's English Radicalism, the following have been found to be the most useful, from the considerable literature on the early working class movement. All, with the exception of Rothstein, have excellent bibliographies. P. W. Slauson. The Decline of the Chartist Movement. Columbia, 1916. F. E. Gillespie. Labor and Politics in England 1850-1867. Duke University Press, 1927. T. A. Rothstein. From Chartism to Labourism. London, 1929. G. D. H. Cole. Chartist Portraits. London, 1941.